Hi, Celine. Thank you for subscribing. Can you hear me okay? What did I do? Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to wait for a couple more people to come in. Hi, Brandy. Let me see. I think I forgot to do something. Okay, so this is my first time going live on YouTube, so it's still a lot to learn. Let me see what I say. It says, did I say your name right? Celine. Uh-oh. I'm just want to wait and see if a few more people come in. Like Celine Dion. Okay. So I did say it right. Okay, cool. Okay, you said, I see a huge rise of women not wanting children, and I'm 24, and I'm kind of undecided if I do too. What are some of the things that makes you undecided, Celine? Is it just like the way the world is going and the guys and how the men are? Like, what would you say some of your reasons were? Uh-oh. I don't think I can handle work life and having it for sure. I know for a fact I couldn't. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to one of my guy coworkers, and I was telling him that he's like, you should have a baby before it's too late. And I'm like, first of all, at my age, why would I do that? Life is so much more simpler when it's just me. Not to be funny or nothing, but I don't know. I feel like I would just wake up and just have a million things to worry about all of a sudden, and I can't live like that. That's too much stress. The way a lot of guys are dating, the scene is absolutely. And your age range, ooh, I remember being 24, and it wasn't quite as bad as it is now. At least, not to me, it wasn't. I mean, I could have been not paying attention to certain stuff, but I was at your age, I was living in California. I was living in the Bay Area. I stayed there for about 5 years. And the guys over on the West Coast, I was not used to it. When I moved over there, I moved over there with my ex-boyfriend. We were together for a couple years and then we broke up, but I was still living there after we broke up. And after we broke up, I started kind of like slowly, like kind of dating here and there. And I was like, these guys over here all think they pimps. I'd never experienced anything like that before. they were, they expected women to take care of them. They were like, the whole, what do you bring to the table? That was like the beginning stages of that, but it wasn't quite as bad as it is now. So it was just a whole nother, I was like, oh my God. In some parts of over there in the Bay Area, it was like very common for women to be on a stroll. I don't want to use the H word, but they would be out there on a stroll and they bragged about it. I think there was something called Backstage, and that's when that was popular. I don't know if that's still popular now, but that was like a place where women would go to sell themselves. It was basically Backstage was like the OnlyFans now, but I think it was just sex work. I don't think it was any because OnlyFans people have a OnlyFans account for a lot of different things, cooking and all types of stuff. But I think Backstage was just strictly the OnlyFans for strictly sex back then, and the women would just brag about it, and they called me green, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" And I guess that just means somebody that somebody said Craigslist adjacent. Exactly. No, I said, what is green? What does that mean? And I guess that's just somebody that just go to work and school and they don't like break the law, basically. I don't know. It was weird. But those guys, I had a lot of fun over there in the Bay Area. I did. And sometimes I miss it and sometimes I want to go back. But I heard it's not like it was when I was there. So I was there in like 08, 09. I left in 2012. So I got there like at the end of 07, I think it was. And I haven't been back since. So I don't know what it's like over there. They said it's not the same. Okay, let me read some of these. I was talking to my coworker yesterday, and she's child free and 55. She told me she never found a man good enough for her. Says she doesn't regret it. I know that's right. Absolutely. Let me put this on the screen. Yeah. I talk to women like that a lot, actually. They're usually around that age range, and they're like, my life is peaceful. They talk about their plants and their pets, if they got dogs or cats or whatever, and they just be chilling. So it's definitely reassuring. I will definitely say that. Hi, blessed one. Find your free. Danny Diaz, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're just chatting right now. If y'all have any questions or something y'all want me to talk about, that's what I'm going to do. People say wait until you're older, you'll regret it. You know, so I've been on TikTok for the last like 2 months, right? And I just did a video that's it might be at 1 million views. I don't know if it is or not, but it was at 900 and something earlier today. But TikTok is something very different. And I was basically talking about how many. It wasn't actually this video. It was the video I'm thinking about that did well. I was wanting to find out where all the child-free women were. And I was talking about how child-free women notice that when their friends, your closest friends, get pregnant and they have a baby, the friendship seems to just die down after that. Like, you know, and some people were pissed. And then I did another video, and that one was I was like, please nobody comment unless you are a child-free woman. And if you are a mom, if you are a man, whatever, I'm gonna block you. I said something along those lines. And it was at 900 and some thousand when I saw it this morning. I don't know where it's at now. But on one of those videos, I was talking about how people always like to say they regret it, but nobody wants to talk about all these mothers that are coming out talking about how they regret motherhood. Why is no one talking about that? See, nobody wants to talk about that. And I feel bad. I feel bad for them because you're stuck in that decision. And it's like, you know, if you regret it, it's nothing you can really do about it. You just have to suck it up, you know? But they tell us that because that's what is, people have been brainwashed to believe that. So that's why so many men and other women regurgitate that, because that's just what they were told. I don't know any child-free women that's in their middle age or older that regrets not having kids. Childless women, maybe. Child-free women, I don't know one that regrets it. Not one. The childless women, typically they missed their window or they didn't meet the right guy in time or whatever. You know, there could be different things. Some of them are infertile, and they may regret not having kids, but child-free women, absolutely not. You said, Most guys my age just want to play games. Let me put this on the screen. Most guys my age just want to play games, so I'm kind of done with dating unless a man's going to pursue me. Absolutely. And whatever you do, don't lower your standards. If you lower your standards, you are going to regret it. Trust me. I've seen it too much. Don't lower it. Whatever your standards are, a man has to meet those standards. If he's not going to, get rid of them. The moment you start seeing like little red flags, don't collect red flags. Don't sit there and say, okay, this is a red flag, but maybe I might let it slide. Then another red flag pop up. Nope, don't collect red flags. You 24, you still pretty young. As I like to say on my channel, your frontal lobe hasn't completely closed yet. You know what I mean? Do not relax your standards. Look around, pay attention to the women around you, and watch what happens to them when they lower their standards. We all will get played if we do. So sometimes the higher your standards, the less options you're going to have. That sucks, but that's just how it is, you know? I'm still laughing at Craigslist adjacent. Let me scroll. Let me scroll down. You said how your weekend going? It's going fine. This was my first Saturday off in a month, I think. So I'm glad I got, because one day off is never enough. So getting my 2 days, that might not sound like a lot, but I've been enjoying it. Let's see. I was a virgin until 23, and it was a good experience with a late bloomer. Okay, that's pretty good, girl. 23, that's wonderful. Why does this thing keep going up? All right, hold on. Kids are so blessed one. Let me put yours on the screen. Blessed one said, "Kids are so hard. Don't let them have a disability. You look beautiful." Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was another thing. I mean, people don't take into account all the things that could happen, and it just makes it so much more difficult. I can only imagine. But I think the most important thing is that the kids are loved and they know that they're loved, and that's all that matters to me. You know, kids don't need to not feel loved. I feel like there's too many kids already that just, Yeah, I was in the Bay, 08 to 11. Yep, that was about the time I was there. What would you say changed? Find your free. Protecting my purity until the time I was ready. Absolutely. And Celine, you stick to your boundaries. I really mean that. If you tell a guy this is this, that, and the third, and he wants to start playing games, let him go. Because a lot of times the things with guys, this is something that I try to explain to women as much as possible. And it's so unfortunate that they're like this. A lot of times men they only understand consequences. And even when you give them consequences, you still have to let them go. It sucks because it's like you want to give them another chance after they do something, maybe not something terrible, but they do something and you like, okay, I'm going to show him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. You can't really teach men lessons because it's like the moment you forgive them, it's almost the same as letting them get away with it. And their behavior is most likely not going to change. They will pretend and they'll play a role for weeks or months or years or whatever, and their true colors always come back. So if a guy starts playing with you and playing with your boundaries or whatever, just get rid of them. Because I swear, if you forgive them, it's like letting them get away with it, and it sucks. They ran the dope artist community folks out of the Bay and gentrify hard. Really? I stayed in Oakland. And you probably know I lived on 88th Street. So that was the hood of the hood of the hood. And then I went, so I stayed in Vallejo first, and then I moved to San Pablo, then Oakland, then San Francisco. 88th Street, I can only imagine what that's like now. But I saw my first real life high speed chase when I was in Oakland. Like I'm so used to seeing that shit on TV. But I was sitting on the porch and a bunch of cop cars chased this black Charger, and I don't know what happened after that. But after that first chase scene, I think I started seeing at least once a week. Oakland was kind of lit. I don't know. I was in my mid-20s. So I was into that type of stuff. I was going to the club. They had this one club called Maxwell's. When they closed, when I tell y'all I was depressed, I was like, what am I gonna do? Yeah, but people kept getting shot up there and stuff. So, but I actually really enjoyed Oakland. I really did. It was not necessarily safe, but it wasn't terrible either. It was somewhere in the middle. Um, but I can definitely see that happening in Oakland. That's crazy though. Damn. And plus, I'm a truck driver. I don't think I would want to be a truck driver in California. I really don't think so. Um, I'm not hating on SW, but what is that? What is that again? But I don't understand how pleasure command as a career is empowering. What's SW again? Somebody tell me. Hold on. Key himself says, there's just no point in having offspring. Becoming a parent really doesn't increase. I don't think so either. I think that's just something that they tell people to get more people to do it. That's just my own personal opinion. Yuck Mouth was probably your neighbor. That name probably sound familiar. I don't know. I don't know if it does or not, but I met so many people when I was there. Like, listen, that sound like I don't know. That's funny. Let me see. As a mother of grown children, I don't want my daughter to have these men's kids. I support you. Oh, you know what? Lately, and I forgot who I was talking to. I think I might have been talking to Child Free 334 in my comment section. She is a firecracker. I think it was her, and I could be wrong, but we were both saying that if we had daughters, we would want our daughters to be lesbian. Is that terrible? Like, I never in 10 years, a million years would have ever thought that I would ever say anything like that. But the way these men are these days, y'all, listen, if I had daughters, I would like literally be hoping that they were lesbian. Seriously. Cause oh my God. They wouldn't have to deal they would still have their own issues with other women. You're gonna have issues no matter what. But they wouldn't have to deal with men and their bullshit. Not at a high magnitude, right? Maybe in the workplace or something like that, but like in real life, they wouldn't have to really deal with that. Let me see. Chrissy says, I do not regret my decision. Absolutely. Wait, I was just reading something. I love the kids, but I want to give them back to their parents. Yep. Same here. Oh yeah, that was another thing I was talking about on TikTok. When a lot of our friends get pregnant and it changes for a lot of us. It don't change for everybody, but it changes a lot for child-free women. And I was saying, and I asked them, what part do you bail first or do you just let them bail? Because we're so used to that happening. You just kind of it's like a defense mechanism almost. But I was like, I'm not the village. And that pissed a lot of people off. I believe women need a village. I am so in support of women having a village, but I'm not the village because I'm just not one of those people that I don't want to babysit. I can't. And it's mostly because I get so caught up in my own life and my own routine that it would be easy for me to forget that a kid is somewhere roaming around the kitchen or wherever, roaming by the basement stairs, and I wish I could turn this off. I just don't want to be held liable. And I gave an example. I was like, I was thinking about getting a trampoline last year. And I wanted the trampoline for myself because I'm a big kid at heart, right? I was gonna be out there jumping on the trampoline, and I also was gonna want to lay out on it because I like laying in the sun and I kind of like to tan. I know that might sound weird because I'm black, but I like laying in the sun. So I was gonna get a a a trampoline. I still might get one. But the reason why I thought about it, I'm like, nah, because it's a lot of kids in my neighborhood, and I don't want them knowing that I got the trampoline, and then they're gonna want to come ask me, can they jump? And I kind of don't want kids can be bad as hell, first of all. And kids tear up shit. I don't got time for nobody tearing up my stuff. That's the first thing. Secondly, I don't want to be held liable if they got hurt because people will sue you. Um, there's a lady on my street that don't like me, apparently, from what I'm understanding. And she doesn't like me not because I've ever done anything to her, but her next door neighbor, who is right across the street from me, wanted to sell her patio furniture. And she wanted the neighbor who's selling the patio furniture to sell it at a cheaper price. And whatever price she gave her, the lady said that was too much, so she didn't buy it. When the lady told me what the price was, I was like, fine. I thought it was a good deal. It was like $350. I was like, I wasn't tripping. So when the woman found out that I was the one who got her stuff, I guess she didn't like me. That's what I was told by a couple of things. So she strikes me as the type that would let her kids come over and jump on the trampoline, and then if they got hurt, she would like try to sue me. Those are the vibes I get from people like that. So I think of stuff like that. I think ahead, and I'm like, absolutely not. I don't want nobody's kids coming over here because ain't nobody finna try to sue me. So I'm not really the village. Hey, Adams. The disabilities, oh, that is, like I said before, that is so tough. It said, do you believe thoughts about this? Also, did you have an opinion on Cynthia G? I love Cynthia G, actually, and I miss her. And I saw her on a live with Themis, I think about a week or two ago, whenever it was. And she said she'll eventually probably come back to YouTube. I love her very much. Somebody actually, I was talking shit over there on the live on TikTok Wednesday night, and some man was like, oh, you giving Cynthia G vibes. And I was like, yep, all day, every day, sir. Thank you. Because I forgot what we were talking about, but it was something about, I said I wouldn't have any sons. If I wanted kids, I wouldn't have sons. And he got mad. So I was like, well, I mean, the thing about Cynthia G is Cynthia G is somewhat ahead of her time in many ways. And sometimes when you're ahead of your time, you will have a lot of backlash. People will just really think you're crazy. Same thing with Princella. A lot of people are not ready for that message. And I was just watching Princella this morning. I think she made that live last night, if I'm not mistaken. And I got to finish it, by the way, because I think I got a little bit over halfway through it. And what she was talking about in her video, what Priscilla was talking about in her video, Sinji had been saying that for like the past couple years. And she was talking about the only way to really hold on one second. The only way to really fix the issue in the Black community is to stop thin the herd, as she used to say. Thin the herd. That's what she said. And the way you do that is be very careful of the fact that you're going to bring sons into the world. And I was talking about this on TikTok as well. I don't want to have daughters because I'm not even sure if y'all's daughters are even going to have rights over their own bodies in the next few years. We don't know, because the way they're trying to roll back Roe versus Wade, the way that they rolled back Roe versus Wade, and now they're trying to make that a nationwide thing. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. It could, because lots of people didn't think they were going to set back Roe versus Wade. A lot of people didn't think they were going to do a lot of things. So they could very well do that. And I'll give y'all my thoughts on that. I think Roe versus Wade changed nothing. The only thing Roe versus Wade being overturned, the fall of Roe, I think the only thing that that's going to accomplish is that more and more women are going to close up shop. What y'all think about that? Because that's what I think. More and more women are just going to close up shop, and more women are going to be hurt. I do believe that as well. They're going to come for birth control next. I absolutely believe that. No, I'm not in California. I'm back in Michigan. I'm from Michigan. Um, I did a twist out. People keep telling me to do hair tutorials. Look, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. One day I might do a hair tutorial, but like it's so much work. And so, just to make this very simple, okay. So if y'all are looking at the screen, I'm gonna take a section of my hair, and I'm gonna show you. All I do is section my hair off, and I do like really big jumbo twists like this. After I use this As I Am double butter. That's my favorite thing to use. So I'll twist my hair, and then I'll put those little tiny yellow perm rods at the end. And I do that all over my head. Sections about this size all over my head. And then I let it dry. And then once it dries, I take my pick. I got one of those picks with the fist on it on the ends. If you ever go to the hair store, you'll see the picks with the fist. And then I just pick it out. And then it starts to fluff up a lot more throughout the day. So the women who are natural, you have like day 1 hair, day 2 hair, day 3 hair. This is considered day 2 hair. And it will get bigger, but I need to actually wash it because wash days are Sundays for me. So I'm actually going to wash it tomorrow. But that's all I do. That's literally all I do. And that's like my base. I do that no matter how I'm going to style my hair. This is what I do to it. Then I'll take this and I'll put it in a fro hawk, like mohawk, or I'll pin it up, or I'll put it in a puff, and I'll have like bangs. Whatever style I do to my hair, this is always the basic. I always do a twist out, get the curls in it, and then I style it a certain way. And I've been natural since 2013, but I can't seem to stop trimming my hair. So it's kind of an addiction at this point. I'm trying to stop. But it's definitely getting longer. It's longer than what it looks like. It probably comes, let me see. It probably comes about here. Let me see. Maybe about right here. That's about how long it comes. It's like frizzy and shrunken right now and curled. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm if I really want to do I don't know. That's a lot. It's a lot of work to be trying to film all of that, and like dealing with natural hair in general is just a lot of work. But I will keep that in mind moving forward. I probably will do a couple of them, but don't expect me to do a whole lot because that's a lot. And you said do a hair tutorial. Yeah. As I Am double butter. Yes. And it smells so good. Now, when they first came out, that smell was stronger. It smelled exactly the same, but I don't know what they did, but it still smells the same, but it's just not as like potent as it used to be, because people used to like, they're like, oh my God, what perfume are you wearing? And I wasn't wearing it was just the hair. And I was like, smell my hair. And they're like, yeah, that's what it is. That was back in like 2014, maybe, whenever they came out, somewhere when they got really popular. But the formula is still good. It's the same. That is my favorite thing. And then there's this other curl cream I use from Camille Rose. Those are my two staples. I really don't care about anything else. And I also use jojoba oil as my oil. I don't do the coconut oil or all the other grapeseed oils on my hair, just jojoba oil. That's really all I like to use. Let me see some more of these comments. I need to do it well. There's a big incel problem within my age range. My aunt, who's a baby boomer, says she's never had that problem. Yeah, I don't really know. I feel like the males have gotten worse, but at the same time, did they? Because on one hand, it seems like they've gotten worse, and on the other hand, it seems like they haven't evolved at all. So I don't know what y'all think. Um, what do y'all think? Do y'all think men got worse, or their degeneracy just came more to light? Because the more women become independent and don't need them, it seems like the worse they get. So that could be, or if they're not getting worse, um their true colors are coming to light. So what they've been able to hide all this time, they can't hide it anymore, right? They're just becoming unhinged, as we like to say here on social media a lot. That word is hilarious to me, by the way. Mm. Miss Brooklyn said, "I love him." Miss Cynthia G, yes, I love her. I subscribed to Cynthia G back in, I want to say 2017. And first of all, I was like, first of all, she is so pretty. Like, I was like, she's gorgeous. And she was talking about she had a degree in psychology. I subscribed to her channel and I was like, she's smart, she's dope. But at first, I wasn't really feeling her all that much because she said some stuff about like dating white people. And my boyfriend that I was with in California, I moved out there with him because his job moved him out there. We were living, I met him in Memphis. His job moved him to Baltimore. He wanted me to come out there to visit him. I visited him and ended up staying there. And then his job moved him to California. And he was white. So I'm like, I believe in dating outside my race. I'm like, whatever. So she didn't really like that. I never unsubscribed from her channel though, because I thought about it a few times. And this was back in like 2017 or whatever. But the reason why I didn't unsubscribe, because I knew Cynthia G was going to come around. I just waited. I was like, she's going to see what we're dealing with in the Black community. And I think in some of her live streams, she said she did see it, but she felt like, I forgot what she said. She felt like they could be helped or something. I can't remember, but something along those lines. But I knew she was going to come around. And lo and behold, by golly, right before the pandemic, her content just got so dope. I was just like, I would literally get on YouTube and type her name because I didn't want to just scroll and try to find her. I would type her name and hoping that she posted something. And she always did. It was either who they really choose series or her going live with the womanhood girl. I can't think of her name right now. I'm so sorry, but I forgot the name of her channel. Something about Woman Sphere or something. She was going live with her. She was going live with Nyla a lot. And then I guess something happened with them and she doesn't deal with them anymore. But I have still stayed a fan of Cynthia G for all this time. When she said she was leaving, I totally understood why, because she'd been through some bullshit with YouTube. And it's good to know that she said she might come back though. But I knew Cynthia G was gonna come around. I just knew it. And we're like the same age. I think she might be exactly my age, or maybe I might be a year older than her. I don't know. But I think we're the same age. You said you were just trying to find out what happened to her. So she her channel got demonetized because of some old YouTube regulations or whatever. So basically, YouTube can just come in tomorrow and change the rules and go back and find videos from 100 years ago where that rule was okay back then, but since they changed it now, it's against the policies or whatever. And she's gotten her channel taken before or demonetized, whatever, before, and she's gotten it back a few times. People have doxed her. People are petty as fuck. She's been through a lot of shit with YouTube. But she says she's on Patreon and it's less stressful over there for her, which I can totally agree with that, because if you're paying over there. So anybody who wants to troll, they're typically not going to pay money to troll you. I'm not saying people won't do it, but for the most part, if anything, it would just really lessen the numbers drastically of trolls and people coming over there just to start trouble. But I think, she says she would probably be back to YouTube. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm dying for her to come back. I actually want to go. I've been thinking about going and joining her Patreon, but I've just been really picky about all these apps because I just added up how much money I spend every month in apps and people's like their because there was this one girl named As Told by Kenya, and I used to follow her, and I was subscribed to her Patreon. The Tonight's Conversation with Ace Metaphor, that's $13. Listen, I added that stuff up, and I'm almost at $150 in just apps. $4.99 here, $12.99 there, $9.99, $6.99. Like, oh my God. I don't know if I'm the only one. Am I the only one? But I always think I need these apps. And, I'm doing StreamYard right now, which is free, but I know I'm going to end up upgrading. And that's going to be like $25 a month or something like that. That shit really does add up. But that's the only reason why I haven't, because I'm trying to like cut down. But I definitely support Cynthia G. And I always send people like go follow Cynthia G, or follow Princella, or follow Bourbon Bougie. A lot of my favorite people here on YouTube. I like to support y'all. Let's see me in some people's comment sections too, because I support a lot of women in this space. A lot. There's a lot. Let me see. Yeah, Brianna, she's not really canceled per se. Because she can come back when she wants to. I'll just put it that way. She's taking a break. So she might change her mind and never come back, but she can get her channel back if she wants to. She's gotten it taken a few times and she's gotten it back. I've been following her for some years and I've seen a lot of stuff that she's gone through. Her account getting hacked and all types of stuff. People doxing her. I think she's moved a few times. So yeah, she's not really canceled. It's just more so they messing with her and she just decided to take a break. When she wants to fight for it back, I'm pretty sure she can get it back. To those of y'all who don't want sons, thank you. I wish I lived in a world where there were less of us. At least 20-1. So Key himself, so you're a guy? Because I could never tell. You probably said it in one of my comment sections. I don't know, but so you are a guy. You do give Cynthia G vibes, bad boss bitch energy. Love yourself. Oh, well, thank you. That's a compliment because I think really highly of Cindy. I really do. I think very highly of her. To me, I consider her to be just this intellectual. Like, I can't assign that to everybody. Her, Princella, they're just intellectuals to me. So that's definitely a compliment for sure. Somebody said, I love and adore Princella. Yes. Who doesn't? She be going she be going off on y'all. Well, not us, I guess, the women, right? She be going off on some people, but some people deserve it. But she's a tough love. She's the tough love type. And she's gonna tell it to you like it is. And I mean, you can either handle it or you can't, right? But yeah, she was going in on somebody this morning. Well, I caught the playback. I was watching her this morning, so I was sitting back just thoroughly entertained. Remember the very first time I'll tell y'all what made me click and subscribe to Princella. I had seen a few of her clips on TikTok. I was like, she cool. She's like a cool chick. But they were just shorts. So I didn't pay attention. Didn't even know she was on YouTube because all of the clips that I saw of her was on TikTok. And I was scrolling on YouTube one day and I came across a video and it was like 3 hours and almost 4 hours long. I was like, God damn, that's a long video. So anyways, I clicked on it anyway because I was just laying here and I wasn't doing nothing. So I clicked on her video and she was like, blah, 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 whoop-de, whoop-de, blah, blah, blah. And men are incapable of love. And I was like, holy shit. Subscribe. I never clicked subscribe so fast in my life. The reason why that mattered to me so much was because I had never heard anybody else say that in all the years that I've been on this earth. Because I never used to say men are incapable of love. I never said it quite like that. But what I used to say was, do men even have feelings? Like, do men even care? Like, in my mind, I always knew that there was something wrong with them. And of all these years, I came across Princella at the end of 22. And I've been subscribed to her since. And I've watched her platform grow. I've watched her grow. Her message is very consistent. She's funny as hell. She had me dying laughing. Like, I literally be belly laughing at some of the stuff she said. So I adore her so much. And sometimes she says some stuff and I just be like, "Ooh, that hurt. Ouch." But, you can either handle the truth or you can't, you know? One thing I get sick of is the traditional conservative homemakers saying how great their life is. It's a fun. Listen, if you go to TikTok and you're gonna see a whole bunch of women doing that, but then you're gonna see a whole bunch of women exposing Bourbon Bougie on here on YouTube. She's on TikTok too. She does a lot of content on women who regret the whole traditional trad wife lifestyle because I may be finna say this wrong. It's called the trad wife to single mother pipeline or something like that. Something along those lines. Like, a lot of women stay home and whatever, and they depend on the man, and then sooner or later the man is gonna get bored of you. I say that on my channel all the time. Like, listen, these men are gonna get bored, and when they do, so your relationship, your marriage is only as solid as your partner's next decision. That's how I look at relationships. It's only as good and as solid as your man's next decision, or woman, but your man's next decision. So everything could be going wonderful today. And then tomorrow or next week, he might start flirting with Tina in accounting at his job, and it's a wrap. That's all it takes. And them wanting to take care of you and the kids is dependent upon if he's still attracted to you or not. That's really what that boils down to. And I've seen this happen to too many women throughout the years. And all these women get on there, especially on TikTok, like, you sound bitter. You sound like you're bitter. And I'm like, I'm not in your situation. What would I be bitter about exactly? But they like to play this fantasy world and pretend like everything is great. And I know most of them are bullshitting because I always pay attention to when they finally file for divorce or they get left by their husbands, they come out and they tell the host, they tell everything. So as far as I'm concerned, that whole trad wife homemaker crap, it's not to say that there are no women out there that are living that life and are actually happy and they're protected. But honestly, I think the women who really are happy, they're not posting that shit on social media. That's just my own personal opinion. The ones who they're too busy. They're too busy being a mother and being a loving wife and whatever. They ain't got time to post that shit on TikTok and Instagram. The ones who are doing it is doing it, in my opinion, as an aesthetic. These couple relationships, these couple pages, I'm telling you, they always end up getting a divorce or breaking up, or somebody got caught cheating with somebody or whatever, and it's just the same. So they do that, I think, just to get views. And I think sometimes things really, they do be good at first, and then they go to shit. So Celine, don't get pressured by that, or don't believe none of that. It's all just cap, as the young folks like to say. It's cap. That made me think of my little nephew. He always telling his mom something is cap, which I think is so funny. Let me see. I keep going up this far. Men have gotten more incompetent. I think they've been incompetent. I think they just were good at hiding it. I'm seeing a lot of single white women with mixed babies. Yep. Sinji used to talk about that a lot on her channel as well. The either the first or the second fastest growing group of single mothers are white women who have babies with black men. Yep. As a matter of fact, I think that they I think that they are probably beating us, black women. Probably. I don't know. Somebody said I heard Sanji getting big bag on Patreon at least. She deserves it. She deserves that and so much more. Seriously. But she Sanji is funny as hell too. Um I actually would be very interested in seeing Sanji and Princella like do a live. I think they were supposed to before Sanji left YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I saw that somewhere. But that would be so dope. Why do you think the pygmies don't get picked by men? Oh, I know exactly why they don't get picked. So you got to think about it. Men are childish. And this is just my own personal opinion. I call them childish for a multitude of reasons, but the main reason is they like a challenge. They want to play these games and they want you to be a challenge. Pick me's are mentally conquered already. They're already bragging about how better they are than the other women and blah 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 blah. So they're like, basically, pick me. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make you a sandwich. I'm gonna suck your dick from the back. I'm gonna do all these wonderful things. I'm gonna cook for you. If you want me to make you a sandwich at 2:00 in the morning, I'm gonna get up and do it. And I know how to cover myself up, and I know how to do it. So to the men, they're like, she ain't nothing exciting. Yeah, I'll smash whatever. I'll get her to make me a sandwich, whatever. But I ain't really tripping on her because she's mentally conquered already. Men like a challenge. So I noticed the reason why they come after women like me and Sanji and people like that is because we don't want them. And men typically want what they can't have. If you are a pick me, you're already advertising that you're essentially dumb for a man. You're dumb, right? You're going to be a doormat. And sometimes, in some cases, the men will marry a pick me, but they're not marrying them for the right reasons. I don't think any man really gets married for the right reasons in most cases, anyways. They're typically looking for a slave. They're looking for free labor. They know if they get a wife, this woman is going to do everything for me. That's why if you ask a man why he wants to get married, he's literally going to name a million different things that the woman is going to do for him. He's never hardly going to ever say what he's planning on doing for her. It's always, oh, I want a woman who does this and who dresses this way and who acts like this and blah, blah, blah. Because they really just want slaves. That's what this is. And I'm sorry to say that. And do I think that about every single man? No. I personally think that's true for 10% of men or less, the ones that actually want to marry women for the right reasons. The other 90 something percent, absolutely not. And we know this too, because look at how many women file for divorce and they typically have like the same top 5 reasons why they want to get divorced. Or you ask any woman the reason why she's filing for divorce, and it's going to be a top 5 reasons. And any woman from anywhere in the world, her reasons are going to be in that top 5. It's the same thing. He doesn't help. He stays out with his friends all day. I have to beg him to spend time with the family. He cheated. His finances is whatever. He left me when I held him down, and he left me for a younger. You know what I mean? It's always the same shit. That's why I always look at the fact that, you know, they don't marry women for the right reasons. They marry you for slavery. So whenever they marry a pick me, they're doing that because there was a woman on here a few months ago, and I will never forget. Her name was Guat Girl, and she left a comment on one of my videos. And she said that these men's wives are taxidermed. They're taxidermed. And so they taxiderm these wives, which means that they got a wife at home that's going to do whatever they want while they go out on the prowl and look for whatever they're really looking for. And that was so funny because I never heard anybody describe wives as being taxidermed. And for those of you who don't know what taxidermy is, it's when people like, let's say somebody's cat died or their birds died or whatever, and they want to keep it, they don't want to bury it, they'll stuff it. They'll like preserve it and stuff it and then like hang it on the wall or something, or put it in a position over on the couch. If it was a cat, and the cat used to like being laid out, they would get it taxidermed and stuffed and preserved in that same position. and like lay it on the couch, the cat's favorite couch before it died. It's very weird that people do this, but when she said that that is what a lot of wives are to these men is taxidermed, I literally lost my shit. When I tell you I laughed at that for weeks, every time I thought about it, I would just be riding down the street and I would think about it and start laughing. But that's typically what they want. I don't think most of these men have any intentions on ever being faithful when they say their marriage vows. I have seen men crying. I have seen them crying at the altar when their wives start walking. I mean, you will be like, wow, he really loves her. Nope, these men will be cheating 2 days later. They cheated the night before the wedding, right? There's some stuff going around TikTok now where these women are outing these bachelor guys in Vegas. What happens in Vegas don't stay in Vegas these days. What happens in Vegas ends up on TikTok and you get outed. And they're like, if your husband was here this day and blah, 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 he cheated on you. This is like the third one I've seen since last year. So that's becoming a trend now, I guess. I don't know. But most of these men they don't have any intentions on being faithful. They just know what to tell you as a woman. They know what you want to hear. They're not going to be, most of these men are not going to be. That's one of the main reasons why I don't want to get married, because I don't trust men enough. Mimi, I'm a little behind on these comments. I'm just yapping. Hey Mimi, what's up, girl? But yeah, that's the reason why I think pick-me's are not picked, because they're already mentally conquered and they're not a challenge. A lot of men are sociopathic and Dennis. And many of them want to be with men. I totally agree. Absolutely. And really they just want women to like fulfill this societal standard that they all have amongst each other. Tara Chantel. Oh, yes. I love her. Yes, I love her. Tara Chantel is literally like my spiritual twin in like every way possible. I forgot all about her. I love her so much. Y'all should follow her too. Tara Chantel. I think a lot of people here already know who Princella is, and Bourbon Bougie, Melanie Hamlet. Let me name some more people that I like and follow. Destiny. What's the other one? Jules. We know, y'all know who Senji is. As they come to me, Princella Boy, I think that's her name. They do a lot of good content. I love their channels. I tune in. What is her? Teresa Lee. She just posted something. She hadn't posted in a while, I don't think. And I commented on her stuff. I love her too. There's a lot. I miss some people, but there's a lot of them that I support. Somebody said, oh, well, why do the wives look so bad and unhealthy, but their husbands look good and healthy? Because he's draining her. Absolutely. That's exactly what's happening. And that's the reason. If I even just sit here and think about being in another relationship, I literally, all the energy just drains from my body. Like just thinking about it. Just thinking about it. Like I can't. Ooh, I can't do it, y'all. Like I just, oh my God. And my ex, my most recent ex that I broke up with, I actually went out to breakfast with him this morning. I texted him and I said, hey, you want to go to breakfast? And the reason why I did that was because he just lost his best friend and his cousin in the same car accident, I think Wednesday night. And they were like family to me. Me and this guy was together for 4 years. And everywhere this man was, those two guys were. And I know he's having a hard time with that. But he and our relationship wasn't terrible. I just got tired of being in a relationship. Like I just woke up one day and was like, I don't want to do this no more. Like, and he and I are so tight. We really were better off as friends. We should have never even tried to be together because it was just too many differences. We're both Scorpios, so I don't know. We just clashed. We got along so well on one hand, and then on the other hand, it was just like clashing. And he was from the army and stuff, and he just has this like stoic never show his emotions type of mindset. And, it just got to be kind of crazy. So I just think about those times when I really just wanted to come home and be by myself. And that's why I was like, when I get single again, I'm not getting no more relationships because I can't take it. Maria Davids. Somebody said Maria Davids. Yep. Sheila True Love. My mama. Okay, so for those of you who thought she was my mom for real, she's not. But she started calling me her social media daughter. And I thought that was so sweet. I have so much respect for her. And so I started calling myself her daughter. So my actual mom is deceased, and she's been deceased since 2005. But Sheila True Love is like I would love to go to New York and like have like brunch with her one day. I'm gonna have to hit her up and be like, hey, I'm coming to New York. Cause she's great. I love her. Let me see. I'm a little behind, but Adam said, yes, ma'am. It doesn't matter if they're married or not. They're always on the prowl for a new vagina. Only a fool would rely on a man for money. Absolutely. So I'm going to say this again. I've never met a faithful married man before, ever. There's only one guy I can think of that probably might have been faithful. I don't know, because you never know what men are doing when they're out of town and stuff. My uncle. He died. He was my uncle-in-law, my favorite auntie's husband. She died back in 2002 in a house fire. But her husband, I think probably, I don't know for sure. I was a kid. But that's the only man I can think of that was probably faithful. In all the years that I've been on this planet, I have not come across a faithful married man before. So when I think of all the reasons why I don't want to get married, that is the top reason. I'm like, I don't want to be a woman who's like, hey, my husband is so wonderful and he's so great, and you have no idea that he's cheating on you. Like, because I see this every single day. Women be thinking, the ones that brag the most, that what I've noticed, the ones who brag the most, their husbands are the most unfaithful. That's just what I've noticed. I'm just a messenger. When I say I haven't met a faithful married man before a day in my life, I mean that shit. And I also haven't met one that, like, if I decided to wake up one day and say, you know what, I'm finna go flirt with this guy, none of them are gonna say no. And that terrifies the shit out of me. I'm like, there's plenty of women out there who can have any man they want. I know there's other women out there like that too. So in my mind, I'm like, I don't trust men like that. So no, I'm good. I'd rather just stay single and not have to deal with that bullshit. Now, I'm gonna say this: 99.9% of me will never get married. I was saying on TikTok, if I ever got married, it would have to be certain circumstances where he's super rich, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He has to be a multimillionaire in the hundreds of millions or more. And he wants to marry me because his mom is dying. I've got this whole scenario out in my head. His mom is dying, and she wants to see her little boy, her baby boy, get married before she dies. And he needs a beard. I don't have to sleep with this man. I don't have to do nothing, but I got access to those funds, and we just need to be married before she croaks. Outside of that, I don't see myself getting married. That would be the perfect scenario. I can't think of anything better than that. If it ain't that, I'm probably never doing it. And I am dead serious. Okay, wait. Let me read this super chat. I don't know if y'all can see this or not. Can y'all see this? Okay, I don't know how to put this super chat on the screen yet because I'm new to this. But LM said, I love how you came on the scene and you spoke your mind and expressed what so many of us women have been thinking and questioning over the years. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. When I thought about doing YouTube, oh, here they are. Okay, now I know how to do it. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm way behind. I am so sorry, y'all. Okay, 88th Street, Yakima was playing. Okay, I saw that one. A black person tanning is like an ocean and taking a bath. I agree, but I don't know. I just like being in the sun. Let me say this. I don't care about if I get darker in the sun because I do get like a shade or so darker in the summertime. And I don't, it doesn't bother me. Some people try to stay out the sun because they don't want to get darker. I think the darker your skin, the more beautiful. That's just my own personal opinion. I'm just saying. I think darker skinned men and women age better. So I personally love my skin tone. I would not change it for anything. But if I had to change my skin tone, I would definitely want to be a shade or two darker. That's just me though. Most people would say they would be lighter for whatever reason. I don't know. Me personally, I don't care about getting darker. It doesn't bother me because I feel like the darker your skin, the more beautiful. But everybody's beautiful. Everybody's skin tones are beautiful. But thank you, Freedom Wife and LM. I finally got it on there. Thank y'all so much for those super chats. I think that's what they're called, right? All right, let me get down to some more of these comments. Celine said, what'd she say? I had Just Pearl too, but probably not the same reasons. I believe she targets the Black community because she saw an easy new black man would stand for her and the white girl. Did she get exposed though? Isn't her time up? I haven't really heard much from her. I don't know if y'all follow Abbott and Preach here on YouTube. If you don't, you should because they are freaking hilarious and I love them. But they have done quite a number of videos on Just Pearly Things, and they call her Just Pasty Things. That's not funny. But they call her Just Pasty Things or something like that on their channel, and they are fucking hilarious. The last time I think she got like played or something. The last time I heard, like a few months ago, she got exposed a while back. Her childhood best friend says she's fake and she doesn't really believe these things. The very first time I seen Just Pearly, I knew she was a grifter. I just didn't understand what she was trying to do. Like, I knew what she was trying to do, but I didn't know what her end game was. I'm like, what is she like? I knew her time was going to be up sooner or later. I'll just put it that way. Like, I knew someone was going to expose her for who she was. And she's very self-hating. To me, she's very self-hating. I don't know her in real life, obviously, and she's a little bit younger than me, but I just don't think she likes herself very much. And I think that's a lot of the things that she said about women pertain to her. So she was just very weird in that way. But I think her time is up, but I could be wrong. She probably still has a huge following, but like I said, I haven't seen anything from her. She said, I'll never open my legs to a black man. Okay, girl. I can't even be mad at you. Can't even be mad at you. I am turning 25 in April. Do you have any tips or advice navigating life? Oh, that's a big one. I think the first thing I would say is stay true to who you are and stop caring what people think. If you stop caring what people, because here's the thing, people are going to talk shit about you no matter what. Doesn't matter if you go left, if you go right, they're going to judge you for going left or going right. It doesn't matter. So you're better off just doing what you want to do and staying true to yourself no matter what. Don't let anybody rush you into marriage. Don't let anybody rush you into having kids. If you want to go to college, you go. Don't get on social media and hear people say, oh, college is just a scam and it's a waste of time. Like, don't listen to none of that. Do what feels right to you. And it's okay to ask people for advice if you want to do that. But if their advice doesn't really coincide with who you are, just, what they say, chew the meat and spit out the bones or whatever. Like, seriously. Because if you get caught up in what society wants from you or what your parents want for you or what some man wants for you and your friends and trying to keep up, you're going to get lost in the shuffle and you're going to end up making a whole bunch of mistakes. That's unnecessary. Well, we're all going to make mistakes in life, but you will end up making decisions that could alter your life for the worse. And sometimes you can bounce back from things, and sometimes people can't. And so I would just say, be who you are. Don't rush into nothing. Sit down with yourself every day, figure out what you want. Where do you see yourself at the age of 30? Where you see yourself at 35? And start like making goals. That's what I would tell you. 25 is a very tender age. I remember being 25 and I was just out here traveling and living my life in my 20s. I made sure I wasn't getting pregnant. I really wasn't falling in love with nobody for real, for real. You know, I was just traveling and living my life. And I would say, don't drift too much. You can drift a little bit, but don't drift too much. I would actually say get serious now. If you want to go to college, for an example, do it now in your 20s. Because by the time you hit 30, 35, 40, you will already be established in your career. If you can help it, pick a career in STEM. What is that? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics or something like that. Make sure you get a degree or some kind of career in something that is going to be lasting. Don't go to college and get a degree in liberal arts. I'm just using that for example. Not saying that people can't get have a career out of that, but I just find that when you are not really focused or specific with what you want to do, it's really hard to find a job after you graduate. And so I don't know if you're interested in college or not, but please, whatever you want to do with your life, start now, and do not allow anybody to derail you under any circumstances. Please, please don't. That's my advice. Don't compare yourself to other people's lives, because you don't know what people are going through. You don't know what people had to do to get to what they got, to get what they have. You don't know. So don't compare yourself. You have your own journey in life, your own lane. Focus on you. If you ain't got no kids, please don't have any. At least not right now, right? Wait until you get yourself established, because life gets a lot harder when there's kids involved. So I'm just saying, that's my advice to you and anybody else listening. Just stay true to yourself, please. Please, please. Males are temporary. It's best to keep your dealings with them light and transactional. Absolutely. Something my mom used to say to me, and my mom was very, very blunt. She used to say, a man can love you today and be gone to motherfucking tomorrow. That's how she said it. Exactly like that. And she said it all the time. They can love you today and be gone tomorrow. My mama started telling me that at a very, very young age, like before I was 10. So, and we had that same conversation many times up until she died when I was 19. I had just turned 20. In that October, she died that January of 2005. And my mom made a lot of mistakes as a mother, but she also did the very best she could. And, you know, when we get older, sometimes we start to realize a lot of the things that our parents taught us, they were just doing the best that they could, whether they were right or wrong. In most cases, there are some parents who are narcissistic and they don't care about their kids, but the vast majority of parents, I think they try to do their best. But my mom always said that, and I stuck with it. Always stuck with me. They're temporary as hell. I remember when Fergie came out with Fergalicious. I don't know if y'all remember that, but she was like, the boys come and go like seasons. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that line in Fergie's song? That's always stuck with me. They really do come and go like really. So I wouldn't get too caught up in them. Just like Priscilla says, most of them don't love for real anyway. They just pretend they know what to say to get you off your square. And oftentimes, once you get off your square, then they judge you for getting off your square, and then they don't want you anymore. So that's typically how that works. She woke me up to some autism stuff. I don't know who you're talking about. You're talking about Sinji or Princella. Easier said with Meg. I like that. I actually like that name. Easier said with Meg. I'm enjoying my singleness much more. Yes, yes, yes. I don't blame you. What do you think of Candace Owens? Oh, Candace Owens is, I have a love-hate relationship with Candace Owens. On one hand, I think she's super cute. She's brilliant. She's very intelligent. She's funny. And then on the other hand, she gets literally under my skin. Like she gets on them. I'm like, oh my God. It's hard to explain. I love her and then she irritates me at the same time. I don't know. She has this conservative sort of ideology about life. And it's kind of annoying because life is not one size fits all. It's never been and it never will be. And she has like these very black and white views. And I do too on certain stuff, but I do understand that everybody's different, right? But there's just some things that I don't know if she's pandering to the other folks or if she really believes these things. That's the part that I don't know. So she's a black woman. I'm typically gonna, for the most part, support black women almost no matter what. I'm saying that loosely. I would never want to see anything bad happen to her. I don't like what she said about child-free women. She was basically trying to make it seem like she was okay with women not choosing not to have kids, but then at the same time, she said it's selfish. And like, what are you going to do with your life? And some other crap she said. And I was like, bitch. So I support her. And then on the other hand, she gets on my nerves. So when it comes to Candace Owens, it just depends on how I feel that day. Honestly, like, I might rock with her one day and the next day I'm like, man, fuck that bitch. But I don't know. Generally speaking, she's cute and she's funny and she's very smart. I didn't know who she was until the pandemic. And she was going off on somebody in court and she was so professional and so matter of fact and so to the point. And I was like, whoa, who is this chick? And that's kind of what made me like her. And then I started liking her a little bit more over the years. And then she just started changing a little bit. I don't know. But that's just how I feel about her. She's iffy. Love-hate relationship, I guess, if you want to call it that. These men are so crazy that they make videos about how much they hate Cynthia G, but then the next sentence they say how much they want to have sex with her and date her. Men are weird like that. Y'all didn't know that? The more a man can't have you, the more he wants you. That's really what that boils down to. Because in their twisted minds, a lot of them, they think that their peens are like the answer to life. All she needed some good dick, or she need this or she need that. And then she somebody just need to tame her. They look at women that they can't have as a challenge. And that just, I don't want to be too inappropriate in the chat, but that gets their little peens erect to be around a woman or to interact with a woman or argue with a woman or whatever that is really out of their league, really don't stand a snowball's chance in hell with. They just become more attracted. It's weird. And even though they're not typically going to do right by anybody ever, they still just want you. It's just weird. That's why I don't pay men any attention, because I know it's just all fake performative. When I was on TikTok, they got mad at me because I said I don't care about a man's opinions or his compliments. I don't care about men's compliments at all. And for whatever reason, that just makes them want you more or something. I don't know. But I'm like, I don't care. The most genuine compliments come from women to me. And women and children. So at the end of the day, a guy can be like, damn, you fine. I'm like, thanks. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. And that makes them want me more. It's weird. But they want what they can't have. That's really what it boils down to. Favorite shows on Netflix. I like to watch a lot of rerun stuff. The other day I was looking for Friends again, because I think it was on there and they took it off and then I couldn't find it. And then I didn't want to pay for it. And so Friends, definitely. I like watching movies on there for the most part, but I like all the old stuff. I was just watching all like the John Wicks again. The Resident Evils, Dawn of the Dead. I like movies like that. I like action movies and I like zombie movies and stuff. I don't know. I watch everything, but that's just what I've been looking at lately. Just that type of stuff. I was actually just watching this right before I went live. That video is actually old. I think it came out like last year, or it might have been 22 or sometime in 23. But yeah, I saw that, and I don't know if it was real or not. It seemed real. It seemed like it was real, but you never know these days. But I absolutely was watching that literally like 5 minutes before I clicked on here. If that was real, she did the right thing. I mean, I don't know if she stayed with him after that. I'm not really sure, but I would have 10 years. I mean, she let him play in her face for 10 years and then she got mad. But I was just wondering why she was still with him, in the first place. That's what I want to know. Like, why were you still with this dude? KL fan BBB. She said, I remember the taxidermy comment. That was so funny. Wow, stuffed preserved wives. Yes. Okay, I'm a little slow, so I'm trying to catch up to the chat, but that is hilarious. Single women look way better than women in committed relationships. That's probably true. Man, it depends. We're definitely less stressed. I will say that. Married men are the most single. I saw that somewhere on TikTok and I was cracking up. That is so true. Ain't nobody out here more single than a married man. That is true. Uh-oh. Did I freeze up? Hold on. Let me see. Let me put this on. Yes, I love her. I love her. Okay, let me speed up a little bit. I'm behind a little bit. John Derek, that's what a good time. Who is John Derek? Oh, let's put John Derek on the screen. This old, I think. When did he say this? 802. He said, "You sound miserable. You're just going to die alone with a dog." Shout out to Kevin Samuels. He read you Modern Women like a book. And look how he died, though. Look how Kevin Samuels died. That was the most pathetic death you could ever even know. I can't even think of anything worse than that. And you know what? The thing I noticed about black dudes when Kevin Samuels died, they were pissed that we didn't give a fuck. Because I proudly proclaimed we don't give a fuck. They were like, you guys are celebrating his death. That's so fucking like nobody's celebrating his death. Some people did, but most women were not. We just didn't care. We literally did not care. He was a cancer to the black community. So at the end of the day, we don't care. And I think the main reason why a lot of black men got mad is because when a lot of y'all die, a lot of black women are going to feel the same way about y'all. And I think deep down y'all know that, and that's why y'all were so upset that we didn't care about Kevin Samuels' death. That's what I think. If you're still in the chat, Mr. John Derek, you can say I'm miserable all you want. That is perfectly fine. You're entitled to your opinion. But at the end of the day, I'm still not getting married and I'm still not having kids. So if you think that's misery, then fine. But say that to all the women out there who have kids and a husband and they're miserable and they're trying to get unmarried. We'll put it that way. Just say you don't qualify for a good man or something. Okay, I'll say that. Are you happy now? You feel better, Mr. Derek? What is a good man, anyways? Like I said, I meet decent men all the time. Not anybody I would ever be with, but most men, I don't give men access to me anyways, so it doesn't really matter. But you are upset. You look like your cat dry anyways. That's why you 30 plus and ain't got no man. Why are you so angry? What did anybody do to you? Y'all see this? Let me tell you something, sir. You got to do better than that. If that's all you got, I don't even know what to tell you because that's nothing. That means nothing to me. I just want to know why you so mad. That's what I want to know. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you, sir? That's what I want to know. Y'all love throwing that around. I want to know who hurt you because you sound very upset. She said, Derek Adams, no sane woman would be with you. Most races of men don't even want their daughters with you or any black man. Facts. You know what? What do y'all think about the racism? Because I wonder, and I know some white people don't like black people, period, no matter what. No matter what. We didn't do anything to them. They don't like us, and that's fine. But I always wonder, like, is the reason why a lot of races don't like, the reason why that they don't like black men in particular, is because they see what y'all are and they don't want their daughters with you. You guys were willing to like sell your own women out and you run away from your responsibilities and stuff. I wonder, is that really where the real race, the hatred and racism comes from? I wonder that. As I get older, I'm like, I wonder, is that where it comes from? What do y'all think? I really want to know this. Yeah, this guy is pissed. I'm still seeing comments. He might have left now. Hopefully he left. He's a weirdo. Y'all be coming in people's comment sections mad. Do y'all know I see so much stuff on social media on a daily basis and I don't take the time to like comment on this stuff because who gives a shit, right? Mika D said, living in Oakland right now. Hold on. 88th Street. I was 79th. Listen. She said, I remember Maxwell's. Yes. Maxwell's was the spot, okay? I was in my mid-20s. That was my spot. I was in there. We was in there like probably every Friday and or Saturday. I'm not even joking. Me and my two friends. At least once a week we was in there. For sure. Hold on. Adam said John Derek will still email you. Of course he would. They're always, they always do that. They'll talk shit and then it makes their dicks hard. They just want you more. It's weird. Because these guys will talk all this shit. And I'm like, if I was to say, if I called you right now and said, I'm going to throw this ass in 3 circles, you are not turning that down, sir. So stop it. Just fucking stop it. Seriously. You in grandma's house. What is that? Who is this? What does that mean? You in grandma's house. What does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? Does he think I'm in my grandma's house? Is that what he said? He or she? I'm not in my grandma's. I'm in my house and I live alone. My grandma died years ago. Both of them did. He's in his feelings. A lack of control is killing him. Yeah, what the hell? I want to know what you're talking about. Reigns control. What the hell is that? What does that even mean? Yes, I totally agree. What else do y'all want to know? What else y'all want to talk about? Loyalty is earned, absolutely. With what you said about cheating. What did I say about cheating? What are you talking about? That most men cheat? That none of them have the self-discipline to be loyal? What about it? Y'all got any questions for me? I've been on here for what, hour and 25. Y'all got questions? Anything y'all want to talk about? Let me go back and okay, I'm just now seeing this. Brianna said, you hit the nail on the head. I agree that racism is partially to do with them understanding the degeneracy of Black men and don't want any parts. I really wonder that. Because I always wonder, like, what made them hate Black people so much? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, where did that come from? That's gotta be it. I can't think of anything else. Have I ever been catfished? Are you talking to me? No. No. I did a video on TikTok saying that I think dating is for the desperate people. Online dating is for desperate people, and people felt some kind of way about that. And they were like, "No, it's the same. If you can meet somebody in person and get the same results." And I'm like, "Well, at least you can't really be catfished for real if you meet them in person." Have I ever gone skinny dipping? Absolutely. I've skinny dipped more times than I can count, actually. I kind of miss doing that type of stuff, actually. I kind of want to go back to it. I just think Celine said, I think a lot of white women who have children with Black men are ghetto. Nothing wrong with the child because they didn't ask to be here, but the white women who have mixed kids are. Ooh. Cynthia G said it. It's kind of true. The one thing I noticed about white women with Black men is, yes, you're right. They're usually ratchet, and they are usually the types of women that their men don't want, like white men don't want. I have noticed that. Cindy talked a lot about this on our channel with the Who They Really Choose series. That shit used to be so funny. But I noticed even in real life when I'm like at Walmart or somewhere just out, the types of women that Black men are with are usually just plain Janes. You know, whenever I think of women who are like white women who are like really drop dead gorgeous, the only way a Black dude can get those types of women, in my opinion, is if they got money. So they're some kind of an athlete or rapper or something like that. But and those women typically are in it for the money, in my opinion. They probably want to get their mixed kids out of it too, maybe. But you are absolutely correct. She said, "Ask Celine, yes, ma'am." That's why there's the phrase, once you go Black, you don't go back, because white men know there's something wrong with that kind of white woman anyways. Yeah, I think once you go Black, you can't go back, right? I think that's what it is. You can't go back. Especially, you may have a shot is if you don't have kids with a Black dude. You may have a chance. But once you have kids with a Black dude, too many white men I notice are typically not gonna want to have anything to do with you, for real. And if they do, it's certain types of Black men. I mean, certain types of white men that are kind of like not high value. I hate using that word or that phrase, but kind of like the Pete Davidsons, right? And I like Pete Davidson, so no shade to Pete Davidson, but men like that will get with Kim Kardashian after she's been, as they like to call, ran through. I don't like using that phrase to describe women, by the way. But a lot of people consider her to be like ran through by Black men, and no high class white guy is gonna want Kim Kardashian. I'm just using her as an example. But certain types of white dudes would get back with you, but for the most part, not the ones you probably want. Me either. I think it has something to do with just having the best of both worlds, I guess. I don't know. There's something um magical or something. I don't know if that's the right word about being both races, even though both races have been at odds with one another forever. Being a product of that, I don't know, mixed kids just have a certain look too. A lot of the times, their skin, their hair texture, is kind of different. It's nothing like the white side completely, or nothing like the black side completely. It's a mixture. So I guess it's like exotic or something. I think that's probably what it is. The best of both worlds. The angry biracial, yes. I love him. I hate his song. I don't know who sings that song, but his voice is so annoying. So, don't tell him I said that. He's probably gonna see it one day. But I love him. I hate that song. Oh my god, I hate that song so bad. Usually I just kind of skip ahead and just, you know. Am I the only one? But he seems like a really interesting guy, and I like his content a lot actually. I don't watch it all the time, but when I do, I'm always it's very he's a very interesting man. You know, he just seems very aware of what's going on, and I like that. I like when men are aware of stuff. Could it be the way black men sell us out? They'll say we're not their women. Say we're no good. What makes black men better? They watch how black men don't protect, take care of their families most of the time. Yeah, I agree with that, blessed one. Because it's like, I mean, who men are so big about respect when it comes to other men, and if you're watching a man like run away from their kids, do their women wrong, and all, like, how can you respect that as a man? Like, there's no way. Um, Other races, especially when they're known for, generally speaking, not saying there are no deadbeat white guys, because there are, but just generally speaking, they know that that's their responsibility. I was just watching something. I don't know who, I forgot who posted this, but there was a video of there were these what's his name? Killer Mike was doing an interview or something with some guy that's in the running to be the president or whoever he is. I don't even know this man. But he was like, "What are y'all going to do? What are you going to do for a men paying child support or something?" And basically, if I remember correctly, he said something along the lines of it should be incentivized for men. Y'all should basically incentivize men to get them to pay their child support. Or I could have that wrong. It was something like that. And the white guy was just looking like, what? Like, wait, I pay child support, but that's what we're supposed to do. These are your kids. And it was so embarrassing to watch. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. It was so embarrassing. These black dudes was really like arguing about child support. Most of them don't even pay child support. And then when you do, it's like, what, $20 a week? And then y'all get on social media and claim that a woman is going to Turks and Caicos with $20 a week. Like, what? That's barely gas money. I don't know if y'all seen that, but listen. That white man was looking at him like, are you fucking serious? Right? That was so embarrassing, by the way. Just absolutely embarrassing. I'm glad I'm fully black because I have 2 biracial nieces, and my brother chose to sleep with a woman who hates black people. So weird. A lot of those women get with black guys because the other men don't want them, and a lot of them are male identified, so they have to find some man, any man that wants me. So they pick black men because black men are considered beneath them when it comes to the hierarchy in society, so they can have power over them. Too many white women have come out and admitted this. It's very obvious the only reason why these white women will get with them. They're desperate for male validation because their men don't want them, and they can come over and sleep with the black man and have his babies and all of that and really can't stand you. I don't know how they're able to do that, but they do it all the time. It's weird. I definitely wouldn't want to have a baby by anybody that I didn't like or I thought I was better than or whatever. That's just weird to me. Let's not forget the white men who hang too closely with black men and try to copy their behavior. Yeah. Drake. Drake comes to mind when I think of that. It varies. Some hoes over here are tripping. What are you talking about? Your comments are just coming out of nowhere. Is it just me? Am I missing his comments? Because I'm lost. Because he's just saying the most random stuff, and I'm like not understanding where it's coming from. Guys, these guys are just nuts. Assuming that's a man, I think it is, but I don't know. I thought about this too, Brandy. I wonder what his motive is. Men rarely publicly call each other out. To be honest, what I think it could be, I don't know this man. Okay. He seems cool, whatever. I think because he's biracial, he's frustrated, just like pretty much every biracial person is on the planet. If you're biracial and you're black and white in particular, particularly with a black father, a lot of the adult children of biracial, of black fathers and white mothers, typically male or female, are typically confused and have like frustration and anger around the fact that they are mixed with the two races that have had that's been at odds with each other. It's like they can't, you're not black enough for the black people and you're not white for the white people. You're not white. You're always going to be seen as the N-word to your own white mother. I didn't know how prevalent that was until TikTok, because that's all TikTok is a bunch of biracial people coming out talking about how they can't stand being on both sides. So I think he probably has a disdain for his black dad. If he has a black dad, I don't know if he does or not. I can't remember. I'm assuming he does, because that's usually the case. And his disdain is pouring over to what he sees with other black men, and he doesn't mind calling it out. I don't know if that's coming from a healthy place or an unhealthy place. I really don't know, but I just think that that's probably where that comes from. It's easy to, if you don't like your dad, to call out the race of the men that are like your dad that you don't like. That's how I see it. But I don't know if if it's a bad motive or if it's just therapy for him to talk about this stuff. I don't know. I really don't know. I say that I saw it and it was embarrassing. And the guy writing a book about how he avoided paying child support. That is so pathetic. Oh, listen, as a black woman, I am so ashamed to say this. Y'all finna get mad at me. I totally understand why other races don't like black men. I get it. That is the most embarrassing shit. I get it. Y'all can hate me later, but it makes sense that other races don't like black men. I'm sorry to say that. Oh, God. And I know all black men are not like this. The vast majority of them are. And the high 90 percentile to me are, right? Maybe the mid 90 percentile. Oh my God. You wrote a book avoiding paying child support. Like, what? That reminds me of Tyrese. Tyrese crying about paying child support. Like, what the? They don't even realize how dumb they look. I understand why a lot of people don't like them. I'll just put it that way. And yet, they're acting like that child support is just millions of dollars. It's not. Like, dude, $50 a month. Oh my God. Do you think that black men will ever come to a reckoning? If so, what does it look like to you? Honestly, no, I don't. No. I think the only way that'll happen is if most of them are if Mother Nature found a way to erase a big chunk of them. I'll just put it that way. I'm sorry to say that. And Mother Nature would have to be very selective in the ones that are erased, and keep the decent ones. Keep the decent ones here. Keep the decent ones and get rid of the trash, basically. There's really no other way. they don't want to get help. They can't lean on each other. Most of them are not emotionally intelligent. They don't share their feelings. They don't have them. They don't share them. They don't care about them, whatever. I mean, if you don't first recognize that there's a problem, how are you ever going to fix it? And they're always blaming us for everything. So you can't change something that you don't acknowledge. So for that reason alone, I'm going to say most Black men are not going to overcome, in my opinion. Black women could. There's a lot of Black women who are lost causes too, and I hate to say that, but it just is what it is. But Black men for sure, like a very big chunk of them will have to be erased. And keep the ones that believe in taking care of their kids, keep the ones that believe in protecting their women. It's just so very few of them. I don't know where they're hiding, but that's what would have to happen. I don't see any other way. And one of the ways to erase them is to do what Sinji and Princella have been talking about, which is thinning the herd, right? When you find out that you're having a boy, think long and hard about what to do about that. I'm not going to tell you. I can't tell you what to do. Personally, on my channel, and a lot of women in this space like to dance around abortion. They don't want to offend people. I personally don't give a shit. I believe in abortion. I advocate for it. I've had friends in the past that I have talked into getting abortions because their situations was literally fucked. And I was like, they came to me and asked me what I thought. I told them. And they, next thing you know, two of them, I went with them to the abortion clinic as moral support. And we were cussed out by some white guys with some picket signs. And I went over there and talked to one before. And I was like, I said, sir, what do you think standing outside this clinic is going to do with these signs? Abortion is murder. What do you think that's going to do? It takes a lot of gall for a woman to make this decision. If she's walking into the clinic, chances are her mind is pretty much made up about this. So you're wasting your time. I literally told that to him. He seemed like a really nice guy because at first I thought he was an asshole. But when I started talking to him, he just seemed like one of those like really lost in Christianity type of dudes. He was a white guy. He wasn't very old. He was probably like in his 30s. He might have been in his late 20s, early 30s or something. But I was like, this isn't gonna change anything. Like, and like, why do y'all? I'm not afraid to talk about this. I advocate for abortion, literally, and I always will. There's nothing anybody will ever be able to say to me that's going to change my mind about that. Nothing. There's nothing you can do. But as far as them coming to a reckoning, that's the only way that that's going to change is if Black women stop having them, and if the ones who are here were suddenly just erased. And I'm talking about the ones who are losers, because I know all of them are not losers, but there's so many of them that are that, and we know it's the majority because they love to say it's not the majority. Yes, it is. Do y'all really think the Black community would look like this if it wasn't the majority? If you really think about it, like, look at what's going on in the community. Look at how destitute we are as a group. If it was really not that many Black men that were trash, the community would look way better than what it does. I mean, I think that's common sense. I'm just saying. Brianna said, angry biracial said his father raped, abused, and drugged his white mother. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. He has had firsthand experience with the dust. Wow. I had no idea. I'm glad more biracial people are claiming their identity. I'm sick of biracial being looped. Oh, I totally agree with that. Anytime somebody that's biracial claim to be Black, I'll be like, no, I don't argue with people about that, but I do kind of put my 2 cents in. Like, nah, you're biracial. Like, and I think biracial people deserve their own space. I really do. It's not fair to them. Like, I can understand their issues. Like, you literally are both races of two uh you're a mixture of both the two races that hate each other, which I don't think black people hate white people. I think there are some that do, but overall, generally speaking, we don't hate white people. Like, a lot of black people just don't trust them, and we know kind of like not to for some degree. I haven't had too many horrible experiences with white people. I really haven't. I don't know why. When I think of the compliments I get on a regular basis, the vast majority of compliments I get come from white women. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's fake. I don't know if it's genuine. But if I had to put a label, like put it in the hierarchy of the compliments I get, literally, it's white women, white men, black women. That's literally. I don't know what that's all about, by the way. So I don't hate white people, but there's a lot of horrible things that they've done, and I can only imagine being part white and part black. Like, that's got to be, especially if you have a white mother, and the white mother is one of those women that don't really care to teach you anything about your own culture. She really can't because she's white. But at the same time, there are some white women who reached out to black women that they probably work with and try to find ways to connect with their kid. I think it's a little too late when you do that, but some of them try. There's a lot of them apparently that don't. And I could not imagine having a white mother that's not interested in my blackness. That's got to be really, really, really hard. So, I mean, he said his mom is Arab and his dad is black. I mean, I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but it's kind of the same thing to me. I think the angry biracial makes videos to cope with what his black did to his mom. Probably. Everybody has something. Everybody has their own ways of coping with stuff. You know, if that's his outlet and his therapy, great. Because I think he does great videos. I like his videos. So I mean, hey, if that's what he has to do to get through what he's going through or to cope with it or whatever, I believe that's probably true. Actually. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. He was pimped out as a child by his parents, abandoned by his black father, so he doesn't want others facing what he did. Oh my God. By both of them? Or just his dad? That's terrible. Oh, he pimped his mother out and got her hooked on drugs. Okay. That's tough. Celine said people act like child support is 20K a month. You know what? They really do. And they act like that because they're looking at celebrities and what celebrities are going through. Like, you will never touch that kind of money ever in your life, sir. What are you worried about? Oh goodness. Um, he did a video. 65K women having rape births. Yikes. He states his mom is white in that one video. Some black consider non-blacks white. Yikes, that is terrible. Brandy said they'll do anything but wear a condom. Girl, you ain't never lied. Oh, you ain't never lied. Mm-mm-mm. I'm not understanding the outcry of child support. Like, you had. That's what I'll be. Listen, I ain't trying to make no excuses for black men or any man who doesn't want to pay their child support. I promise you, I'm not making excuses. But there's a part of me that wonders if some of them are slow. Like, if it's like a biological. And I'm not making fun of anybody who has kids that are slow or anything. I promise you, I'm not. But there has to be something wrong with you to not care where your sperm goes but then complain about where your sperm went. Like you're like, here, divvying it out to whoever, and then it's like, well, I'm careless, I don't give a damn where it goes, and then now it's coming back to you, and now you have to pay child support, and now you're like mad at the world. Some of these men have unalived their baby mamas or soon to be baby mamas because they didn't want to pay child support or they didn't want her having that baby, whatever. Like, then you just, all you had to do was put a condom on. Like, I don't get, I've never understood. Like, I think something's wrong with some of these men. Like, what? No one is paying thousands in child support unless they are a multimillionaire. Let's be honest. A lot of black men are broke. That's why they only need to pay $20 a month. Facts. They killed me with that shit. Arab, but white Arab. But I knew, I heard about the ring. Yeah, listen. Here we go with these random ass comments again. What are you talking about? I think he's getting a kick out of being random. I think he's behind the screen just laughing because he knows he's just being stupid. No, somebody just said that. Wow. Wow. Somebody just, Brianna said, you're just being stupid for some attention. Literally. No, I literally just said that. Yeah, that's the only way he's going to get some attention. I think it's funny, though. He's not bothering me, really. I just think he's funny. Globally, men are hazardous for women. Black men are worse because, yep, I agree. I agree 100%. Well, I just say if you want to thin the herd, just stay away from black men. I don't think it matters if you have a black son, a white son, a Chinese son. I don't think it matters. Men are men to me. Some of them are raised differently with different beliefs, but they're still men. So you're still having a son, in my opinion, you're just adding to patriarchy. That's my personal opinion. Because no matter what you do as a mother, especially a black mother, your sons are typically going to go their own way sooner or later. I mean, the one thing that black women in particular don't understand is that the reason why black women don't do that good of a job as mothers raising black sons, and the vast majority of you don't, it's not your fault though. Like, you're not equipped to take care of a son. You're not supposed to be taking care of sons by yourself. Literally, you're not. So it's crazy how black men will blame you and say, "Oh, he's like that because he comes from a single mother home." Okay, well, why is she a single mother? You left 9 times out of 10, right? She's doing a job that she doesn't have the qualifications to do, literally. And a lot of black women think they can love their sons hard enough and send them to church and do all these things. And listen, I remember, and I brought this up on TikTok. I remember there were songs back when rap was really rap, because it ain't rap no more. But back when it was rap, when I was growing up, I'm an 80s baby. So the 80s, the 90s, they used to rap about how their mom used to be sitting in front of the crucifix and praying to God or the Virgin Mary or whoever that their sons go down the right path. And these men knew that their mothers were crying out for them. And they're like, my mama didn't raise me this way, but the streets was calling me, right? A lot of them, these mothers do the best they can, but these sons are still typically going to still do what they want to do. And as long as black women have this optimism where they're going to be the exception to the rule, this bullshit will continue. It's never going to end. The way that you stop this is you have to like thin the herd. As Cynthia G always said a million times. But black women want to think that they're going to be you're not going to be the exception 9 times out of 10. I'm sorry, but you're just not. There's going to be a few women that's the exception, but the vast majority, no. Your sons are going to be a part of patriarchy at the end of the day. They're going to follow the system that benefits them. Just like there are white women that want to stand in solidarity with black women. They really do. Some of them really do. But they're not willing to do that at the expense of losing their own privilege either. So it's going to be the same thing with y'all sons. You may raise them the right way and to do the right thing, but when they get out here and they think that patriarchy benefits them, they're going to follow patriarchy. So, I mean, I don't think it's that hard to. We've been dealing with this for hundreds of years. So, like, it's the same thing. I don't know why no one is seeing this. Hey, sister, how would you recommend um, I deal with white men who view me as exotic because of my appearance? That characterization. Don't deal with those men. Um, to some degree, I think most white men are going to see black women as exotic. I think the key is how they act and if they say it out loud, if that makes sense. If they're making that known, I would stay away from them. The white guy that I dated, we were together for almost 4 years. He was rich, very successful guy. And he just liked black women. I don't know. I asked him one time, I said, why? I said, what made you start dating black women? He said when he was in college, he went to the University of Memphis. He said when he went to college, he never thought he had a chance with black women, so he never tried to approach one or anything. But he played football, and he was like, black girls would just come up to him and be like, "Oh, can we touch your muscles?" And he was like, "That's how it started." And he said he was so blown away, like, "Wow, maybe I do got a shot after all," because some black girls were flirting with him. And he said that's how he started dating black women. I was like, "Really?" He was like, "Yeah, I was shy. I just didn't. I never thought, you know." And if his attraction, if their attraction to you is genuine, like, and you can tell because they'll, if it's not, they'll keep saying stuff like, "Oh, you're black skin," or "you're ebony skin." They'll just say little things that'll make you uncomfortable. You'll know. It'll feel uncomfortable. And that's how you're going to know. If what they say doesn't make you uncomfortable and you're like, they're not really focusing on your skin tone and all that stuff and they just like you, I think that's fine to date men like that. But if they're just always harping on how exotic you look and your hair, and it's just always this thing, and it's a little bit more than just normal compliments, then I would stay away from them because you probably are just a fetish to them. But there are some white men who just love black women. And if you notice, the ones who really truly like black women for real, they like us with the characteristics and features that black men hate. The darker skin, the kinky 4C hair, blah blah blah. So um I get a lot of attention from white men just because I'm natural and I'm tall and I'm slender, right? And I'm friendly. I'm a very friendly person. So some of them, yes, it's a fetish. For others, they just really, some of them just really like black women. I think if they're making you uncomfortable, then those are the ones I would stay away from. If you just get the ick, if you just feel this like icky, type of feeling when you're with them, I think that's how you would know. You just follow your gut. Okay, how did I get way back up here again? Hold on. Mm, okay, here we go. Women, so she said, women need to have a healthy selection of men to choose from. Women set themselves up and their children for failure, up for failure by choosing trash. How do you do that when so many of them are trash though? Like, how do you do that? I think women are better off by themselves, but I know a lot of y'all don't want to think of that and you don't want to believe that and you don't want to do that. I don't know what to tell you because I think that your best bet is to be single and not worry about these men. But I know a lot of you guys don't think you have a purpose in life. I'm not saying you in particular, but a lot of women don't think they have a purpose in life if they don't have a man. So I don't really know what to say about that. You can, yes, they're choosing trash men because there are so many trash men. There's all these women all over the world are having the same complaints. Like that's because the supply of men are is just not good anywhere. That's why we're all complaining about the same stuff. Kayleen said, I promote tubal ligations and abort. Absolutely. 100% over here on this channel, for sure. Mm. Oh God, I gotta put this on the screen. Marquise. So you changed your name? That wasn't his name at first, was it? Am I tripping? Wasn't it something else? Wasn't it like, what the hell was his name at first? You can stay single. We're getting our passports and dealing with more feminine traditional women overseas anyway. From what I hear, y'all getting murked over there. They're murking y'all. And the funniest part about that is no one's going to like go to Colombia or wherever and what do you call it? View your bodies when they find you in some ravine or some ditch somewhere. Like nobody's even like coming over to like claim your bodies. I could tell you care more about a career than being a wife. I'm masculine as fuck, sir. Listen, if I have to choose between a career and being a wife, I'm choosing a career. If I had to choose between jumping off a cliff and being a wife, I'm jumping off a cliff. Yes, I'm masculine as fuck. I don't know what you want me to say. That yep, you're right. I wish the hell y'all getting marked over there. Good luck. And please don't let the recent events of y'all getting taken out by those men over there. Don't let that stop you from getting y'all's passports. Don't let it stop you. We support you 100%. Goodbye. I don't know what you thought I was supposed to say about that, but oh my goodness. Um, I'm in a majority white town. I've had a majority good experience with that. That's good, Celine. I can, you know what? I think I can tell that just by you being here, because I don't know. I got a good vibe from you. I really did. And I've had good experiences as well. I'm trying to catch up with these. I've been on here for 2 hours. Dang, y'all. Okay. What she said, Marquise, no one is giving your felon ass a passport. No one believes you. I really don't either. I'm sure he probably can't get a passport. But I just engage with them about this passport business just for shits and giggles because I know a lot of them ain't going nowhere. Can you even afford to buy a passport? You probably can't. You're the same one complaining about $20 a month in child support. So passport costs several $100s. I doubt you can come up with several $100. You can't even come up with $20 in child support. So yeah, that's kind of funny. Let's see. Marquis, wait, what'd you say? You are not packing fast enough. Facts. Okay. I used to deal with you boss lady career type chicks. No future with women who don't care about family. Good. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be chasing pick me women who care about family and being a wife and a dummy and whatever else? There's so many types of women out there. You could be like chasing them. I don't even know why you're here. You're just being weird right now. Um, I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to catch up with these comments. So true. White people have helped me get good jobs and just freely gave me unsolicited financial and investment advice. Same here. That has helped me. So my experience overall hasn't been bad either. Yeah, I mean, I think when you are a certain way and you just have a certain personality, they don't feel threatened by you. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. I don't know. But same here. Markeith is definitely a troll, but his comments are making me laugh. So I guess you know. Like some women just want divorce. Yeah, they don't realize that. Women just want to get a divorce and go their own way. And the guys just don't get it. I don't even, to be honest, this whole no fault divorce thing they're trying to roll back. I think if you still if they pass that law, and from what I understand, I could be wrong about this, but from what I understand, because I honestly can admit I didn't read too much into this, But from what I think it is, the no fault divorce would like really make it difficult for women, and I guess women in particular, to file for divorce or something. If they pass that law, any woman who still wants to get married, you're a fool. I'm sorry. If you still want to get married after that shit, because once a man knows you can't go anywhere, that those ass beatings are gonna start. If they haven't already, they're gonna dog you. Many of them are doing this already, but just imagine if the law is passed that you can't really file for divorce without them agreeing to it. Y'all are gonna get dogged so bad in the worst way. I wouldn't even feel sorry for a woman who got married after that if they passed that law. You asking for it at that point. I'm sorry to say it. Blessed one said he likes you. He's getting entertained. Okay, let me scroll down here. Let me try to catch up a little bit. That's a good idea, Brianna Goodwin. I should put masculine as well. That's a good idea. I probably might do that. I was actually thinking about opening up a little t-shirt and hat little thing too here on YouTube. That's a good slogan. I think I will do that. Thank you for that. Masculine. Listen, I would wear the hell out of that t-shirt and a hat or whatever. I sure would. I'll carry my little mug got a J on it, but I'll get mugs that says masculine is fine. I absolutely will. Now that would be funny. Let's see. Remember that? Okay, hold on. Wait a sec. Remember that passport bro who got stuck in Dominican Republic because he couldn't afford a $200 ticket? Yes, I remember. He went to his YouTube channel and was begging for people to help him or something. How do you deal with being alone when you're not at your best and need support? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Brittany Monet? Being alone in what way? Like choosing to be alone or being alone when you don't want to be? You're not at your best and need support. Yeah. Can you elaborate on that? Let me see. The right white people can help you get to high places and make good money. I totally agree with that. I really do. Somebody said they view women as incubators. Listen, I ain't finna incubate, be no incubator for nobody. Baby factory. Did somebody in the conversation say baby factory? Yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite one right there. They just want women to be baby factories and that's it. No, thank you. Where are the wait, hold on, wait. Oh man. He said, be honest, y'all know women entertain trash men knowing they are trash just to have something to complain about. I don't know. Are there some women who do that? Yes, I do think that there are women who do that, but to be honest, I think those women don't know any better. If you know better, you do better. So I feel like those women don't know how to pick because they didn't have dads to teach them how to pick. I mean, I think it's really that simple. What they're basing what their ideas of manhood on can come from so many different places. There are women who do that. I mean, but I just think they don't know any better. I really do. Mental health level up said, where are the flight plans for the passport bros? Get on the plane. Man, listen. If we could just get them to go and like never come back, I would be so happy. I mean, if 70% of customers return an item you ask, what's wrong with the item? So women filing 70% of the divorces should say something is wrong. They don't even have to say anything. They don't have to say nothing. Happily married women don't file for divorce. If you're filing for divorce, you're not happy. That's what that means. Why would you file for divorce? if you are happy. My skin is super oily, so um if you're happy, file for divorce for what? When these women file for divorce, or they're and then they get on TikTok or whatever, come to work or the beauty salon, whatever, and they complain about their lives. Happily married women aren't doing that. Them filing for divorce speaks volumes. They literally don't even have to say anything. We already know what that means, in my opinion. I said the same thing, mental health level up. I'm excited to see how much more. I said the same thing. Listen, the crime rates will go down, the essays will go down, the amount of children being touched will go down, right? Women would be able to just walk the neighborhoods with their kids or their friends without being harassed, right? It's a win-win. I want these guys to go. They really want us to be mad. Like, we're gonna go bye. Why are you still here? I even did a video. I don't know if some of you seen my Dusty video with the Dusty Passport Bros or whatever. Looks, I'll start a fund to help y'all get the hell out of here. Literally. We want you gone. I don't know why y'all haven't left yet. Like, I really don't know. Wait, what'd she say? Masculine as fuck on a t-shirt will bring harm to women if a lame ass Markeith is in his feelings. I think promotion is dangerous. That could be true. But I would wear that shirt in a heartbeat. I know I would. I know every woman can't handle stuff like that, but I would wear it in a heart. I wouldn't be scared to wear it because that's just how I am. Masculine as fuck. Like, it's crazy that you can wear something like that and somebody would want to attack you. Like, if you're calling me masculine and then I agree with you, why do you want to attack me? I agree, you're right, I'm masculine. I'm telling you you're right for the first time. So, like, what's the issue with that? In a lot of Baptist churches, they expect you as a woman to have 13. That's one of the reasons why I left religion. I left religion, by the way, for those of you who didn't know. I'm not religious at all. Um, I grew up in the church. I grew up Christian. I questioned all that shit by the time I was a teenager, and I was done with it before I hit my 20s. I'm not having that many kids. Sorry. I'm not having any, but I definitely wouldn't. 13, 12, 8, what the fuck ever. A lot of people in my family um have a lot of kids like that too. Like, high numbers like that. Couldn't be me. Blessed One said, why is it not clicking? Okay, this thing tripping now. Oh, did she delete it? Oh, she said, how tall are you, if you don't mind? I'm 5'11" and slender, white people. I'm exactly like you. I'm 5'11" and slender. Definitely. Um, White people like me better. Yep, same here. I think that has a lot to do with the amount of attention I get from white guys too. I don't know what it is. A lot of white guys just love me. I ain't gonna say love me for real, but they really like me for whatever reason. Maybe I'm a fetish. I don't know. Whatever. But they like what they see. Yeah, he did that, and that girl turned around and died. I thought that was horrible. I still can't believe that she died. By the way, oh, that really bothered me. But guys are just, a lot of them are just pieces of shit. That one lady must have left because I wanted her to elaborate on her question, but I don't see it. Oh wait, Oh wait, there it is. Hold on, I gotta scroll down some more. Um, okay, she said religion is the worst, especially Islam. Get out of the. Ooh, listen. When I was on TikTok, I said, listen, I'm not gonna walk around covering my face. I'm not wearing sheets. I don't know what it's called, but sheets. They look like sheets to me. I ain't wearing none of that shit. I ain't covering my face. I think I'm too cute to cover my face. Sorry, but I just do. Like, nope. Those religions are very oppressive of women. And I don't even understand how women still follow this stuff. Like, why are y'all following this? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, Brittany said, alone as in choosing to live life without a companion. I'm unmarried, no kids, and live alone. Lived alone all my adult life. I often wonder when I'm not as strong or independent, how would I cope? So you've chosen to be by yourself. You don't want to get married. You don't want to have kids, right? If I'm correct. And you often wonder when you're not as strong or independent, how would you cope? Do you mean physically strong and independent, or do you mean mentally? I'm sorry that I keep having you. I'm sorry. I just want you to be specific. Because if you're choosing this life, um, it sounds like you're strong already. You have to have a sense of courage to choose to go against the grain already, right? Women like us, we already have a certain strength about ourselves that we're choosing to say what society says I'm supposed to do. That doesn't jive with me. I don't care about that. Y'all can call me whatever name in the book. I'm still not doing it. So I think there's a strength in that already just by choosing that. You're a lot stronger than what you think you are, if that's what you're talking about. Um, if you're talking about physically, I mean, you just have to start planning for your retirement and planning for who's going to take care of you. Cuz it's not even if you have kids, your kids are most likely not going to be there. I don't know where people get this from. As somebody who worked in healthcare for almost 20 years, I'm going to tell you the loneliest people in nursing homes have kids. And the vast majority of them have a bunch of kids, like multiple children, four and above. You know what I mean? 3 and above. So you just have to start planning for your having money to like pay somebody to take care of you. If that's what you're talking about. If I'm wrong, correct me. But mentally, you're already choosing this life for whatever your reasons are. Your reasons are valid. I don't care what anyone says. They'll try to say that's not a good enough reason to not have kids. That's not a good enough reason to not get married. I hear that shit all the time, and I don't care because I still don't want to do it. You're not changing my mind, especially when I know the vast majority of the people who are married with kids are miserable. They want to make us feel miserable because the reason why society wants women to be baby factories is because they need future tax slaves. Like they're complaining right now that the birth rates are down all over the world, and they're talking about it's below replacement. Why do they care about it being below replacement? Because there's not going to be enough worker bees. They need people to work. They need people to slave. Jeff Bezos needs slaves to work at Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why they want people to have more kids. They don't care anything about really anything else. And by having them, you're really just adding to the problem. You are birthing future wage and tax slaves. That's it. That's all they want. So, you know, I just I think you're strong enough just by choosing to not fall into that trap because it's a trap, in my opinion. Oh, thank you, Celine. She said you're a very pretty lady. And then she said white men don't call women thick, they call them fat. Absolutely. Listen, I used to be a model when I was in my 20s, right? And black people always told me I was too skinny. And they're like, you need to gain some weight. Right now, I'm at like about 159, 160, and I'm 5'11. Um, but back then I was probably like 5'9" and like I don't know, 100 and I don't know what I was. 155, 150, something like that. So I've always been slender and all my weight was in my height for in my head. Some people that have a big head. But when black people told me I need to gain weight, I'm like, well, black people are not paying me to do runway shows. White people are paying me. So you actually want me to be fat, and I don't want to be fat. And they're like, no, not fat, but just thick. And I'm like, well, thick turns into fat. I would rather be slender my whole life. And that way, once my metabolism slows down, then I will be considered slim thick when I get older. I don't want to be thick now and then because I'll be fat later. That's how I looked at it. And I knew that the white folk were the ones paying me to do runway shows and little local commercials and stuff like that. So you're absolutely right, because I used to say the same thing. Like, they call you fat. No white person has ever looked at me and thought I was fat. Or too skinny, should I say. But black people have, for whatever reason. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm too skinny, because I'm not trying to gain no weight if I don't have to. I ain't trying to get rid of my wardrobe. B Smooth said, I'm 5'11" too. Wait, Brandy said, Celine, I'm Christian too, but the Bible isn't as patriarchal as the church makes it out to be. God has order, but isn't biased. God never said we had to get married to have children. I'm not really into the church thing, so I don't have anything to say about that. The Bible makes it clear that marriage will make your life harder and gives us options to opt out. The church just wants to control women. Well, that part is true. But at the same time, the Bible was made by men for men. So it's it depends on what part of the Bible you're reading. The Bible is extremely patriarchal because it's very oppressive. The Bible puts women beneath men. And if you go back to the Genesis account, this lie that women came from a rib. I mean, come on, y'all. Really? When I was a kid, and I don't want to get too deep in this, and I know a lot of y'all believe this stuff, and I'm not trying to I don't want to trigger or offend you or anybody else. But I want you guys to think about something. When I was a kid, I started questioning the stuff in the Bible because there was always something about me that just knew that none of this happened. That's just my own personal opinion. I just never believed any of this stuff. So when I asked these questions, like, I thought y'all said babies come from woman's vagina. They're like, yeah. Okay, so how does a baby come from a rib? I'm confused. Like, a man gave birth? Like, how does that work? And they're like, no, God made Adam out of dust and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay, that doesn't make any sense, because I've watched my mom and my aunties give birth, and I watched a baby come out of their hoo-ha. So if women came from a rib, why are we not watching babies come out of ribs? Understand that I had these types of questions before I was even, by the time I was in 4th grade, I was asking these questions. And nobody could answer them, obviously, right? And I know I used to read the Bible a lot. So before anyone said you need to read your Bible, listen, I used to read the Bible because I was bored. I did it out of boredom, and it didn't make sense to me then, and it still doesn't now. I don't read the Bible anymore. But I would ask these questions like, okay, well, if God created Adam and Eve, and then Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel, where did Cain and Abel's wives come from? Like, how was that even humanly possible? Was Cain and Abel's wives sisters, and there was incest? Did they just magically fall out of the sky? Were they born from the fucking praying mantis plant? Like, where did they come from? And I would ask these questions and nobody could answer them. And so I started to question religion, because I'm like, none of this makes sense. The Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, you can be in a furnace that's on the highest possible heat and it doesn't burn. A man, Jesus, can walk on water. We know that that's humanly impossible, right? And if you think about all of the stuff from back in the day, when you think of things from back in the day, we're supposed to evolve as time go on. So like, if there were talking serpents, and I don't know if this was supposed to be real or theoretical or metaphorical or whatever, I don't know. But if there were talking snakes back then I think we should be able to have full-fledged conversations with our cats and dogs. Like, they should be able to speak English or Chinese or whatever, right? We're supposed to evolve as time go on. Like, I don't understand how. So these are the questions that I had growing up, and nobody could answer these questions. And the people who did answered them. They answered them based on what they believed it was. I could talk to 10 different pastors about a scripture, and I would get 10 different answers. And at that time, I realized, well, no one knows this stuff. I realized that don't nobody have the answers. And I'm comfortable with saying that I don't know the answers to this stuff. I'm not going to pretend like I know, because I don't. And no one knows. And so I don't want to be condescending to anybody who believes in the Bible, but I don't understand how y'all can believe this stuff. Like, I'm confused as shit. It's so women are beneath men and all this. Like, I can't get with any of that. African Goddess said DC Young Fly sacrificed that lady, and he was obviously very jealous of that lady. That could be true. But I just think it's a slippery slope when y'all talk about people sacrificing somebody in Hollywood or whatever. Because listen, whether you sacrifice your people or not, people die every day. But they say people die every day, B, right? You can't say everybody's death is a sacrifice, because everybody's death is not a sacrifice. Life doesn't work that way. Everybody's gonna die one day. I don't understand where this comes from. Do I think that the industry is demonic that way? Absolutely, I do. But I can't say that girl was really nobody. She was known for a show, but she wasn't like this major person that was worth, like, I'm not saying anybody's worth dying. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I just don't. I think she died the same way normal everyday women die after they get plastic surgery. Like, women who are not famous die after getting plastic surgery. So could she have been sacrificed? Maybe. Do I believe every celebrity death is a sacrifice? No, because everybody dies. Everybody has a number, and when your time is up, it's up. I don't know where y'all get this from, but like, y'all forget that everybody dies sooner or later. And some people do speed up their death by doing things like getting plastic surgery and stuff, and getting an infection or what, people do that, but everybody dies. 10-piece honey hot. This name is fucking killing me. She said, that's hilarious. I agree. Religion is designed to keep simple-minded women in check. I don't want to say simple-minded because I don't want to offend anybody, but I will say that it does take a certain type of mindset to not only believe this stuff, but to push it and peddle it as well. And that's why the church thrives and have thrived for so long, because people believe this stuff. But you have to be a certain type of person, and I'm not saying that in a bad or derogatory way, but there's just some people, like a person that's hopeful, a person who has a hopeful mentality. You can pretty much fool them into anything because they're always hoping, right? So it doesn't mean you're a bad person or anything like that either, but it just means that it takes a certain type of mindset to get this people to believe this stuff. She said, let's start a GoFundMe so they can go. They will still be obsessed with Black women, even if they will. Of course they will. They don't even really want to leave. This whole passport bro thing, it's a scare tactic. They think that we care. They want us to basically bow down to them and give them what they want so that they can be degenerate. We don't care about you leaving, though. That's the thing that they don't get. We want you. From the bottom of my heart, on my mama, on my grandmama, as they used to say, I want these men to go, because I'm thinking about how much safer the neighborhoods would be. That's all I care about. I want y'all to go. Please go. I don't even know why y'all are still here. Seriously. Let me see. Octavia said, I have to be honest, it's been virtually impossible for me to find mental health support. The Black women therapists are male. Honestly, if you go to a black woman therapist and you pick up on the fact that she's male identified, fire her immediately. She's going to lead you to hell. And I'm sorry to say that, but um, a male identified woman is the worst type of woman to be around, to be friends with. They're very dangerous. They're the type of women that will know that you getting your eyes blackened and you're getting your head knocked between the washer and the dryer every weekend, and they'll tell you, you got to work it out. You have to endure. You took vows and you need to stick those vows out or God isn't going to be pleased. Those are the types of women who will tell you to go back to that abusive man, and when that abusive man put a bullet in your head, then they're going to be like, well, God has a special divine plan for everything. And that's all they're going to have to say about it once you're dead. Those women are dangerous. The first person that came to mind when you said that was Ayanla. Ayanla is the queen pick-me male identified black woman. And she's so outdated. And the crazy thing about Ayanla is that she's so dead on with so much stuff. Like, she's a very smart woman. But her downfall to me is being a pick-me. She's a pick-me. And whatever man she's looking for, she's not going to find. If she do, she's gonna settle. Those are the types of women that are dangerous. That's just my own personal opinion. They will coddle black men, and her generation, her son, her generation. Someone said this some months ago. Ayanla's generation is the generation that created the men that we don't want right now. Literally, those black male worshiping women are absolutely dangerous. I don't like women. I don't even want to be friends with women like that. Like, the moment I hear certain conversations women have, and I'm just like, nope. And they'll be like, we should hang out sometime. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. Absolutely not. Because first of all, I don't want to hang out with you. Number one. Number two, I already know when you start going through bullshit with your dude, you're going to call me the trauma dump. I've already been through this. I've been down this rodeo already. I already know what's coming with women like that. You're going to get dogged by these men. You're going to come trauma dump on me. I'm not going to give a shit. Or I'm going to tell you need to leave this man alone or whatever. You're going to go back to him anyways. So I don't have the patience for people like that. So yeah, Octavia, if you find out that a black woman is male-centered, literally fire her. I would say find a feminist therapist. That's my own personal opinion, though. Brittany Monet, if you don't want a man and children, cultivate other relationships with your friends and family to have a support system. I totally agree. Thank you for that comment, Lamisha. I agree with that. Unfriendly, unfortunately, women across religions are trying to be pick-me's. I'm just not learning to center myself and not demand deserve. Yeah, and you're going to be hated for that too, by the way, in case you haven't already figured that out. Once they realize you're centering yourself and you're not of service to other people, they're going to shun you if they haven't already. But you stick true to who you are, because those women are going to be the ones that are miserable when it's all said and done. Celine. Whenever I go to a nursing home, I'm checking out gracefully. Facts. Elon Musk needs slaves. Absolutely, he does. Um, Child free is the only way to fight the system. Child free, and definitely child free, but also not getting married too. You're fighting patriarchy by not getting married. But that's not for everybody. A lot of people want a partner, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm double fighting patriarchy. I'm not having nobody's baby, and I ain't trying to be nobody's wife. I was messing with my friend earlier. I was like, we're gonna run away and get married, and he was like, blah ha ha ha. Girl, you know damn well you ain't getting married. We got a good laugh out of that. But yeah, I don't see myself ever getting married for sure. I've mostly seen other white people complain about the birth rates being low because the white people's numbers are dwindling, and I'm not necessarily if this is your picture, Celine. I guess you're a white woman, and white people, their numbers are declining, and it's going to be very difficult to maintain global dominance and power with low numbers. So they're panicking, which is, in my opinion, is the number one reason why Roe versus Wade got overturned. Roe versus Wade had nothing to do with anybody else but wanting to force white women to have more babies. And as much as they try to peddle that black women have all the abortions, it's actually white women that have the most abortions. You can read studies on that. It's more of them, first of all. And a lot of them, especially if they have access to higher power people, judges, lawyers, doctors, especially if they're in medical school to be a doctor or something and they end up getting pregnant, those are the first ones that's running to the abortion clinic, because they ain't trying to have no baby ruin their lives or whatever while they're trying to get through law school or whatever, right? They're trying to take that away because they want y'all's numbers to increase. Because without the numbers, you can't really continue to have global dominance, can you? Because that's really what it's about. And I'm not saying that, I think you kind of understand a little bit of that though, but that's what it is. It just is what it is. You said, when I told my coworker who's a white guy that I'm going on my weight loss journey, he told me I was perfect the way I was, which meant a lot, but I'm still going to lose the weight. Do it for you. Yeah, do it for you. Always do stuff for yourself. People are going to call you selfish. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Who cares? Selfish is not really a bad thing anyways. But just do stuff for you. You have to do things for yourself, no matter what. Brandy said fitness and weightlifting should be your retirement. I heard women get into fitness. Absolutely. I agree with that, Brandy. Blessed One said, yes, I'm the model. Even older, I kept myself up. You look great. If that's you on that picture, you look absolutely great. Black people look at us as skinny. Yeah, they do. I don't give a shit. And the reason why I was never bothered by that is because most black women are male identified, and they only care about if you're skinny or if you're thick because they go by what men want, what black men want. I'm like I said before, if black men aren't paying me the money or doing anything for my life, I don't care about your opinion. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm like them white folk, as I like to call it. They were paying me nice dollars to model shoes and jackets and whatever else to be skinny. I was getting paid to be skinny. So at the end of the day, like that's the standard to me. A lot of black men are used to women who don't work out and don't really care about their health, and they eat a lot of fried foods and they drink heavily and whatever else, and they have all this extra excess weight. And for me, I'm like, I don't want all this excess weight. The more weight I have, the harder my heart has to work, and that scares me. Like I don't want to go through all that. So, I never mind being seen as skinny. It just is what it is. I feel like being 39, like I feel like I'm a great size for my age. I'll be 40 in October, and I'm damn near the same size I was in high school. So, hey, I'm just saying. Okay, you said I meant physically. Thank you for your insight. I have to make enough money to pay for my sport. Yes. If you're child free, your money need to be going to retirement and living your best life, but retirement. Like you're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or in a lifetime just by not having one kid. Imagine if you have 4. You would never be able to save up for retirement unless you hit the lottery or something. So yeah, your money should be going towards your retirement, assuming that you're going to be here. We all have to assume we're going to be here, right? And if that's your picture, Brittany, you're very pretty. You're very, very pretty. So let me see. Brandy said, yeah, I've seen white men call women that I thought were skinny or average size voluptuous. Like, what, sir? Yeah, they do. That's another thing. that I forgot to mention. The Bible pretty much says that women are the cause of the world. Yeah, like what? I mean, if you so here's the thing. If you're birthing the world, if you want to blame women for the world's problems, I guess you can because women give birth to everybody. So if you want to blame them for that, then okay, I guess that makes sense. Princella was just talking about this on her video. Um, if you're gonna give birth to them, then yeah, okay, you're birthing the problem. But then if you don't give birth, then you're considered useless. So it's like what that's why I say no matter what you do, you're gonna be blamed for stuff. And that's why you just got to do what's best for you. I don't care what people say about me not having kids, but you're not going to blame me for the Black community. You're not blaming me for the world population dying. I don't care. It's not my problem. Um, but that's exactly what the Bible does. Blame women for the world's problems. On one hand, the women are giving birth, so I guess you can't blame the women. I don't know. But in real life, the problems are from men because of their nature and how they don't discipline themselves. They don't know how to like leave little kids alone. They don't know how to leave women alone. They don't know how to not be violent. So the Bible is very patriarchal and there are different versions. Yeah, the Bible a lot of the stuff that was in the Bibles when I was coming up are not even there anymore. They've changed it and translated it so much that it's a joke. I don't even know how people still trust this. Men made this stuff up. Like this stuff is made up. I'm sorry, but like it's made up as hell. It doesn't get any worse. It said men love ribs. Of course, they'll add that women came from a baby back rib. So that's funny. Randy said, "No, you're not offending me. I have my beliefs in you." Okay, I like that. I'm able to chew the meat and spit out the bones. I just want the only thing I want for you, Brandy, and other women is to really think about the fact that the Bible was made by men for men, and they typically don't see women as anything but property. And ask yourself why you want to like what is it about that resonates with you. Um but I'm not trying to convert you or anything. I just always tell women to really think about this whole being under a man's thumb whole idea. Like why would you want to be there? Why would that be what you because we were all brought up to believe this stuff. And you have to understand too, um, religion was shoved down our throats as children. 99% of people that are religious, you are what you are because of where you were born in the world. So if you were born in a different if you were born in like India, you would probably be like a Muslim or something, right? If you were born in Japan, you would probably follow Buddhism. And you're here in the United States, you're some denomination of Christianity. So the only reason why we have these beliefs, generally speaking, is because they were shoved down our throats as kids, typically. Are there occasions where people never thought of God or the church or whatever until they went to prison and got out, or they found God after they had a car accident or whatever? Yes. But 99% of people um grew up and their parents were like, hey, we're Christians. So you're a Christian. We're Muslims. So you're a Muslim. And it's only because of where you grew up in the world. So just think about that. You would not be a Christian most likely if you were not born in the United States, or if you was born in some other country. If you were born somewhere in like Japan or somewhere, you would probably be a Hindu or some shit like that, right? I don't know if that was correct, but Japan, Buddhism, right? Um, it's just human constructs and it's a way to control people, but I really just want people to like really think about where these beliefs come from and why we believe them, because they were typically shoved down our throats as kids and it was based on where we grew up. The Virgin Mary had Jesus never having sex. I just, if you really look at reality, we know that virgins can't give birth, right? We know that there's no such thing as snakes talking. We know that women didn't come from ribs, right? I just, all of these stories are, and then some people say, "Oh, you're taking the Bible out of context." It says what it says, so it's like, how is it out of context if that's what it's saying? Moses was talking to a burning bush. Now, is it possible that in real life people can talk to burning bushes? Yes. You would literally be put in a psychiatric hospital for that. But I mean, let's be real. Like, there's a fine line between being insane, right? If I caught somebody talking to a bush. But in real life, we know that none of these things are a part of physics, prove nobody can walk on water. We know this. There's no way you can do that. There's no way. Um, none of these stories. Jonah and the whale. I remember a lot of these stories. There was a time when I was in church where the pastor could give out a scripture and I could tell you exactly what book of the Bible it was from and what verse and how many verses it was. Like, there was a time when I could tell you these things. I don't really care about, I don't really care about this stuff anymore. But when I think of like Jonah in the belly of a whale for 2 or 3 days or something, like, really? Somebody died and came back to life 3 days later. None of this stuff makes sense. And here's the thing. I'm somebody who never even believed in Santa Claus. Even as a child, I knew Santa Claus wasn't real. I can't tell you how I knew this, but I just knew it. So I've been skeptical. I have a skeptical brain. I was born this way, right? My mom them got mad at me before because my aunties, I said Santa Claus is not real. They're like, yes, it is. How dare you say Santa Claus is real? Like, I just knew it. I never once believed in Santa Claus, ever. Because there's just always something in me that just knows when some shit is bullshit. I don't really know how to explain it, but I just know, right? Same thing with religion. I'm just like, I don't believe any of this stuff happened. And I don't believe in all this stuff. And even if God came down and showed him or herself, I don't even know if I would even still worship the God, because I don't know if I would feel comfortable worshiping somebody who would just sit by and watch a man or men violate a 5-year-old, for an example. I don't know if I would want to worship that. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, what are you worthy of if you can't protect children in particular, right? Why am I going to be jumping up and down at the churches like so many people did in my family, praising someone that literally just allowed a 6-year-old to be arred by her next door neighbor and then her body was thrown in the river? Nobody stepped in to do anything. I think that's kind of weird, right? I'm just saying. Um, HW said, I never believed in it. Some people would think that we're weird for not living by a book or having no beliefs at all. They'll act like we have no morals either. Listen, I'm glad you said this about morals. Morals come from understanding that your actions have consequences, period. I don't need a book to teach me to be a good person. I understand that my actions have consequences. Therefore, that is where I derive my morality from. Period. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Don't do to people what you don't want done to you. Am I perfect in that regard? Absolutely not. But generally speaking, I treat people the way that I want to be treated. That's where you get your morality from. Some man-made book, that's not going to do anything. And most of the people who follow this stuff still do what the hell they want to do anyways. Many of the people who follow it don't even have morals. So it's like they'll laugh at us and say, you don't have moral. Really, Shirley? Really? Who's fornicating and who's been fornicating for the last 20 years with somebody else's dude? But I have no morals. But yeah, okay. Thank you, Miss Shirley. Right? That's what they do. Like, just because I'm not religious or have beliefs doesn't mean I'm an evil person. Right. Like I said, some of the most evil people that I've ever met in my life were Christians. I'm just going to put that out there. I can't think of any, and I'm not saying all Christians are evil either, but I'm just saying when I think of evil people, if I was to sit here and name like 50 evil people that I consider to be evil, they're all Christians. So I'm just saying. Wasn't the most known, some of the most known serial killers, didn't they believe in God and stuff too? I'm just saying. Tracy said it was man's job to document the Most High's teaching in the Bible, but man took it upon themselves to make the Bible in their own liking. There are some things that are left out in the Bible. In all honesty, I don't believe the Bible, period. That book doesn't mean anything to me personally. And the reason why is because anybody can make a book and put stuff in it. So like tomorrow, I can write a book and I can say Dr. Umar Johnson is God. And then I can make that public and get it published. This is the real true God. And then I'll say, people will want to fight with me and say, Umar is not God, right? And I'm like, yes, it is. See, it's in the book. The book proves that Dr. Umar Johnson is God. It's in the book. Read the book. That's how I feel about the Bible. People are like, the Bible is real because the Bible says it's real. Like, I don't believe the Bible. I don't believe the Bible. I don't even own a Bible. The last time I owned a Bible, I was probably like 13 or 14 years old. And I'm 39. The last time I said a prayer, I was like 12 or something. I don't believe any of this. That's the point. Anything that's made by men who, in my opinion, is the less intelligent of the two sexes, I automatically don't believe it anyways. I'm not trying to be funny. They always talk about they built the world, but women birthed the world, though. You wouldn't even be here building anything had you not come from the vagina of a woman, sir. And y'all really believe that men are doing something when they wouldn't even be here had a woman not given birth to them. I mean, think about that. But somehow your God is a man. Think about that for a second. That doesn't even make sense. Your God is a man. And on one hand, I will say, because the world is so horrible, that maybe there is a man in charge. I don't know, because I think if women were in charge, it wouldn't look like this. But I could be wrong. But like I said, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I know people do, and I try my hardest to respect people's stuff, but I don't care what's in the Bible, because the Bible to me isn't real. Like, it's full of contradictions. I remember when I was reading the Bible, I just kept going back and forth because I'm like, wait, didn't it say this? Oh, but didn't it say that? I point things out to people and they're like, no, that's in the Old Testament. And I'm like, isn't the Old Testament a part of the Bible though? If you're going to get rid of things that are in the Old Testament, you got to throw the whole Bible out, because the 10 Commandments are in the Old Testament. The Genesis account where women came from ribs is in the Old Testament. That's the first chapter of the Bible, Genesis, right? All of the Bible stories, Noah and the flood, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and all these stories are in the Old Testament. So you can't get rid of any part of the Bible, because that means you would have to throw the whole thing away. That's personally what made me step away from it, because there were too many contradictions. So when people come across, the Bible was okay with slavery. That's another thing I wanted to point out to Black people. How are you okay with something that was, slavery was okay in the Bible? It's in the Bible where you could literally beat your slaves as long as they didn't die within a few days. You could beat your slaves. How is that something that anybody would want to really follow? Especially seeing what slavery did to Black people. And why slavery is the number one reason why Black people are never fucking going to overcome. Because we're not. We're a done deal. The only Black people that are going to make something of themselves is going to be an individual thing. As a race, as a community, we're done. Knowing what slavery did to us, it did a number on our mentality. our outlooks on life. I think about the fact that Black people are the most religious and we're doing the worst in society and has and always will. Y'all don't stop to think about why. Black people are the most religious and the bottom of the barrel of all races. Why is that? Why won't God come do anything about that? For all these years, hundreds of years, it's been the same shit. I'm just saying. I just want I just want y'all to think about this stuff because this is like very to me it's common sense, but let me see. Let me catch up with these. Um let's just find one of these Black women who stopped taking male clients. You just made me think about that one lady that went viral because she said she wasn't taking Black men anymore as clients, and I thought that shit was funny as hell. I forgot her name. I haven't seen her on social media lately. Have anybody else seen her? And I forgot what her name is. But yeah, you absolutely would have to find somebody that doesn't center men in general, no matter what race they are, but especially not Black women who center Black men. Because you're just gonna I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but that's probably not gonna end well for you. It's really hard to find Black women who aren't male centered. I totally agree. Like, I agree. I don't have a lot of friends because of that. I got two close best friends, or very close female best friends. That's it. I don't have too many male friends. I mean, female friends because they're all male centered. Like and I don't really like being around women like that. Mona's asking me, what do I think of Kendra G? um, Kendra G seems to be male identified to me. So there's that. Her show is a cesspool of the worst types of people on the planet, in my opinion. And I don't want to say worse, like they're not worthy of anything, but I'm just saying like when we say the dating pool has pee in it, the guests on her shows are the ones peeing in the pools. I'll just put it that way. That's just what I'm getting. That's the vibe I get. Those people, and I'm not saying every single person on there, but I think like 90 something percent. They're the ones peeing in the pool. So I don't know if her show is a joke, if she's serious. I really don't know. But she seems very male identified to me, by the way. And I don't know her. She could be a lovely woman. I don't know her personally. But I think people like I would get irritated being around people like that. I just be like, girl, we got to talk about me. I don't know her, so I can't say that. But I don't like being around women that talk about my husband, right, or my man. Women like that irritate me. So I'm just saying. Let me see. A lot of white women are really just kidding to have abortions because there's so much around. Yep, Celine, I agree with this. Wait, what? Solution oriented? It say what? They lie and say that all men commit suicide, but no, it's white men that do. I think it's mostly white. It's mostly white men that commit suicide. For sure. Maybe because there's more of them. I think it's white and I think it's Asian men. If they're not number one, they're number two, or something like that, from what I remember correctly. Mm, what? Let me see. How did I get way back up here? That is so weird. Um, Okay, let me see. Hold on, wait a minute. Sapphire Love says, sorry, I don't get why there's a need to justify being content with your natural body by shading women who have more weight on them. Just say that you're skinny and proud. Sounds a bit hypocritical. What? Did I sound like I was shading women with weight on them? If I did, I apologize. I didn't mean to. That wasn't what I was saying. What I was saying was a lot of black women and men have shamed me all my life for being skinny. That's what I said. And I preferred being skinny versus being overweight. That's not me trying to shade anybody for being overweight. I'm just saying, you know, I apologize if you took it that way, because um that's not what I intended. But what I will say is this. As a skinny woman, right? I've been shamed my entire life for being skinny by black women, mostly black women. Like 90% was black women, and the other 10% was black men. Okay. So I didn't really care about that. I just defended myself throughout all my life saying, well, I don't mind being skinny. I would rather be skinny than to not be skinny, which I have the right to do. But there were always women who will say, you skin and bones. You're just not, what, you 90 pounds soaking wet. And they would do that. And then I would just sit there like, okay. And then finally, when I say, and you're flubber and you're fat, now I'm fat shaming. But it was perfectly, in society, it's perfectly okay to skinny shame and say, your bones. I've been around women and they would say things like, my man said he like a woman with meat on her bones. Bones are for dogs. And they will say stuff like that. And then once I say something like, your man don't think I'm too skinny, because if I wanted your man, I could take him. Then now I'm the problem. Like, it's like, you started this. I don't even talk about weight. But I couldn't be around certain women who were insecure about their size without them bringing up weight all the time. And for skinny women, and I know the other woman in the comment, I'm pretty sure she's going through this too. We get uncomfortable around. We don't want to talk about body weight. I never want to talk about weight ever, right? Because I know that I'm comfortable in my skin, but I know a lot of the women around me are not. So why do I want to, just like I don't like talking about money, right? I don't like talking about money. Like, I hate it, because not everybody is secure with their money. I don't want to make people feel insecure or feel bad. I like to sit around people and just laugh and joke and have a good time. Like, I don't want to talk about this stuff, you know? So I apologize, because I wasn't trying to be funny, but I'm saying when skinny women say what we say, it's a problem. But when y'all, and I'm not saying you, Sapphire, but I'm saying like women who, have had issues with their weight, when they say something to skinny women, no one bats an eye. Everybody joins in and agree. You need to eat, right? That's all you're having for dinner is a salad? Don't you need to be eating some cornbread and some beans and blah, blah, blah? And it's just like, really? And then when I turn around and say, don't you need to stop eating cornbread and beans? Then I'm the fat shamer. So I'm one of those people that's going to give it to you how I get it. And I'm not saying you, Sapphire, but I'm just saying, like, I am not politically correct at all. I really have never been. So if people come at me and say some stuff in general, I'm going to say it back to you, and you got to be able to take back what you dish out. If you can't, and I'm not talking to you, Sapphire, but I'm talking to anybody else who's in this situation. If you can't take what you dish out, you better not dish it, especially not with a chick like me. Because my feelings ain't going to be hurt when it's all said and done. Everybody else's will be, but mine won't, because I really don't care that much. But like I said, that's not what I was trying to say, but I apologize if I offended you, because I didn't mean to offend you. But you have to understand that the fat shaming and the skinny shaming goes both ways. It does. We get it, and it's okay when we get it. But when we give it back, that's a problem. That's something that I've had to deal with for 39 years. I know what I'm talking about. I've dealt with it for 39 years from almost everybody I've ever met. It started with my family. Cooking with Kim said, right, I'm not anything anymore. I grew up Christian, Kojic to be exact, so very churchy. Laugh out loud. I don't know if I'm an atheist or an agnostic now, but yeah, definitely not religious anymore. I just study systems. Well, if you believe that there's a God, then you're a theist. If you don't believe that there's a God, you're an atheist. And if you don't believe that knowing if a God is real or not is knowable, you're an agnostic. If you don't know for sure, or if you believe that human beings can't know possibly if there's a God or not, I consider myself to be agnostic atheist. That's me. I'm both. Because not only do I not believe in God, I don't believe that knowing if God is real or not is even knowable. I don't think human beings will ever know the answer to that question. So that's my stance on that. For those of you who didn't know, probably going to piss some people off with that one, but yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist. So cooking with Kim, you may be both, or you know, if you are not sure, you're an agnostic. If you really believe in your heart there is no God, you're an atheist. That's what that means. Um, wait a minute. Sincerely said, no, you didn't. You said you prefer small frame versus bigger frame. Yeah, is that wrong? Because I mean, I definitely am not doing that to shame anybody, right? It's just like saying I don't want to be on drugs. I'm not shaming people who are on drugs, but I don't want to be on. I'm not saying that's the same thing, but I'm just using it as an example. Like I don't. I'm not shaming people for being homeless, but I don't want to be homeless. Right? I'm not shaming people for having kids, but I don't want to have kids. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't mean that I think I'm better than you or I just don't prefer that. I have the right to say that. Like if you're mad, I am so sorry. But that is not what I don't want to hurt people's feelings. That's not what I want to do, especially not women. I don't want to do that shit. But we all have the right to say what we prefer, right? A hit dog hollering, I was shamed for being skinny too. A lot of us were by our own people. I have never been shamed for being skinny by white people or by Asian women or Filipino women or anybody, just black people. I take that back. There may have been a couple of white women who say, you a little skinny girl. But most of them tell me that they wish that they were my size. That's what I hear more than anything. So I don't know. It is what it is. Um, I'm not skinny, but I'd rather be skinny than thick or fat, just being honest. I mean, women who have a problem with their weight, they don't even want to be that size. So that's the part I don't get, like why they get mad at us for saying that. You don't even want to be that size. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I don't want you to be that size either. If you're not comfortable with that, I don't want you to be uncomfortable as a woman. I understand the pressures that we're under. You're either too skinny or you're too fat, right? There is no really in between unless you're Rihanna, right? Or Megan Thee Stallion, right? Megan Thee Stallion has the most perfect body in the world, right? She's in between. Who else do I think have a perfect body? Cuban Link, 50 Cent's fiance. That woman is just gorgeous to me, right? Sierra. No, Sierra's kind of slender. She gained her weight with her babies or whatever, but she's always been slender. But Megan Thee Stallion comes to mind. Megan Thee Stallion is like the perfect size. Rihanna is the perfect size. That young Tyler girl, she's like super skinny, but she has a cute frame. She's a perfect size, right? If I think about the plus size women, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but there's a few that I think have really like it all depends on how you carry your weight and your shape and all that stuff. It depends on how you carry it though. Like, I think I've seen beautiful women of all sizes. So we're not going to sit here and pretend like there's not beautiful women of all sizes, because it is. But we have the right to say what we prefer and don't prefer. Okay, so she said, why don't people appreciate their body types without having to rationalize it? I don't know. We rationalize. Everybody rationalizes something, right? It's human. It's a human flaw. It's a human characteristic, whatever you want to call it. We do it. I don't know why we do it, right? A lot of times I would say we probably do it because we get shamed for it, or we get, I don't know. Is people just want to defend themselves. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, really. Like, we all do it. That's why I don't talk about weight, because women are sensitive. Exactly. I don't want to talk about that shit ever. I really don't. But as a lot of times it's the ones that are not comfortable with themselves that talk about it or bring it up. Those of us who are comfortable, for the most part, we don't really bring that shit up. Like, I don't want to talk about it because I know I don't want to hurt women's feelings. And I've had friends that were insecure, and I used to do everything I could to boost them up, because, girl, we finna go have some fun. We finna go to Miami or whatever we finna do, and we finna have us a good old funky time. Ain't nobody worried about no weight. Just find you a bathing suit that's right for your body. I'm gonna find one that's right for mine. Get you some cute Fashion Nova jeans, because everybody look good in Fashion Nova jeans. I don't care what size you are, right? Get your size, rock it out, be cute. That's me. I don't want women to feel insecure around me. I hate that shit. It's very uncomfortable. I don't even think y'all understand how uncomfortable that shit is. God, I hate it. I've been accused of being anorexic. I never body or fat shame anyone, but my weight is always being commented on and made fun of. I totally understand. Because people always ask me, do you even eat? The last time somebody just asked me that was like a week ago. I've been hearing that all my life. Do you eat? And I'm like, I'm alive. If I didn't eat, I think I'd be dead. I mean, I'm just saying. What a very stupid question, right? I feel you, girl. Safari said, you may not have intentionally it came off that way, but you mentioned things aren't better. Okay. As long as you understand that I wasn't trying to be mean, that's all that matters to me. Because I wasn't. I have a lot of weight on me, and I wasn't offended, and you're not wrong. My grandmother pointed out how skinny my little cousin was, and she said she needed to gain weight. She wasn't bothered by it, but I was. See? See? Really? My cousin skinny shames me. Yep. Thank you for saying that, because I wasn't trying to be, I promise. I used to be extremely insecure because Black men and women always said I looked like a boy because I was so skinny. Now I'm content. As a teen girl, I thought I had to be thick to be a woman. Yeah, a lot of us thought that, because we're like, that's what the men like, right? You grow out of that shit after a while, because you realize, here's another thing. You realize that, listen, I've watched every type of woman on the planet be cheated on. Every size, every skin tone, every hair type, every personality type. What these men want doesn't matter. Whatever they tell you they like, they're going to cheat on you with the opposite of that. Let's just keep it a stack. I like my women thick and red bone. You get you a thick and red bone girl, he going to cheat on her with a skinny, dark skinned chick. I've seen this happen too many times. It almost happens almost 100% of the time. So at the end of the day, who cares what men think? But that's what they do. That's literally what they do. And I tell women all the time, if your insecurities, physical insecurities, are anything to do with what a man, what society says men are supposed to want, please understand that it does not matter who and what you are. Most men will stick their dicks in anything, number one. And number two, every type of woman on whatever size you want to be, those women that are those sizes get cheated on and dogged out too. You don't get treated better because you're pretty or because, well, you might get treated better a little bit because you're pretty, but it's not going to really translate into anything meaningful. It doesn't. So I don't want women to like beat themselves up over your weight or your skin tone or your hair texture. Please just love your shit. Love yourself. If you want to lose a little bit of weight, lose it. Do what you got to do, but do it for yourself. Please don't have no man in mind when you doing this shit. You know what I mean? Unless maybe your husband, when y'all got married, you know, you were a size 10 and now you're a size 14 and he kind of wants you to go back to how that I can understand maybe, but you still should be doing it for yourself. Really? You know what I mean? But that's the only exception if you're going to want, I want my man to look at me the way he used to. Okay, fine. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. But anything outside of that, don't care about what these men want because they going to cheat on you with the opposite. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but listen, it don't matter. Love yourself and do what you live your life how you want and be whatever size you want to be. And just be confident in that. Don't worry about what people got to say because everybody is battling their own shit. Don't nobody got it all together. I don't have it all together. Don't nobody got it all together. Everybody just, you know, doing the very best that they can in life with what they have. That's it. That's all you got to do. Let me see. HW said, I can't stand people who skinny shame people. Even as a big person, I can't stand it. Because you're compassionate and you know that shit ain't cute. You have a heart. That's what that means. And Sapphire, listen. People a lot of times they judge you based on their own insecurities and what their own belief systems are. It's hard to get over that, but you have to because it's not the stuff people say usually is not personal to you. It's their own issue. Period. I remember in 2012, there was this girl that was my then boyfriend's ex girl that he was dealing with. It wasn't ever his girlfriend. She was a jump off, but whatever. And she was fat. And I used to be like, yo, fat, bald-headed ass, and on Facebook, because we used to go back and forth. Yes, I used to do that too, by the way. But I was like, you fat bitch, and blah, 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 blah. And in my mind, I was sticking it to her because I was a skinny, bony bitch, and I was this and that. And I'm like, okay, you a fat bitch, right? But I have a lot of overweight women in my family. And they were hitting me up like, dang, I didn't know you felt that way about fat girls. And I'm like, oh my God. One of my favorite cousins. And I almost started crying because she was the sweetest person in the world. And like, my goal was not to offend anybody else. I was offending this person. But in talking shit to that person, I was talking to everybody that was overweight or felt uncomfortable with themselves. And I had to check myself. This was like in 2012. I had to check myself. I stopped doing that shit. I stopped posting that shit on Facebook because I wasn't just hurting one person. I was hurting any woman who was struggling with their weight. And that's what made me stop. My cousin was like, dang. And I had a friend, one of my best friends. She, she's lost a lot of weight since then, but she had the baddest figure in high school. And then she had babies and stuff. And she kind of like, got bigger or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, I was not trying to offend you. I was talking to this bitch, right? But I had to check myself. So I've grown in ways like that. So I really don't want to offend people. I promise you I don't. I don't. Maybe back then, because I was petty. And I'm still petty, but I'm not as petty as I was because everybody doesn't deserve that. I'll just put it that way. Let's see. I don't care about it. I don't care about opinions of Black folks because Black folks are always moving the goalposts. I just do me. Absolutely. Same here. I'm skinny, so I feel what the host is saying. Yep. I got shamed all my life for being skinny, even by people who are overweight, when I actually want to gain weight and they don't think it hurt my feelings. just be comfortable with what you got. If you want to gain some weight, do it in a healthy way. Don't go out here and drink all these weight gain shakes, and that shit is full of sugar and all types of preservatives. If you want to gain weight, I would say just eat normal, like you normally do. Eat healthy and like build your muscles in the gym. Um, you will feel out. I don't know how tall you are and how much you weigh, but you will feel out a lot better that way. That's healthier to me. That's what I would say if you still want to gain weight. But listen, it'll be people out there that's gonna love you for exactly who you are. But you gotta love yourself first and be comfortable with yourself. And I think everybody, we all have insecurities, but don't let those insecurities overshadow who you are, or overshadow your personality, the stuff that really matters. Don't let that overshadow that. But the moment you accept yourself, you will just start attracting better people around you anyways, that like you for who you are as a person. I believe in God, but I respect other people's opinion. Okay. Or beliefs. Cool. I like that. I believe in the creator, but I don't know about that God from the Bible and the fire and brimstone. Same here. Yeah. Nah, I'm good. I believe we have hell and earth. Mm, um, I don't know. I think oh no. You said I believe we have hell on earth. Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Who is Southern? Do you mind if I call you TSW instead of writing on? Oh, okay. Because I'm sitting there looking like, who is? Yes, that's fine. I'm kind of slow because I'm sitting there like, who is TSW? Wow, that is so funny. But yeah, I don't mind at all. You said that what damn near 20 minutes ago, but yeah, I don't mind. I'm going to address this. Why does stating a preference or choice have to translate as rejection of everything else? Because the person that feels rejected, it's their insecurity. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. We all have insecurities. That doesn't mean that you're a bad person. But the person who feels rejected is the one with the issue. That's typically what that means. They have an insecurity or a problem with whatever is being stated themselves within themselves. And we've all been there. So um that's not a knock at anybody either, but we've all been there. Okay, so it wasn't the fact that she stated she preferred to be skinny, but the other comments of thick turning into fat or heart having to do with more. So it may have been unnecessary to you, but for me, that was just my way of explaining it, right? Um, when I say skinny turns into thick and thick turns into fat, I was referring to when I think of all the girls, most of them that I went to high school with that were thick in high school, a lot of them are not thick anymore. They're like overweight. And that is what I meant by that. If you don't get it in check at a certain time, it's going to get worse. That is what I meant by that. And when I said my heart has to do more work, the more we weigh, the more our heart has to work. I mean, the harder it works. That's just biology. But if you feel like that was unnecessary, I'm sorry, but that was just how I explained it because I mean that is true. I mean, I didn't make that up, but that was just my way of explaining that. But yeah, I wasn't trying to be offensive. Again, I wasn't. Um, I think women are beautiful of every size. I'm gonna keep saying that, and I'm not just saying that because that sounds politically correct. I've seen beautiful women of every size, dude. Literally, I think we all have. Mm, Sovereign, what do you think about aggressive school teachers? What do you mean aggressive? Like the ones that are, what do you mean by aggressive? Tiana, oh yeah, I forgot about Tiana Taylor. Oh yeah, that girl works out. Okay. She be working out. Okay, wait. Even she said even Prince wait, even Prince Charles cheated on Princess Diana with a woman with horse teeth. That is funny. These men don't care. Oh, that is hilarious. Girl, man, degenerate. Okay, I've been on here for 3.5 hours. I'm gonna get out here shortly. Yes, love. I'm behind again. What kind of music do you like? I listen to everything. Um, Old school R&B for sure. I have a favorite, I call it favorite white 90s playlist. And on that playlist, and I was just listening to this at work. You guys probably are not. Celine, you might know some of you're 25, so you might not know some of these artists, but a lot of y'all might not know. So I know everybody know who Britney Spears is, right? So I got Britney Spears on this playlist. I got the Backstreet Boys. I got NSYNC. I got Collective Soul. I got Matchbox 20, Sugar Ray, um, Savage Garden, Vertical Horizon. I listen to all of those. Those are white groups. Um, it's many more of that, but I go through that playlist. I play that playlist at work at least once a day. And then I got my old school R&B, Luther Vandross, Teddy Pendergrass, the Ohio Players, the Isley Brothers, right? Then I got the 90s, like R. Kelly. Don't shoot me, but R. Kelly. Listen, y'all can be mad at me, but R. Kelly is still one of my favorite R&B artists of all time. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. But my top male R&B artist of all time is definitely Luther Vandross. But I listen to everything. As far as the rap, I listen to everybody. My favorite rappers of all time was Tupac and Pimp C. So there's that. UGK in general, but I love me some Pimp C, y'all. For those of you who know who Pimp C is, everybody might not know, but um, and like I listen to all the rap girlies. I support all the rap girlies. The only one that I really just can't get behind is Sexy Red. I don't know what it is. No hate to her, but I just can't do it. But huge Cardi B fan. I know a lot of people feel a certain way about Cardi B. I don't. I love Cardi B. Megan Thee Stallion, Saweetie, Ruby Rose. I like Sukiyana. I know a lot of y'all. I know a lot of y'all gonna like Sukiyana. Sukiyana is very special. I think Sukiyana is actually a sweetheart, and I don't think people get to see that side of her. That's just my own personal opinion. But I look all of them. The City Girls, Nicki Minaj until she started with this her antics lately. I haven't been a fan of her in a while because she just do the most. But I always liked her music for the most part. I can't front on that. I pretty much like everybody. The male rappers from like the early 2000s, Lil Wayne. I was an Eminem fan back in the day too. I forgot about Eminem. Rick Ross. They're all degenerate, but their music is dope. You know, I can't stand Future, but I like his music. I'm just saying. I can't fucking stand him. But some of his music is just like, you know, you just roll down the street. And I got sounds in my truck. So some of them songs be like hitting when you drive down the street. So I don't know. I listen to literally everything. It just depends on my mood. Let me see. Adam said, eventually I'm going to get lipo. this thing refuses to leave. It doesn't matter if it costs. Just do your research and make sure you go to um, a reputable person. Do not, I repeat, do not try to go cheap with that. Pay the full price. Make sure they're board certified, and don't try to save money. I mean, it's okay to try to save money, but don't like, oh, $1,000. No, no, it's gonna cost more than that probably. Go to somebody reputable. That's all I'm saying. Um, Look up your pre-care and post-care for yourself, and then also what they tell you at the doctors. Just be very careful. I understand that. I understand wanting to get stuff done. I'm not a real big fan of plastic surgery personally, because so many women get sick, so many women die, and so many women regret it later. I don't know about the lipo, but I know the BBLs and all that stuff, they end up having to get that stuff taken out and redone and whatever. A lot of them get autoimmune diseases from it. Within, I've noticed it's been a trend of about 10 years or so. That's when women have to get stuff reversed. It's a lot of them just end up regretting it. I just want women to be safe, but I totally understand why, and I would say do it. Just be very safe and do your research, please. We don't want to keep losing women to um, these simple outpatient procedures. You know what I mean? Just be careful. Um, Shrek with the darkness of what? What do y'all be talking about? Do I like dogs? Dogs are cute. I see dogs all the time, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so cute. I don't ever want to own one. At least I don't think I do. I'm a cat person, so I don't have cats. I always tell people I'm a cat lady with no cats, but I've always had cats throughout my life, and I plan on getting more in the future. I'm for sure I'm gonna get two, because I think just having one is kind of cruel. They need to have their own kind around. So I would love to adopt siblings in the future. I'm gonna wait till I get a bigger house. Um, I tell people that and they laugh at me because I live in a 3-bedroom house by myself, but it's still not enough room. And when I get cats, I'm gonna want them to have their own little cat room. I'm so serious. I'm so serious when I say that. I want them to have their own space so they can do their cat thing. But yes, I prefer cats over dogs, even though dogs are super cute. Um, just because cats are more independent, dogs are a little bit more needy. So that's just my preference. You can leave cats alone, they'll leave you alone and be just fine. Dogs are a little bit more needy, and I don't like the dog smell. And I mean, not I'm not saying all dogs smell like that, because some people really do take care of their dogs, but oh, I was just listening to Alanis Morissette. I was listening to One Hand in My Pocket. I forget the name of that song. Is that the name of the song? Um, I love her. I was thinking about doing karaoke. I think if I ever did karaoke and I did an Alanis Morissette song, it would be that song. Um, is that what it's called? Hand in My Pocket? Yeah. There was another one that I listened to. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, I used to listen to Celine Dion, Shania Twain, Faith Hill is in that playlist. I just thought about that. Robin. I don't know if y'all remember who Robin is. It's a lot of people in that playlist, y'all. As a matter of fact, let me see. I listen to everything. And I'd be just rolling down the street. Train. I don't know if y'all know who Train is. I was just listening to Meet Virginia early this morning. Let me see. Where is it? Who else is in this list? Oh, Daughtry, Three Doors Down, Nickelback, Aerosmith, Matchbox 20, Third Eye Blind, Jordan Knight, the Google Dolls, Santana. I said Faith Hill. Creed. Creed was literally my favorite group. I loved Creed. They were so dark and so deep. I just loved them. Collective Soul, Elton John, Melissa Etheridge. Yeah, I got some of everybody in here. Christina Aguilera. Who didn't listen? Christina Aguilera was something else. And Britney Spears was I love me some Britney Spears. I really always hated what happened to her and like how, just the stuff that she had to go through. Um but who said Creed? Hold on, wait, who said Creed? Yes. I love me some Creed. And Matchbox 20, yep. Um I was absolutely team Free Britney. 150%. Absolutely. Metallica, yep. I wasn't really big on Metallica, but they were cool. There was a few songs of them that I liked, but they wasn't my favorite. I wouldn't put them in my favorite, no. My go-to is Beyonce. Unpopular opinion, but Beyonce was just okay to me. I don't know. When I was younger and I listened to Destiny's Child, I liked Destiny's Child. Kelly has always been my favorite one. I don't know. Latavia and Latoya, the two originals were cool. I liked Beyonce, but I can never relate to Beyonce. She just seems so like standoffish or so. I don't know if that's the right word, but I could never relate to her. And this is another unpopular opinion. The Beehive is gonna come for me one day when they see this video. But Beyonce has a pretty voice, but to me, Beyonce is not the best singer. I'm sorry. Her voice is beautiful. So it's not to say that she can't sing. She can. But I have never once shed a tear listening to a Beyonce song. Not ever. I listen to certain songs and I would just get teary-eyed for no reason. Either the lyrics, either it reminds me of a time in life, the sound of their voice, whatever it is does something to me and I will get teary-eyed. But I've never gotten teary-eyed with a Beyonce song. I'm sorry, I just haven't. Kelly's voice has made me cry quite a few times. Her voice is just anointed in that way to me. But Beyonce is a great performer and she has a pretty voice, but I just don't think that she is she's a little overrated, but not because somebody said I respect her work ethic. Absolutely, I agree with that. That I agree with. Nobody can take that away from her for sure. Wait, where did that comment just go? Yeah, I agree with this. And then HW said, I wish Kelly went harder behind the scenes. Same here. Because she's so talented. Oh my God. I don't think people realize how talented Kelly really is. She's so dope to me. I love Kelly. What would you do if you won the Powerball jackpot? I don't play. But if I did, the first thing I would do is call a lawyer that specializes in lottery winnings. And before I even cash my ticket in, I will call a lawyer so that I can remain anonymous because I wouldn't want nobody to know. That's what I would do. If I have to pay them a big chunk of it to remain anonymous, because in some states you have to say who you are, and sometimes you've got to be seen on TV holding the little Powerball sign. I would not want that ever. When I tell you I would never want anybody to know I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell nobody shit. I would hire a lawyer to keep my name anonymous. And then if I still had to go on TV and stand in front of that sign or whatever, I would have me a fake name and I would have a makeup artist make me look like somebody else. I am so serious. That's what I would do. Beyonce's live performance that made me cry. Never really in the studio as a big fan. And it's your opinion. Say what you want. Yeah, Beyonce's cool, but she's just not my favorite. She's okay. I mean, she's good. Good work ethic, very beautiful. Great performer. She's no Whitney Houston. Jasmine Sullivan's voice makes me cry. I don't know what it is about Jasmine. And Jasmine Sullivan has had that voice since she was like 12 or 13 when she was on the Apollo. And I'm like, what? The same voice. Her voice was just as strong. I like voices like that. Like, I don't know. It does something to me. Do I love TLC? I love TLC. Like, love them. Faith Evans, absolutely. Faith Evans, like, when I hear songs like that, it reminds me of when I was younger. I can hear that song and it would take me right back to what, fifth grade, I think it was when that song came out, sixth grade, somewhere around there. It takes me right back to that time. That was one of my favorite Faith Evans songs too, by the way. What do you think about the conspiracy theory that Kelly and Beyonce are sisters? It's possible. What they would clearly have different mothers. I mean, different. Wait. Nah, wait. Let me think about that for a second. They would have to have different fathers, but then that will mean they would have the same mother. That's very unlikely. Or they have the same father and different mothers. So Matthew Knowles is her dad, but he cheated on her mom with a different woman. That's possible. Because they said he was a cheater and was cheating the whole marriage, right? That's possible. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I don't know why they just wouldn't come out and say they were sisters, though. That's the thing I don't get, why they wouldn't just do that. Like, why not? Like, that would just make I don't know, that would have made things better, maybe? I don't know what the problem was. Okay, if I won the lottery, I would call a lawyer, but I would also get an accountant. So I would look at, yep, absolutely. Do you agree with everything Princella and Cynthia G said? Pretty much. Pretty much. The only thing that Cynthia G has ever said that I didn't agree with for the most part was that Scorpios are evil. That hurt my feelings. She was like, "Oh, that's a Scorpio. Oh, yeah, I don't know how I feel about Scorpios." And I got in her comment sections and I was like, first of all, I ain't do all that. But I was like, anyway, I've met some pieces of shit Leos. And I don't think all Leos are the same. But I've met plenty of Leos that are trash human beings. So I'm not going to say that to you, Miss Cynthia G, because she's a Leo. So yeah, I got a little offended by that. Like, all Scorpios are not bad. As a matter of fact, I think most of us aren't. Scorpio men, maybe. Scorpio women, we're very misunderstood. That's all I'm going to say about that. But that's the only thing I can think of that she says that I don't agree with. And Princella, she's been saying all women are really gay. Or something like that. How did she put it? You're only straight because of your idea of what men. I think that could be true, but I disagree because, like, I'm not into women. There's nothing anybody will ever be able to do anything to change my mind about that. Like, I'm not into women. I never have been and I never will be. But I get the science and biology behind what she's saying. But no, that's the only thing I can say. I'm like, yeah. But pretty much everything, I'm like, yeah. I listen to Princella, and a lot of times I finish her sentences before she say it because I know what she's going to say. Because I'm like, yep. And that happens a lot. I be sitting here like cleaning up or whatever I'm doing. I have her on my speakers, and she's getting ready to say something, and I'm like, I'll say it right before her. Like, so we agree. We have a lot of the same sentiments for sure. They're like literally my top 5 favorite. Shar Henley. That's another one that she's not on YouTube anymore, I don't think, but she was another one who I liked and subscribed to on YouTube. But yeah, Jador, basically for the most part, I would say about 99% yes. I don't really watch hip hop shows anymore, really. Not really. I don't be having time to do all that. King himself said, y'all still here? Yeah, we still here. I used to think B was overrated until I went to one of her over the road shows. You got to listen to her voice live in acapella. Sorry. Uh, I have heard her acapella, and she has a pretty voice, but she doesn't have a soulful voice to me. Her voice, and when I say soul, I think of Whitney Houston. I think of Aretha Franklin. I think of Jasmine Sullivan, right? I think of um what's her name? The one who she thought she was gonna win that Oscar, but she didn't. Um, what Beyonce thought she was gonna beat her winning the Oscar, but the other girl won and Beyonce didn't. I can't think of her name right now. It's like at the tip of my tongue. God damn it, what's her name? She has a show now that's like super boring. God damn it. Oh, I keep wanting to say Kelly Clarkson, not Kelly Clarkson. What is her? Jennifer Hudson. Yes, Jennifer Hudson. That's a soul. Like Beyonce's voice don't come close to Jennifer Hudson. It just doesn't. Beyonce has a very beautiful voice. Her voice is very like angelic in many ways. I heard her sing Halo a cappella before. It was beautiful. But she doesn't have any soul to me. That's just my own personal opinion. The soul is not there, in my opinion. Like I said, when I think of soul, I think of Mariah Carey, Whitney, Shaka Khan, Gladys Knight. Who else? Who else from back in the day? Y'all remember Lisa Fisher? I think she was a one-hit wonder. How Can I Ease the Pain? That lady. Oh, her voice does something to me. To me, that's soul. No, Beyonce doesn't do that for me. Beyonce's voice. To be honest, with a few of her albums, I could only listen to a couple of her songs before I got irritated of her voice. I'm just being honest. I'm probably the only one, but I'm just like, okay, turn that shit off. Beyonce makes good club music and dance music and like Who Run the World. Yeah, she makes good music in that way, but I don't think I'm gonna look back in 20 years or whatever if I'm still alive and see any of Beyonce's music as classics. That I can't think of one song that I'm gonna look at. Her song catalog is fun and it's girly, but it's not like I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. It's not Shoop by Whitney Houston. If you think of the the entire soundtrack of Waiting to Exhale, those are soulful voices to me. If Beyonce was out back then, they absolutely would not have added any of her songs to that album because the album wouldn't be what it is. That's one of the number one top selling soundtracks of all time, if I'm not mistaken. The Waiting to Exhale soundtrack. If Beyonce was out during that time and big and popular, they wouldn't have put any of her songs on that album. That's what I'm trying to say because she just wouldn't. It wouldn't make the cut. And I don't know how many of y'all are Prince fans, but Prince wasn't even that big of a fan of Beyonce because she's I don't want to make it seem like I don't like her because I do, but I just don't. She doesn't do it for me at all, and she's not very relatable. That's another thing. I just don't think she's relatable. Like she's kind of like over there, and it's like oh, there she is, but that's it. And I remember one time when she got punked and people were like coming for her because she wanted to check her nail. I don't know. I had to go back. That video came up recently, like within like the last couple weeks. And people were mad at her because she dropped a tree on some kids or whatever when she got punked. And she looked to see if her nail broke. But then some people were saying that's not what happened. She hurt her hand, which could have been true. But it was always stuff like that that just made me just be like, she's okay. You know, that might not be a good example, but if y'all know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. But she said, Sapphire said, yeah, Kelly is stunning and she's aging better than Beyonce, I would say, but she's not on her level as far as star quality. they're in different lanes to me. I don't necessarily think one is better than the other. I just think they're different because Kelly has always been more relatable. So if I had to judge any one of them on who's relatable, I would have to say Kelly. Beyonce was light skinned and her dad had connections, and that's the reason why she was the leader of the group. If it were me, Kelly would have been the leader of the group. That's just me. But I do think Beyonce's work ethic is stronger than everybody else's. For sure, because Beyonce would fire me because I like to dance. But if I ever wanted to show up and be an audition for, she would fire me. Like because I'm like, look, we just fucking practiced for 17 hours straight. I need a water break. And then she'll look at me and be like, oh, you're not you don't have good work ethic. You're gone by. You know what I mean? That would be annoying to me. I feel like Kelly would be more like, okay, everybody take a break. I know we've been at this for 12 hours. Let's just take a break. I'm just making that up. I don't know for sure. But that's just what I think, right? So yes, her work ethic is undeniable, but I just don't think she's that relatable. Like I just don't. I don't know. I'm not the only person that thinks that. A lot of people say the same thing because they see the same thing. Like and I think the reason why Rihanna made it to billionaire status before Beyonce did is because Rihanna is more relatable. That's why. People fucks with Rihanna because, and I love me some Rihanna. She's relatable. She's down to earth. She's like, you know what I mean? She's not like hidden and wanting to be mysterious and whatever else. She's just herself, and I love that. Mona says, we're not evil. Right. I'm a Scorpio. Oh, Scorpio. We're not evil. We're some of the most loving people, but we are definitely misunderstood for sure. Laugh out loud. I mean, she said, oh, okay. Key himself said, y'all still here? We are. Oh my God. I was planning on an hour, y'all. That was it. Yeah, I agree with this. Hold on. Adam. She said, no, I don't agree with that. That's what I said. I said this in my TikTok. I'm like, I think a lot of women, if we could choose to be gay, we probably would. Like I wouldn't have to deal with men and their bullshit. It would just be so much easier. The top shot. Yep. Scorpio, Cancer, and Capricorn. Absolutely. Let me see. Divested zealot. I don't. Maybe. Oh, Evanescence. Yes, I remember. I remember them. I like that. The group. There was some song she had on her album. It was like maybe two of them. And I just remember thinking like, oh, she's just, I don't know how to explain it. She's just more relatable. I don't know. Oh, Kelly. Are you talking about Kelly Clarkson or Kelly Price? That's another one. Kelly Price. Kelly Price's voice, that's soul. That's what you call soul. I don't know if that's what the Kelly you were talking about, but yeah, Lisa Fisher. I love me some Erykah Badu. Erykah Badu is a classy hot mess at the same time. Oh, I love her. I love me some Erykah Badu. Is that the song I'm thinking about? The Stole? That's definitely probably one of the songs that I was thinking about too. I forgot about that song actually. I think that was it. Cynthia G had a lot of valid points, but she's also bitter. Two things can be true at once. Literally all her videos is about black men. That's male identified too. I totally disagree. I don't know if she's bitter. I don't know her personally. I don't take somebody talking the truth about something being bitter. That's just, you're speaking the truth. And just like when people have been calling me a man basher since I was 16. And I'm like, if a man beat his wife and I say he's a woman beater, they're like, you're bitter. You're a man basher. Am I a man basher and am I bitter? This man was literally convicted for beating his wife. Like, we know he did it, right? So I think there's a fine line between saying the truth about somebody and it being bitter. Like, I don't agree with that. I don't think there's bitter. Could she be bitter? I don't know. If any black woman is bitter, in my opinion, they have 1000% every right to be. I will say that. If you're bitter, you have every right to be bitter. Look at what the hands we've been dealt. Seriously. So, but I don't really think that's what it is. I think she's seen her share of shit and she's putting it out there. And she does have a lot of videos about black men because she's trying to wake black male worshipers, as she likes to call, up. Now, I personally believe that there are a lot of black male worshipers that are beyond help. And I don't think it's male identified to talk about black men. That's absolutely not true. The definition of male identified is really, well, my definition is women who see their self-worth through the eyes of men. That's male identified. You don't think you're worthy unless you have a man. You care about what they think. You jump through hoops to be everything that they say they want. Anything that these men say they want, you try to be that. You want to be picked. That is male identified. Talking about the degeneracies of black men is not male identified. Absolutely not. That is 1000% wrong. I'm sorry, but it's just wrong. But people say she's bitter. I don't even know where people get that from. But, people say I'm bitter. And I'm like, bitter about what? What am I bitter about? A lot of the things that I try to stop women from going through, I've never even been through. So if I'm some guy called me a bitter baby mama. He said, "You're just a bitter baby mama. I can smell it from here. I can tell your type from far away." And I'm like, "Sir, I'm child free. Where's this bitterness coming from? And you think I'm a baby mom?" And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that either for anybody that's a baby mom, but I've been accused of that. And I'm not even a mother. So people can come up with stuff all they want and be wrong. I'm just saying. But her speaking the truth about black male worship and how lost so many of these black women are, and how, in my opinion, many of them are beyond help, I don't think that's bitter. If you're speaking about it, it just means you're speaking about it. She cares about the health and the wellness of black women. And sometimes you have to keep talking about men in order to wake women up. Just like I told a guy, because he told me my whole channel was talking about men. A guy told me that too. And I said, if you're a drug addict and you are trying to get off drugs, you're going to talk about drugs the entire time, because that's a part of the conversation. See how that works? You're going to be talking about drugs the entire time, but you're trying to get off drugs. You're trying to better your life. If we're talking about weight loss and food, you're going to talk about food the entire time. What can you not eat? What has saturated fat? What doesn't? What's good protein? What you're going to be talking about all the time. It doesn't mean you're bitter about it. It just means you're going to talk about it all the time. Like, it's really simple. I don't think that's that difficult. But nothing about that is bitter to me. I think that's just trying to get women to wake up. Who was a better singer in your opinion, Brandy or Monica? Listen, okay. We ain't doing that. The better singer, I'm going to have to say Brandy, even though Monica was my favorite growing up. Brandy's range and her vocal control is unmatched. Like, the sound of her voice is so soothing. That's somebody I could listen to all day. I think vocally, she's more trained than Monica. But Monica was absolutely, I wanted to be Monica when I was younger. That's who I wanted to be. I used to have those Word Up posters and every magazine clipping and whatever else of her. I used to have a shrine in this book of Monica. I loved me some Monica. I was definitely pro team Monica or whatever. But and Monica has a beautiful voice. I love her voice. But if I had to pick, I would say Brandy. Even though I love them both. But yeah, no, you didn't. You just made me say Monica wasn't the best singer. Monica has a beautiful voice though. Like I said, I used to want to be like Monica. Big time. Kelly Price. Okay, well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I mean, yeah, that's your opinion and you're sticking to it, and I'm sticking to mine. But yeah, I love certain types of singing. I judge people singing on if I'm moved or not. I've never been moved by Beyonce in that way. Um, oh, Lauryn Hill is another one. I love Lauryn Hill. I wonder what she's been up to lately. Prince says she was talented though. He said, "Oh, she needed to learn was piano." Hmm? Beyonce was always willing to grow, and this was the reason she's still here. She doesn't do the same things where she always shows up, even back in the DC4 days. She would never skip studio time. Yeah, I also think I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm just wondering if all the rumors that they're saying about them are true about Jay and Beyonce. I'm just wondering. Uh, because I've noticed a difference in her and it doesn't seem to be good. But that's just my own personal opinion. I hope she's okay. Because um, I don't want to see Black women go through stuff. And I'm one of those people that was mad that she took Jay-Z back after he cheated on her. I'm one of those people. I'm just saying. Because I feel like she could do better. Jay-Z, I was a huge fan of Jay-Z's music, but I don't think I like him as a person. Even though I don't know him, I know that sounds crazy, but like the stuff he says, I pay attention to things that he do, and to me, he ain't shit. But that's just my own personal opinion, and I feel like she could have did better. But that's just. She said, "Why do they need to be relatable?" Relatability in some cases is what some people require to be a fan of you. Some people require that. Some people like for the idea for for a person to be out of touch. It just depends on your preference. Um, if a person isn't relatable to me, I can't relate to you. So therefore, I am not moved by you. Therefore, I'm not going to support you. And I'm not saying not support you, but it means I'm not going to rush out and buy your albums. Even though I owned that the Writings on the Wall album probably about 6 times, because every time something happened to that CD, and yes, I'm talking about CDs. I just told my age. I went out and bought it again. But I'm saying as an adult, I think the reason why people want to relate is because they want to have a reason to buy your stuff. And if they don't relate to you, then that's people that's not going to buy your stuff. I mean, I don't really know. Like if you guys didn't relate to people, you wouldn't subscribe to their channel, right? I'm just using that as an example. So I think that's why relatability is important, especially in the music industry or the acting industry. If you don't really necessarily feel, and I'm talking about people like me, because there are some people who want people to feel far away and unreachable. Some people like the unreachableness of celebrities. That's really what makes celebrities is the idea that they're better than you and me, right? That's why that business is thriving like it is. But I like to feel like there's Ciara is somebody I relate to a lot. Ciara is a perfect example. Me and Ciara are birthday twins. We're both Scorpios. There is something about this woman that's captivating. I don't really know how to explain it, but that's somebody that's relatable to me. And I'm not just saying that because of our birthdays, because I knew it was something about her before I even found out what her birthday was back in the early 2000s when she was hot, right? That's somebody to me that's relatable. I'm just using her as an example. Somebody said Beyonce is a billionaire. I didn't think she was. I thought that she was only a billionaire with Jay-Z's money, but without, it was like halfway there or something like that. I don't I don't count married people's money as together, even though I know legally your money is their money, but I always think about when people get divorced, whose money is going to go where. So that's how I look at that. But I could be wrong, but the last time I checked, it was only because they were married. And even if she is a billionaire, I was just saying that Rihanna got to billionaire status first because, in my opinion, she's more relatable. Um, yeah. So yeah, I was saying HW. I was saying that some people require that you have something about you that makes us want to support your stuff. Some people are like that. She said, I stopped watching Priscilla because of the TT. Like, I'm not looking up. I don't really even think that she's what I don't. I think Princella just wants women to stop worshiping men, and she's gonna do whatever is necessary to get you to wake up. I think that's what it is. She might actually believe that, but I don't. She's not really telling us you need to be gay. That's not what she's saying. But she's trying to get women to understand um, biology and nature and all that stuff, so that you can, wake up about dealing with men. And she's any means necessary, probably in some ways. I mean, I would say that. Um, Wait, what? You said, love, I agree. People just want to go against the grain because they're annoyed by her. What are you talking about? Y'all can't possibly think that every person loves everybody the same way. Come on now. Let's be real. Look, I don't, if that's what you're talking about, nobody's going against the grain. I'm just not a big fan of certain people. I was not a big fan of LL Cool J. To this very day, I never understood what people saw in him. I still don't to this very day. Like, what are y'all talking about? LL Cool J, what? Right? But every woman in their right mind was like, oh, LL. I'm just using him as an example. I wasn't trying to go against the grain. I just didn't find him attractive. Like, I'm like, he's cute, I guess, but he ain't my type. I wouldn't fuck him. You know what I mean? Sometimes people just, we disagree because we disagree. Like, it doesn't mean that we're trying to disagree. We just do. And I'm somebody who naturally thinks for myself anyways. That's literally why I made my channel. It's because I don't consider myself to be like everybody else when it comes to really anything. I have a different mindset about stuff. So everybody, y'all can expect everybody. I can't expect everybody on the planet to love Luther Vandross. Like, there's some people who didn't like the way he looked. You know what I mean? Some people hated his voice. But I'm not going to feel no kind of way because somebody don't like the person that I like. I don't give a shit. I like Luther Vandross. The rest of the world could hate him. I love him. So I'm just using that. Let's be real here. We ain't gotta. Everybody. It ain't about going against the grain because popularity breeds nothing. That's not nothing. It just means that everybody is not that big of a fan. And then once the truth comes out about people, we gonna see how y'all feel then about certain stuff. I'm just saying, like, we all have our own opinions about stuff. But like I said, I'm not that big of a fan. I don't hate her. I don't hate anybody, but I'm not that big of a fan. And I never have been, and I most likely never will be. Sin is just telling it like it is. Somebody said Rihanna can't sing. I don't know. Rihanna's not the best singer. I agree with that. But Rihanna didn't become a billionaire for no reason. I'm just going to put it that way. Rihanna knew what the people wanted. Rihanna listened to her fans. Rihanna was smart. That's just my own personal opinion. And she's even smarter if she did not marry A$AP Rocky. But everybody was coming hard on her for not being married and having kids out of wedlock. I'm like, 99.9% of people on the planet are going to have babies out of wedlock. Most of y'all already did, right? But I think she's even smarter if she don't get married. But that's just my own personal opinion. All their marriages are typically going to end in divorce anyways. I would much rather not see women get ruined in their divorces. I don't care what happens to men, but women, no. I don't want to see no woman get ruined in no divorce. And that's another thing with black women. All these famous black women that's marrying these, they all pay for it. Y'all end up owing those niggas child support and fucking spousal support and shit. Because black women don't know how to make niggas sign prenups. Like, oh my God. That shit irritates the fuck out of me. And as much as I don't care for Oprah anymore, Oprah was smart not to get married. That I will give her credit for, because she would just be losing all her stuff in a divorce. Because they're all typically going to get divorced sooner or later. I'm not trying to be funny, unless one of them dies young, obviously. But I don't want to see women losing their stuff. I really don't. Somebody said divested zealot is not a girl's girl at her. She's low key a pick me. I don't know. I don't. Who if somebody's a pick me, I can assure you I'm automatically not gonna like them, because I can't deal with that. I can't. I don't know. If I think I've seen that. I might have watched a few videos, but I'm not a big fan of pick me's at all. Girl, please stop this. Yeah, her music is dope, but I feel like she's been able to build a fan base from B haters. People resent Beyonce for being light skinned and quiet. Who resents Beyonce for being light skinned and quiet? Who? I don't know why anybody. The quiet part, in my opinion, is kind of smart on one hand, but who resents her for? Didn't she make it because she was light skinned? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, she's light skinned. Her mom is Creole and whatever. She's white, but whatever, right? And her dad's black. She's gonna be light skinned 9 times out of 10. I don't know why anybody would be mad at her for that. That doesn't even make any sense to me. Cynthia G contradicts herself way too much. She's obviously a mean girl. I don't think Cynthia G's a mean girl. I don't. Can she be mean? I can be a mean girl. I think all women can be mean girls. But if the vast majority of what you're doing is trying to help women, then I don't really think that I would consider you to be a mean girl. Like, because why do you want to help women? And I think she's sincere. Cynthia G can be doing a whole lot of other stuff. She's very beautiful. She could be modeling. She could be doing a lot of stuff. And she's choosing this. Same thing with me. I could be doing other stuff too. Like, there's like really nothing that I can't do. I'm not trying to be funny. And I think the same thing about people like Cynthia G. She can be doing other stuff. And she would be just as successful doing other things. But this is what she's choosing to do. So, like, why do it? If, Mona said Deborah Cox, Tamia. Oh, fuck. Right. We forgot about Deborah Cox. Toya? Wait, Toya. I like Tracy Spencer, even though Tracy Spencer got on my nerves sometimes. Love me some Tamia. Tweet. Toya. What's Toya? What Toya are you talking about? Who is Toya again? I forgot who that was. The Cyber Woman Senji tells the truth, wasn't bitter apart. What? Okay, I disagree with you. Her telling black women to abort male babies instead of not fucking them. The reason why is because most women are not going to stop fucking. That's why. There's no point in telling women to do that when that's not going to happen. But you can. And maybe I agree with that because I've been in that situation. Like, maybe I'm speaking from a biased point of view, but you can have fun with these men without catching feelings for them. You can have fun. You ain't got to have every nigga's baby that you lay with, because you would be dumb if you did that, right? You would be rooting yourself to poverty if you did that. You would be playing yourself and breaking your own heart emotionally if you did that, right? So, I mean, like, abort male babies, but most women want some dick at the end of the day. Like at the end of the day, you can want dick and not want the baby. Just like most men want your pussy, but they don't want to take care of their kids. What's the difference? You can have the fun without the you can have the fun without the consequences if you choose not to face the consequences. People are like, oh, you're running away from responsibility. Call it whatever you want. Call it whatever you want. But if that's running from responsibility, well, running from responsibility. Like whatever. Um okay, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as black male worship is YouTube. Okay, you sound stupid, whoever you are. If you think there is no such thing as black male worship, you are blind as a bat. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but you are so blind. Um, Black male worship is why the black community is in the position it's in. If you want to know why, like I said before, black people won't overcome, is because of black male worship. That's why. That's why our community can't overcome and won't. So you're sitting here saying it's not real. It's ridiculous. Um, I don't know about this part because look in her eyes and tell she's broke. Some man said he can look in my eyes and tell that I'm sad for being a single mother. Really? And I'm not a single mother. I would never in a million years ever become a single mother because I would never let a man okey doke me like that because I know men ain't shit. But somebody told me they can look at me and say, you're miserable. And meanwhile, I'm not even going through anything. So miserable about what? And Cynthia Green has been stealing the Queenmakers content. I knew Cynthia G before Princella. So I'm just trying to figure out how does that work? I don't know how long Princella has been on YouTube. I only just found her at the end of 22. I've been following Cynthia G since like 2017. So we're talking about a whole full 5 years beforehand, as far as before I found her. I don't know. I don't know about the stealing the talking points. This is what I would say about talking points. Talking points don't really belong to anybody. But at the same time, when women are educated and we find ourselves coming to the same conclusions because we're paying attention to the same trends, the same things that's happening, and we're coming to the same conclusions because that's what happens when you educate yourself and you pay attention. And I don't care whose talking points are whose. I don't give a damn. Right? I always give people credit when I say something. I'm like, shout out to the Queenmaker, shout out to whoever, me personally. But do I really care about where it comes from as long as all the women, as many women as possible, get the message? I think that's the most important thing. That's literally all I care about. And that's all y'all should care about. Why do y'all care about anything else? Like, don't y'all care that more women, don't y'all want more women to follow the 4B movement? Because I fucking do. I wish we could do something like the 4B movement over here in the United States. Like I said, she's going to talk about black men in every video the same way a drug addict is going to talk about drugs while they're getting clean. That's how it works. If we want women to decenter men, we're going to be talking about men and why you need to decenter them in probably every video. It's going to all tie back to men until women figure out how to free themselves from that. Like, if I don't talk about this stuff or do this, I can just go on about my merry day every day and not worry about any of this. And I don't have to talk about men at all because I don't date anymore and I don't want nothing to do with no relationship or no kids or nothing. Right. But I'm child free. I'm choosing to be child free. But I talk about child free content a lot, especially on TikTok. That doesn't mean I want kids. I'm not obsessed with kids. I'm obsessed with making sure that child free women have the same rights and the same treatment as everybody else. Instead of us being shunned and dogged throughout our lives for not wanting them. So you're going to talk about this. Like, that's just the way it works. That's the best advice the best analogy I can give you. If you're trying to lose weight, you're going to talk about food and what you can and cannot eat. That's how it works. Thank you. Cynthia G has not been stealing anyone's talking points. If I would really say, a lot of people steal her talking points, actually. Cynthia G's been on here a lot longer than a lot of these newcomers. I'm just going to put that out there. So I don't know what y'all are talking about. Maybe y'all haven't known how long she's been here. I do. She's been here. And Sapphire Love, I get what you mean. But again, for creators, YouTube is not a... I mean, YouTube is about views. And the reality is that positivity and uplifting content doesn't get views. It doesn't. Let's be real. Let's be all the way for real. It doesn't, unfortunately. Especially in our community. We thrive off of chaos. I'm named after Brandy, so I'm biased. Funny thing, my mom said she was going to name me Monica. Wow. That's interesting. I know I'm a little behind on that. Let me try to catch up. So this is my best way to describe this, Sapphire. Why did she still sleep with the very men that she thinks are degenerates? You can have fun with men. Just because most of them are degenerate doesn't mean that 100% of them are, right? And you can still have fun with them without having the consequences, right? We know that eating fried food, for an example, is the number one reason why we have heart disease. But do we still eat it? Yeah. A lot of people smoke cigarettes knowing it says we'll get cancer or something of that effect. Do people still smoke cigarettes? Yeah. That's how it works. That's how it works. Like what you eat, not saying you, but I'm saying we eat unhealthy all the time. We know it's not good for us. We still do it. And we'll be like, hey, don't eat all that junk. And then we'll turn around and have a slice of cake. That's why. What's the difference? And we shun cake because cake has a lot of saturated fat and trans fat and everything else because it's horrible for your arteries and it's going to cause you to have a stroke. It's horrible. But I fucking love cake, though. Cupcakes, to be exact. Okay, who is this person? What are you talking about? I relate to your AI filter. This is StreamYard, and this is how it looks on StreamYard. You would have to download StreamYard and do a mock view, and that's what it's going to look like. What are you talking about? And stop putting this in my comments. I've seen it like 50 times. The next time I see it, you're blocked because you're annoying. I don't have any control over the way StreamYard makes you look. They have like this, there's a dial where you start from 0 to the next one, and it's like filter higher and higher and higher. It's on the lowest one. Like, and I can't go any lower than that. Like, what are you talking about? But like I said, if I see this in the comment section again, I'm going to block you. Get a life. If I even scroll down and see, yep, you're finna be blocked. I don't need to use a filter in real life. I don't. People don't just tell me that I look like in my 20s on YouTube. I hear it 100 times a day in real life. Literally. I'm not even joking. People are shocked that I'm damn near 40. People are shocked that I am a truck driver. They're like, you're supposed to be on somebody's runway. Why are you driving trucks? I get this shit all the time. What are you talking about? And you keep putting it in the comment section. Like, what is your point? Men can tell a 4 or a 5 in real life. I have never in my life met anybody to call me a 4 or a 5. What are you talking about? I've had pretty privilege my whole life. What are you talking about? I don't know what your point is. I'm just lost about this. But anyways, wait, what? Okay, so if you're not a Sanji fan, don't be. Like, I don't know why y'all keep talking about it. I'm a Sanji fan over here. So just so you know, you can have your opinions. That's fine. But if anything ever turns rude or disrespectful about somebody, I'm just gonna block you. Y'all haven't been rude yet, but I'm just letting you know. If you're not a fan, you don't have to be. But I don't know why y'all keep talking about it. If you're not on Patreon, then how do you know it's exactly? Thank you. Thank you, girl. Cause like what? I don't think she's bitter. I just don't. I'm sorry, but I don't get bitter. I get somebody that's willing to tell the truth. And I think if you're getting bitter out of her telling the truth, maybe you are a pick me. Because why are you getting so offended about her telling the truth? Are you a pick me? That's an honest question. HW says, hold on. I don't know why it's doing that. Hold on one second. HW said, and if Jay-Z goes down, B is going to guilty by association. And yes, I'm a fan, but B probably has some dirt on her hands too. She knew what type of man. I think I always wonder what happened to Aaliyah. I'm just gonna put it that way. What happened to Aaliyah never sat well in my spirit. I just it was too many coincidences around her death. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. But just like every other Black star that makes it to the top like that, in my opinion, the system is rigged against Black people anyways. So it doesn't matter how well you do for yourself in Hollywood or in the music industry, you're going to have a fall. And the only way you don't in most cases is if you die young. But if you live long enough, there's going to be some way for them to bring you down. And I think that's just a part of it. And a lot of stuff will probably come out. I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel about that. I'm surprised that the love Rihanna gets, her music isn't good. It's not about her music, I don't think. I think people just like her because she dope. Rihanna didn't even have to come out as a singer. She could have just came out as a socialite like Kim Kardashian and just been a socialite and people would have still loved her. She just dope to some people. That's what it is. Oh, I didn't say you specifically were good. Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering, like, ain't nobody trying to go against no grain. um, I think this is so weird. Like this whole beehive. Listen, people who are in the beehive, y'all are psychotic. And I'm talking about the ones that are willing to go to put bee emojis and stuff in people and like really? Do you not realize that that is a mental illness? I mean, this is she said I'm not a bee fan either. I believe she's super talented. Just not my cup of tea. I've been crucified by people I know because I feel that way. It's not this. It's not. And that woman is hiring security. Y'all going that hard for that woman. And she hires security to keep y'all the fuck away from her. Let that sink in. When it comes down to it, she's going to hire security to keep y'all away from her. Please. I wish I would. I like people, but I ain't going that hard for them where I'm finna be going to people's pages and harassing people with bee emojis and shit. Y'all are psychotic and belong in fucking a mental institution because that's ridiculous. Like they really will crucify you for what? Just because you have an opinion? And that woman don't give a damn about not one of y'all. She's gonna, like I said, she hires security to keep y'all away from her. Literally. Okay, I am the prize. Gotta go. Ban user and delete their comments. Yep. Bye, bitch. Whoever you are. You irritating as fuck. Like, why do you keep putting the same thing? I don't get that. Cynthia G has done horrible things to women. She probably has. I can say that I don't know too many women who hasn't. I've done horrible things as well. But you learn and you grow, right? Everybody has. I if you say you haven't, you're probably lying. I don't know what the point is of saying that. Everybody has their own shit. Now, I would just have to be convinced another way. None of this is going to convince me of anything. I like who I like, and that's it. Y'all like who y'all. I'm not telling y'all who not to like. I don't give a shit. People just want pleasure. Who the fuck? I mean, who gives a fuck about responsibility? Hell, half the people run after the responsibility is brought to life. Definitely. My whole thing is have your fun, but don't bring an innocent kid into it. That's fucked up. Oh, that's interesting. They keep bringing this up, Ginger. I don't know why, but I'm talking about it because they keep talking about it in the comments. The baby boomer, I mean, these boomer moms cannot let go of their borderline ancestors because of connections with their sons. Yep. That's exactly why so many of these men ain't shit and why a lot of women like me don't want them. I'm just saying. Yeah, but why get pregnant in the first place? I'm not saying black women can't sleep with black men, but why? Okay, so I'll tell you this. I believe in abortion because I've had abortions. I've had a couple. And one of my exes, this is gonna get a little personal, okay? Never shot my club up for 4 years that we were together until he realized that I was breaking up with him. And I was like, this relationship is going nowhere. And I just wanted to end. Guess what he did? Shot the club up and got me pregnant. Because I guess in his mind, he thought that I was going to be like, oh, I'm keeping it. Okay, I love you. I'm not going anywhere. Nope. Not only am I about to get rid of it because you was dead wrong for what you did, because for 4 years you didn't, and I never got pregnant for 4 years. And you did it now. So not only am I not keeping it, but you're paying for it as well. And he said, I ain't paying for shit. I said, okay. If you don't pay for it, you can kiss our friendship goodbye. I'm breaking up with you today now, not in a couple months when our lease is up. Today, we're done. And then you're going to be treated the way I treat my other ex who I don't talk to no more. So the next day, guess what he did? He came with that 550. That's what he did. So sometimes you get pregnant. Sometimes condoms break. Sometimes guys go against what you said. Sometimes you're raped. Sometimes whatever. Sometimes you do this shit on purpose. At the end of the day, people get pregnant. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it. I said it already, and I'm going to say it again. If I got pregnant 300 more times, I would have 300 more abortions. And I don't give a fuck what nobody got to say about it. Because I don't want kids. Well, close your leg. I might close my legs. I have been closing my legs. But if I ever decide I want to throw this ass in a circle, that's what I'm going to do. And if I get pregnant, what is it to you? Right? I don't give a damn what a lot of y'all, that's your body. I'm not going to worry about telling people, why would you get pregnant? People get pregnant because they fuck. That's how you get pregnant. What kind of a question is that? If I got an abortion this morning, did your house burn down? Sapphire Love or anybody else who thinks the same way? Did your house burn down because I got pregnant at 5 o'clock this morning? Or I got an abortion this morning? I'm just making up something. Like, why do you care? That's what I want to know. Why are you going to get pregnant? Because people get fucking pregnant. Like, what the fuck? I read there's 7 super chats. And I read 4 of them. Let me see. Let me go back to them. I was gonna actually wait until I was gonna get off. I left off at LM. Sincerely, Sandy, what do you eat daily to stay fit? You look great. Mostly, honestly, lately it's been Chipotle. Like I go to Chipotle at work every day. I don't know. And so it's just rice, beans, fajita vegetables, um, guacamole, and the corn salsa. And I get that almost every day. But typically I like to eat salads, I like to eat salmon. Every now and then I'll make some really heavy pasta, like some lasagna or spaghetti or like shrimp alfredo, stuff like that. But I like to eat really light most of the time because, and I really do it not so much for my weight, but for my energy levels. And I don't really eat a lot of meat either. I stopped eating red meat a long time ago, but every now and then I would eat like a pot roast or something like once a year. Like literally, I'm not even joking. And then I'll have some chicken every now and then, but I really don't eat meat anymore either because I feel like my energy levels are better and I just feel better. I smell better, all of that when I don't eat meat. So I just eat everything but meat, like oatmeal in the morning, pancakes, stuff like that. I pretty much eat everything except meat for the most part. But I will eat salmon. Um, I actually was eating salmon before I came on live. I will eat salmon. I will eat shrimp. As far as meat goes, but that's it. As far as red meat and all this, and the reason why is because I think I've watched too many documentaries and what they do to the meat, and a lot of it's not real. And then especially after they passed that law to where last year to where it's okay for them to sell lab grown meat. And so you're not going to know if you're eating real meat or lab grown because it's going to look real and taste real and all that. I was like, no, I'm good. All I could think of is cancer. That's all I could think of. So I'm just like, I don't want to eat no fake meat. I'd rather just not eat meat at all. It's ridiculous. Um, Reigns control. When you talking shit this whole live? But thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat. And sincerely, Sandy. Oh, okay, same question. So yeah, um, I think one day I'm probably gonna what's the word I was going to say? Switch over to vegan because I do eat a lot of vegan. I go on Pinterest and I find a lot of vegan dishes and I just recreate them. But I'm not a vegan. But I will say I consider myself to be like a 90% vegan, if you can do that. Because I do like vegan type stuff. And eventually I'm probably going to transition over to vegan sooner or later. Um, Let me see. Oh my, this other woman, yeah, but to talk about black men every video and still be laying with them doesn't make sense. That's like you're saying you're child free and having a kid. That's why you aren't getting what? Okay, so here's the thing. Even if it doesn't make sense, so what? What's your point? What is anybody gonna do about that? Because I don't think anybody can do anything about that. So if it doesn't make sense, okay, fine. It doesn't make sense. Sounds like excuse making. Sleeping with men she bashes doesn't make sense. Maybe she doesn't think that way about the man she's fucking. Maybe she knows that the man she's fucking is not a man out here with 50-11 baby mamas, and he's not a part of the problem. Maybe that's what it is. That could be it. You never know. I don't know. Having a sexuality doesn't mean you like someone for who they are. I don't like most men, but I'm attracted to them look wise. Same. Absolutely same. That's why I blocked him. Because I'm like, and I don't care about what he was saying. It was the fact that I just kept seeing it every few comments. Like, what are you doing? You're just annoying me. So he's blocked. Whoever that was. Ginger, you that bad or the super chat? I wasn't gonna get off without reading the super chats. I wasn't. Cynthia G can talk about who she wants. I totally agree. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. She got pregnant by a Dusty with 6 baby mamas, though. She's a contradiction. I still agree with some of that. Is that true? Did she have that baby? Can anybody prove that she actually had a baby? Because a lot of people have been saying that for years. I don't know if she had a baby or not, but no one has proved it either. So unless you've seen her pushing a stroller or pushing a baby out of her hoo-ha, I don't know how you would even know that. Because people do make up rumors about people. I don't know. I'm not saying she did or didn't, but I'm just saying, how do you know that for sure? Is what I'm saying. You said you've been live streaming for a minute. Make sure you hydrate. Actually, I've been drinking coffee. Actually, it's cold now. I'm not gonna drink the rest of it, but yeah, I'll hydrate. I'll be good. If she's a contradiction, then don't follow her anymore. It's that simple. Why are you still responding? No value in being out of here. Well, to be fair, Safar, you still talking about her. So like, why? Like, what's the point? What consequences does sleeping with men who are degenerate? What does that have? If you don't have a baby by them, and if you're protecting yourself sexually, what consequences? I want to know what they are. Chicky chick. Is that how you say it? You're funny as hell. I agree with you. Wait, what? Sovereign, I get it. It doesn't master you and very amateur. What does that mean? I don't know what you're talking about. She said, they want women to die young. Once our value/youth and beauty runs out, it's like people don't think we deserve to even be alive anymore. And that's true. And that's what I tell women all the time who put all their stock in men. What are you gonna do when you get old? Because you're gonna get old to these men sooner or later. And then what are you gonna do? I'm very curious about that. That's why I'm like, why are y'all putting stock? Don't put stock into these men like that. They don't give a damn about you for real. They pretend to give a damn. And then as soon as you get old and your womb doesn't work anymore and you've lost your beauty, you're out. You're done in their minds, right? So many people here acting like we can't have our own opinions. Leave this woman alone. Oh shit. I'm not tripping. HW, I'm tripping. If they were getting on my nerves, I would have just blocked them out of here. But the only person I blocked was that guy who kept commenting the exact same thing like every 5 minutes. Like, what are you what are you doing? I ain't gonna lie. African Goddess and the other lady, y'all seem like y'all are a little obsessed with Sinji. Because y'all just keep talking about her. And then y'all are mad because I'm a fan of Cynthia G. But then y'all keep bringing her up. So I don't get it. Do y'all want Cynthia G to talk about compassion? I realize that a lot of people that have a problem with Cynthia G saying thin the herd and all that stuff, these are typically women that don't want to give up on the fact that they're not going to find what they're looking for. Some women just don't want to accept that. And whatever you do find, you most likely will be settling. It just is what it is. Some women don't want to accept that yet. They're like not. Um, yes, I was on birth control and still got. I was on birth control too. Exactly. So, shit happens. Ain't nothing foolproof. Ginger said, "Do you have sex?" Not really. Whenever I feel like it. For the most part, no. Just every now and then I might. Yeah. But honestly, that's like what, maybe a couple times a year. Like, you know what I mean? I just don't be wanting to be bothered. But I'm still human. And every now and then I may want to throw my ass in a circle. I'm just saying. Every now and then I may want somebody to bend me over my kitchen counter. I'm just saying. But for the most part, I don't want to be bothered with dudes at all. I just don't have time for it. Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that, Sovereign Woman. Sorry to hear what? I'm a little behind. I'm trying to catch up with the comments before I get off of here. Sorry about what? African Goddess. I'm a strong believer in abortion too. If my mom hadn't gotten an abortion, I would have been spared of all my suffering. I think a lot of us can say that. You know, somebody on TikTok was like, if your mom thought the same way you did about being child free, you wouldn't be here. And I'm like, you're right. You would be having this conversation with her instead of me. Genius. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm just not afraid to talk about that. Like, there's a lot of people who I feel like should have been aborted. I ain't going to hold you up. There's some people in this comment section that probably should have been aborted. I'm just saying. Maybe they should have. I don't know. I don't have the authority of that. I aborted that one person from my damn comment section, for sure. I got pregnant the first time I had sex when I was 16. Shit happens. Yep. I had a cousin like that. I had a cousin who got pregnant the first time. I don't want kids and don't care for having sex, but best believe if I got pregnant, that motherfucking baby would become so fast. Man, facts. Listen, people are like, you're going to feel so guilty. And I'm like, listen, the only thing I felt was relief. Some people may feel guilty. I'm built differently. All I could think about was relief. I'm sorry, but that's just how I felt. And I won't think twice about it either. I always enjoy when you post child-free content. It's so refreshing to see. Oh, hey, Queenie. Hello. Hi, darling. I was wondering if you were here. I mean, you can get your tubes tied. I couldn't get my tubes tied, as a matter of fact. I've been trying to get my tubes tied since I was 19. So literally for 20 years, I've been trying to get my tubes tied. So no, most doctors will not tie your tubes if you are a certain age, if you don't have kids, if they are against that and they think that you're wrong and you're going to change your mind one day, all types of bullshit. So no, I've been trying to get that. And you can't just go into the African Goddess. Are you a man or a woman? Because what the fuck? You can't just get a hysterectomy. You can't just go into the doctor and say, hey, take my uterus out. That's not how that works. You would have to have some kind of like situation happening that would warrant that, especially if you're a certain age. Most doctors that care about you, they're not going to do that shit. But even if I did want to do that, just like I couldn't get my tubes tied, they'll find a way to say no. So what is that? Just get a hysterectomy. Why do y'all care about if I got pregnant every month on purpose just to turn around to get an abortion? Why would y'all care about that? Y'all keep coming up with all this stuff about what women should be doing with their bodies. And it's like this is not a one size fits all. Everybody is not going to do the same thing. Y'all suggestions are just not smart. Like, who gives a fuck? Wait, it says, ladies, if you don't want children, just get your tubes. Y'all say that like that's easy. Like I said, for 20 years, I've been getting told no. Abortions is a lot on the woman's body and a lot on mine. Abortion didn't do nothing to my body. All getting pregnant did was made me more fertile. That's all it did. So, an abortion, I don't know if you've had an abortion, African Goddess, if you're a woman, the procedure was less than 5 minutes. It didn't really do much. The pregnancy did more to me than the abortion did. The pregnancy made me literally want to jump off a cliff. The moment I got that procedure done, I felt immediately better within 5 minutes. The pregnancy, there was no way I was going to make it 9 months anyways, even if I wanted kids. So you're just wrong. Everybody don't have the same experience. You can't just get your tubes tied, depending on where you live, because most doctors are going to tell you no. And like I've been told her for 20 years, and abortions does a lot on women's body. I don't know. Abortions didn't do shit to me. So I don't know. I can't speak for other women. I'm pro-abortion too, but I'm saying if Sanji is calling black women dumb for sleeping with black men, I think and telling them to get an abortion for male children, like, girl, you fucking a clown, you part of the problem. Listen, I think, and I'm not trying to take up for her, but I kind of feel the same way she does. And the reason why I say that, I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just saying don't have babies by them. That's all I'm saying. Don't have unprotected sex with them and don't have babies by them. You can get your rocks off. Just like there's a lot of white people the white women that like to fuck black men, even though they don't really like them for real, for a kink. It could be a kink thing. I don't know, right? But you have the right to have fun and not face the consequences if you don't want to. I know that's a controversial statement. People think you're supposed to suffer because you had sex. No, I'm not going to suffer because I had sex. I'm not. I can have sex and I can have 50 abortions if I want to. Like, and any other woman can do the same, and I'm not going to judge her for it. Some people want the fun and the pleasure without the consequences. That's life. People want to be able to eat cheesecake without gaining weight. People want to go to work and not do no work and still get paid. Like, you know what I mean? That's just human nature. If we could get away with stuff, we would. Like, it just is what it is. If I can find a good substitute for sour cream and cheese, I'll facts. Because cheese is why I don't think I'll ever go vegan. Like full vegan for real. Cheese, literally. I don't know if I can get rid of cheese. Robert Perkins got a stillborn out of Cynthia G. He just got as much baby mama. Wait. So she had a stillborn? It's actually spelled like Still, but whatever. And he just got. So she had a baby, but it died. He got just as much baby mama as his future. I don't know what that experience was for her if the baby died, but maybe some things happen for a reason. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't meant for her to have that man's baby or have to raise it, right? I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know if that's even true. I don't know. But if she didn't have a baby by him and she's child free, I think that's great. The purity culture is here. I never understood purity culture. Like, what's the point in purity culture? I don't. Like, your purity culture is not going to get you a faithful husband. It is not going to make a man treat you a certain kind of way. You're going to get the same results as everybody else. And I'm sorry to say that, but like, are there exceptions to the rule? Yes, there's a 1% exception to the rule. The other 99%, I've never seen that work out for anybody. And I hate to say it that way, but stop shaming people for their sexual choices. You can make the opposite choice and you're still going to get dogged. You're still going to be left to be a single mother. You're still going to have kids out of wedlock 9 times out of 10. Even if you get married, you're still going to be cheated on 9 times out of 10. The man is still going to leave you when he gets tired of fucking the same pussy, right? I said it all the time. Men get tired of the same vajayjay. 100% of them do. Some of them, 90-something% of them, in my opinion, act on it and go find something else. And you might get a 1% guy that's going to be tired and stick by his wife, but just close his eyes and pretend that you're Jane from accounting in order to get off. But at the end of the day, men get tired of it. Like, the purity culture is not going to save you. I remember that one girl that was on like Sally or Oprah or whatever some years ago, lost her virginity to her husband and he gave her AIDS. You're not going to get necessarily a better result by being pure. And then what happens when your husband has sex with you for the first time? You're not pure anymore. And then once you get a divorce, and it's a matter of when, not if in most cases, then you're not going to be considered pure anymore anyways. So why does that matter? When you end up getting a divorce, because you 9 times out of 10 will, then you're not pure anymore. And the next man can say you're ran through, right? That's what they do. So why are you putting stock in that? Why do women put stock in this shit? Who cares? Hey, Sovereign. Hey, everyone. Late to the live. Gotta watch the playback. You look great, by the way. Thank you, Old Soul. We appreciate that. Sapphire needs to go outside and touch some blades of grass. People don't have to agree with everything you say, like or do. Listen, I'm finna have to get off here in a minute because I think I'm finna be at my max time on StreamYard. I don't know. Is it 5 hours? I don't know. This was a long live, y'all. I didn't want it to be this long. Yikes. Let me try to finish these comments. A lot of ladies with senses. You gotta learn how to spell African goddess. Oh my god. A lot of ladies with senses don't follow Cynthia G anymore. With Cynthia G content, you have to eat the meat and spit out the bones. Her message at times can get women and girls hurt. I don't know how her message is going to get women and girls hurt. How? You're more hurt being in a relationship than you are being single. You have more of a chance of getting murdered in a relationship than you do being single. You do know that, right? When you think about a woman who's been killed, who killed her? 9 times out of 10, it's the man she lays next to at night. I can assure you of that. So how is that going to get anybody hurt? By saying thin the herd and protect your womb? The only way that's going to get a woman hurt is if you're talking about men that are going to come and essay women because we're not giving up the goods anymore. That's the only way I can see that getting women hurt. But you're more likely to be murdered by being in proximity to a man. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think that's a man. Because that spelling is just too much. I can't deal with that. They're coming on your channel to let out their grievances about Sinji. Make it make sense. Exactly. Like, what? Ain't nobody got too disrespectful with Sinji as far as Sinji goes, but listen, you will be blocked if you do. They can state their opinions, but they're talking about she's obsessed with black men. Y'all sound obsessed with Sinji, but that's just my own personal opinion. Oh, yep. See, I just see yep. I literally just said that too. Exoticals United. Thank you. No, for real. They keep talking about Sinji lady. I had to go look her up in my New York voice. Get off her dick. It's giving obsessed. Absolutely. You have to fight the urge. It's all mine. Sex is not all that. So for some people, it's not. I've typically had very wonderful experiences with sex. If I didn't, I wouldn't be tripping about it. But I'm just saying. If you didn't, I feel for you. But that's not true for everybody. And Scorpio women, we see sex a little differently than the rest of y'all probably. So I'm just saying, with the right person, it's heavenly. I definitely know for a fact I should have been aborted. I'm way too depressed for it. Oh no, la. I'm sorry you feel that way. But you know what? You have to make your own life for yourself. And you only get one. I know some people believe in afterlives and stuff. From my perspective, you only get one. This is the life that we know we're going to get for sure because we're living it. You have to just be proactive in protecting your peace and doing what you love and not caring what people think. I did too. The old song, I thought this would be a that's what it was supposed to be, but you know, next time it's not going to be this long. Now, it might cut off in 2 minutes. I'm not sure. But if not, then I'll keep going for a little bit longer. But I think it's 5 minutes. 5 hours. I don't know. If it cuts off, then y'all know why. But it might not. We'll see. No, seriously, if you don't believe if you don't agree with abortions, then fine, but leave people alone who do. Right. Because I always say a woman's abortions did not burn your house down. So I don't know why y'all care so much. I agree with that to a certain degree. Have you watched Child Free Kimberly? Maybe. Is she on YouTube or TikTok? It's a lot of women on. It is a lot of child-free women on TikTok that I didn't even know existed. It might cut off. If it cuts off in 10 seconds, then y'all know why it's not me. Goodbye just in case, but it might not. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it's still going. Okay. I thought 5 hours was the max. I was not planning on being on here this long, but this is a Saturday. I got off today. I was chilling. I'm cool if y'all cool. I thought it was going to cut off, but I guess not. So let's see. The prisons are full of males. Why do y'all want to create more? Because they have cognitive dissonance and they're blind. That's why. A lot of women think they're going to be the exception to the rule, and they're not. Your sons, a lot of y'all sons are literally the ones that are murdering somebody else's daughters. Like y'all, I don't think people really take into account what these men are doing. Every time you hear something bad happening to a woman, typically somebody's son did that shit. Like y'all sons used to be cute and adorable, but they grow up, many of them, to be murderers, rapists, pedophiles, right? Woman beaters, thieves. They grow up to get on social media and argue with women and troll them in the comments. This is what these women's sons grow up to be. Like absolute losers. And so it's like, but that is the very definition of male worship. That right there. You're worshiping. Most black women's sons are just going to end up in prison. And I hate to say that, but look at who's in the prison. Y'all are in one breath saying the vast majority of black men are in prison. You keep bringing them into existence and then complaining that they're going to go to prison. That's typically where they're going to go, irregardless to how you raise them. That's how that works, because they're going to go their own way. No matter what you say, they're going to do what they want to do. They want us to risk our lives for their comfort and convenience, but they don't want to have the discipline to use condoms consistently, but they're the ones complaining about child support. Exactly. That's insane. Get your rocks off by yourself. And sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. And like I said, maybe one day I may wake up and want to be bent over my kitchen counter. What is it to you, Ginger? Why do you care? If you were a man, you're not going to be the one bending me over. Is that why you're mad? What the fuck? I'm so lost. I'm lost and confused as fuck right now. Why do you care? Safari has been in her feelings his whole life. I don't know where that's coming from. Did you not think I was going to be a Sin G supporter? I don't know. Like, are you upset? I don't get it. Sin G has never confronted. Absolutely. So from what I understand, I don't know what's true. Sin G became better after Rob left her. Listen, I don't know if she left him or he left her, but either way, a man with that many baby mamas, shouldn't nobody be with him anyways. Okay, prove that, collard greens. Come back with proof or go away. Right. My whole thing is like, what is the point in trying to prove if she has kids or not? Like, that's the part I don't get. What is the point of that? I mean, it kind of reminds me of everybody when everybody was going in on Megan Thee Stallion. Like, and I'm a Megan Thee Stallion fan, by the way. It was like, why? Like the people who were saying she's a hoe and ran through, a lot of the women that were saying that got like 4 and 5 baby daddies. Meanwhile, Megan Thee Stallion is child free. Well, I don't know if she's child free. She doesn't have any kids, right? I don't know if she's child free. She might want to have kids one day. So I can't call her child free. But meanwhile, she don't got a baby daddy. And the main women who were talking shit about her got multiple baby daddies. Make it make sense. Like, who's really the smart one and who's not in this situation? So if you're in that situation, it's not to shame you or anything. You need to just sit that out. You don't need to be sitting there talking about any woman who's not nobody's baby mama at the end of the day. I'm sorry to say it like that, but let's keep it a stack. Like, There are some women out here who are somebody's baby mama, but they're not berating women either. So if you're berating women, then you're who I'm talking to. Because like, why do you care about these things? Why do you care about people's body counts and like, why do y'all give a fuck? Why does this matter so much? I don't get it. And Cynthia G became after Rob left her and the baby didn't die. She wanted to marry him. Who cares? What's your point? What is your point? Prove what you're saying, collard greens, or go away. If you come back and make another statement that you can't prove, you're blocked. Prove it. I want to see the proof. The unspoken part is the idea that if a woman has sex, it is to always result in pregnancy. That women are not to have sex without the burden of pregnancy. Yep. Well, that's too bad, though, because guess what? I'm still not having no baby. I don't care if I had sex or not. I don't care if they change the laws where all 50 states are against abortion. I'm still not having no baby. If I got to hop on a plane and go visit friends in Mexico, that's what I'm going to do. But I will not be giving birth under no circumstances. And I don't care what nobody got to say about it either. I'm not burdening my life with no kids. Okay, listen. I don't care about your comments on. You have a right to your opinion, but let it go already. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, my mom was a virgin when she married my dad. He's a serial cheater and she's divorcing. I used to be jealous of my sisters who are still virgins. Sadly, the husbands will likely cheat. Yeah, while they waited. Mm-hmm. They're gonna cheat and they're gonna get other women pregnant and everything. That's what they do. No one tells hateful men not to have sex or who to have sex with, despite the high baby daddy rates. The bias is illogical. Absolutely. And because they have these double standard mentalities, that's why I don't care about their mental health. That's exactly why I don't give a shit. They want women to be pure, but they bring their dirty peens. Absolutely. Cynthia G became okay. Listen, collard greens. Listen, please. I'm begging you to stop. Just stop. I don't believe the ladies in the comment sections care about purity. We just pro common sense and not stupidity. We have to do it. Listen, I don't give a fuck about you not caring about stupidity. I don't give a fuck. Your opinion at this point means nothing to me. You mean nothing to me. Okay? Please understand that. As a matter of fact, go ahead and dismiss yourself before I block you. We don't care. We care about if what you're doing in the comments is, I would consider that to be stupidity. Actually, I think you probably might have a mental illness. Actually, so stupidity, pro common sense, but you're like constantly trolling in the comment sections. Why? You're the one that's stupid. Now, the next comment I see of yours, that I don't like, I'm gonna get rid of you. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but you're annoying as fuck. Autocorrect my ass. No, you just don't know how to fucking spell. Ain't no autocorrect. No, you don't know how to spell. I believe in what they say. Where I just JC, good night, servant woman. You were sweet and patient. Thank you. I appreciate that. They started to get on my nerves now. This person can't spell. And he or she's blaming it on autocorrect. No, there ain't no autocorrect. You don't know how to spell. Just admit it. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but you're starting to get on my nerves. I didn't bring up Cynthia G, I don't think. If I did, I was probably using an example. But I thought somebody asked me, what did I think about Cynthia G? And that's why I started talking about Cynthia G. So, and then y'all haven't let it go ever since. Mental health level up said, thank you for the super chat. Long lives are a sign that your followers are enjoying your live. I'm glad I caught it. Are you planning to do more? Yes, I am. And I want my future lives will be more structured. Like I'll have actual topics that we can talk about. This was supposed to be a Q&A. And some people asked me some questions, which is fine, but it didn't go how I expected it to, but it's great. I'm glad to be here. But yeah, I'm going to make sure I'm going to try to do lives like maybe once or twice a week. That's what I plan on doing. Probably on Saturdays, like now. And yeah, I do plan on doing my. Thank you for that. Cause I guess so. I guess so. And then as my channel grow, I'm sure the lives will get longer. I mean, not longer, but there'll be more people. And then I'll get into the whole moderator thing, and I'll have some of y'all just blocking people. I blocked 2 people so far, I think. No, 1.5. One person was on their way to get blocked. I got to get up early for the gym, but I had to catch your live. Okay, also, if you're still here, thank you. Paris Milan already proved it. She hid her videos, though. Okay, well, that's not proof to me. No, nobody proved anything to me. So prove it to you, prove it to me. Which I don't really care one way or the other. I'm not saying I need you to prove it to me because I give a damn. I'm still going to be... Cynthia G could have 10 kids, and I still would still be a fan of her channel. So I don't know what you're trying to do here. Like, it's not going to change anything. We would have to fall out for me to be like, fuck her, right? You know what I mean? But even then, I'm still not going to bash her or anything. I don't get this hatred for her. If you are a man, then clearly I understand your hatred. Because you're mad because she's talking about you. Because only hit dogs holler. Because if it didn't apply to you, you wouldn't be so mad. I am pro-abortion, sex positive. I believe in Cynthia Green about the internet pregnant. I'm also gay. So a penis will never be in me. So no shade. Oh, okay. Well, good for you. Sometimes some women wish they were gay because we ain't got to deal with men and they bullshit. But no. I don't. That's great that you're gay. Like I said earlier, if I had daughters, I would hope my daughters were gay, for sure. Not all men cheat. I think you would be happier and fulfilled when married. No, maybe not all men cheat. I don't know. I've never met a faithful married man before in 39 years. So I just have a different view. I've never come across a man that I couldn't have if I wanted him, married or not. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to get married. And I wouldn't be happier and fulfilled married. To me, marriage is slavery. I'm not about to go to work and then come home and have to clock into a second job, because that's what it is. When I don't want to have sex, I don't have to. When I don't feel like cooking, I ain't got to. When I come home and I want to come home to a silent, quiet house with nobody in it, which is every day, I can. There's something about somebody being in my house that irritates the shit out of me. That's why I broke up with my ex, even though he wasn't a bad person and his kids wasn't bad people. I couldn't do it. I didn't want to do it anymore. I miss living by myself. So now I'm back living by myself, and I'm never going back. And I ain't finna have nobody living in my house neither, because I like walking around naked. So I ain't got time to be dealing with that. Please cancel collard greens like Nino did. Cancel that bitch. Listen, that was my movie, okay? Cancel all that. Cancel that bitch. You gonna make me want to go in there and watch New Jack City. If I see, I'm scrolling down the comments. If I see him again, or her, or whoever it is, they're blocked. I'm a little behind. Can the anti-sin G cult report to the exit, please? Anti-sin pro argue for no damn reason. Please report to the exit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Collard greens, please chill out. You're giving... Oh, shit. Thank you for that. God. Canned glory greens. No, you didn't. Oh, wait, that is funny. Jesus Christ. Okay. The African goddess, you can't spell. This is every time you've left a comment you can't spell. To be fair, no, it's FAIR. You did bring up the topic of YouTubers. Maybe I did, but I didn't bring her up to bash her. I brought her up to praise her channel. That's the difference. I have the right to do that. As a matter of fact, my next live could be all the reasons why I love Sinji. What are you going to do about it? Yes, I am behind. I've been saying I'm behind on reading comments for the longest because I was trying not to miss too many comments. I know I've missed some, but I'm trying to get people. Don't disrespect Glory Greens. That is fucking hilarious. Listen. I'm trying to catch up. I enjoy watching your TikToks. I've had people shaming me for choosing to be child free and no longer having a desire to date. Yep. They're going to do that. And I'm going to tell you why people do that. People do that because they're codependent as fuck. Most people don't like themselves, and so they don't like being by themselves. You're very pretty, by the way. And that lip color, girl, listen, okay? That lip color is really cute on you. People shame you for wanting to be by yourself and stuff and not having kids and all that because people cannot be by themselves. And I think people who don't like their own company don't like themselves. That's my own personal opinion. These married men are more single than the single ones. Absolutely. Ain't nobody more single than a married man. Facts. I value my me time so much. So do I. And they don't be caring. I'm sick of the not all men garbage. Of course, not all men, but enough men do cheat. Look, like I said, show me a married man and I'll show you a guy who's willing to cheat on his wife. That's just my own personal opinion. And every woman who thinks her husband is different have been proven wrong. And I'll keep proving y'all wrong. Because back in my 20s, when women came for me, you just mad because you're not married. I'm like, if I want to be petty, I can be petty. Because technically, your man have already tried to shoot his shot. Now, I'm not going to say nothing because I ain't trying to get in no drama. But that's typically the case. Nowadays, women will be like, no, not my husband. Your husband's already been in my inbox, child. I'm just saying. And I'm not saying that to be funny, but like, let's be real here. I just show me a married man and I'll show you a man who's tired of fucking the same woman and wants something different. Now, like I said before, you can only switch them wigs and that lingerie for so many times before the man realizes, yeah, but it's the same pussy. I want something new. And I'm not taking up for them for that. I'm just saying that that's how they are. When you understand how men are in their nature, then you know that you can only do so much. The only type of men that don't cheat are men who don't want to cheat, period. It ain't nothing you can do to make a man not cheat on you. If they're going to be faithful, it's because they want to be. A guy will never have to compete with another dude for me. You have to compete with my introvert. Facts. You competing with me being an introvert and you're competing with my peace. Marriage is slavery. I married for 11 years. Don't do it, ladies. Been single for 6 happy years now. Kids is grown and in college. Absolutely. I don't even have to get married to know that. When I was engaged, I got a taste of what marriage life was going to be. And that's why I didn't want to get married. Nope. I believe collard green is a nigga too. Yeah, that's spelling. It's not saying that women can't spell, but like sometimes these men are dead giveaways because their punctuation and stuff is just way off. And you know, we know a lot of them don't finish school, so let's be real. What? I don't even know what that means. A man competes with the happiness I feel with being alone. My life is pretty lit while I'm single. Can you do a collab with Sinji? I would love to. I would love to do a collab with Sinji. You can't be a fan of Priscilla because her fans are way smarter and nicer than you. That's probably true because I'm wondering, like, why is she so bitter? She's talking about Cynthia G's bitter, but I think the bitterness is really coming from her kind of low key. Sorry to say that, but like, married men love saying the reason why they're so single is because women chase them more and are such liars. They act like they don't be out here on the prowl. They're always on the prowl. They be on the prowl before they get married, the day after they get married, the same day after they get married. After the woman have a baby, they cheating while you up laid up half dead in the hospital. They out cheating on you. These men don't give a damn about y'all. They marry you because of the labor. They're marrying you for free labor. That is why. Once I figured that out, I knew I didn't want to get married. Ain't no man finna marry me for no free motherfucking labor. It's really hard to attract a male that's not obsessed with sex. You can forget that. I mean, I don't want to say give up, but I'm just saying it's going to be hard. So very hard to do. It's a lack of interest and desire that's the real issue. I don't blame you though. I get exactly what you mean. Just because I'm not sexually attracted to anyone doesn't mean that I have no libido. Right. Dane, is that a nigga too? I think that's a guy. Oops. Married men actively pursuing a woman, then say women chase them more when they're married. Yeah, they're lying. They do the pursuing more than anything. Because they're bored. They've conquered their wives. You're conquered. Once a man has conquered you, you're no longer interesting or fun. Now they have to go after women like me who don't want anything to do with them and try to conquer me and women like me. That's what it's all about. Adam Adam just lies. Most of them aren't hot enough or rich enough for women to be chasing them like that. Exactly. I don't cheat, however, I've been cheated on. It hurts. Unacceptable. Future played out. Everybody got a choice. It's just every man always talks about how they never cheated. Please. And I think many of the men who don't cheat, if they don't cheat, is because they can't. Nobody would cheat with them, in my opinion. Okay, y'all. Heavy on the not rich enough. That's hilarious. But it's like the obsession with seeing G's coochie is disturbing. She's not even on YouTube anymore. Exactly. I agree. Well, anyway, hold on, let me see. Every man talks about how they don't know any men who women complain about, but all the women they know are good men. Right. They're all the exceptions to the rule. Every last one of them. No man who wasn't a millionaire or billionaire should have any expectation or hope that the spouse they cheated on will stay. I hate when women stay with cheaters. I hate it so bad. Y'all have to teach them a lesson by leaving and never going back. They need to know it's slim pickings out here. So if they fuck up with their wife or girlfriend, good luck, buddy. That's what they need to know. The sovereign woman, have you sought the Lord about? Okay, are you trolling me? How long have you been here? Because I'm an atheist. Sought the Lord? Who is the Lord? Who exactly is the Lord supposed to be? Because I don't know what you're talking about. But anyways, I'm not religious. I don't know how long you've been here, but I'm not religious. And no, I didn't nobody sought after my decision to not marry really came when I was 16 because All the men that I was around were cheating on their wives. Everybody was, or their girlfriends or whatever. So, why would I? In order for me to get married, I would have to be delusional and think that I'm going to be the exception to the rule. It would cause me to be mass deluded. I would have to somehow think I was more special than all the other girls because my man will never cheat on me. I would have to be at that level of delusion to get married. Seriously. And if I ever got married for real, I wouldn't get married for love. I would get married for some money or something, but I wouldn't get married for love. So I don't know what that question is for. Like, if you sought the Lord, why would I seek something that I don't believe in? Number one. And number two, what does that have to do with getting married? Don't y'all's Bible say you don't even have to get married if you don't want to? And that your life is actually more miserable if you get married? Ain't that what y'all's Bible say? Men think accepting cheating is a part of marriage. I can't do it one and done. Yep, I agree. That's what I'm talking about right there. I'm so glad when y'all come on and y'all tell me y'all experiences because I know I be watching. A lot more men than we realize have been bent over and saw their pussy around. That is facts. Okay? That's facts. That's another thing too that I'm like, I'd be skeptical about these guys. Honestly, I'd be kind of scared. I don't like it either, but when it's millions of dollars on the line, I can't understand that it's a business decision. Wait, what? What I miss? I'm new here and agnostic. I feel that. I'm an agnostic atheist. Mary, what? These men are crazy. Oh, I like that picture of Hallie and Chloe. It's cute. You're right. I'm terrified of these men. Harriet, the Lord gives people the option to opt out of marriage, so please stop. Thank you, Brandy. I wonder is that a man? Because please, I can't. When I'm pleasuring myself, I either watch porn or fantasize about a guy. I still have no desire for this to occur in real life. Hence the asexual label. I'm not sexually attracted to anyone. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, must be West African. There's a breed of women who are especially religious and male worshiping. Very embarrassed for them. I don't know what her story is if that's a woman, but listen, I don't care about that shit. Aren't y'all tired? Y'all not tired of dealing with this shit? Like y'all not tired of? I don't know. Some women just ain't tired, I guess. I don't know. Even men in the church can't stay faithful. And the Bible says we can divorce for adultery, and adultery runs rampant in our church. Yep. I can't tell you how many times I got hit on by pastors. I'm over it. I'm dead. Someone being in my house all the time. I'm for real. If you come in on what I said, I'm so serious, man. I've been there, done that. I don't want to do that again. I'm at the age where I just don't have the patience for that stuff no more. When my house is clean and it's how I left it, I'm a happy camper. The moment I come home and somebody's there, your shadow is going to irk me. And then you're there, and then you're in my refrigerator eating up my food and shit like that. Listen, we're going to have a problem. I will be a moderator for all the trolls, the sovereign woman. Okay. Oh, wait. Why don't I see it? Oh, hold on. Maybe I can't do it on StreamYard. I'm going to figure out how to do that. But when you come back again, because, yeah, I don't know if I can do that on StreamYard. How do you do it on StreamYard? I'll figure it out. The only reason to marry men is for money. Our ancestors had it right, treating marriage like a business and transaction and secure money. Yep, I agree. Because they only marrying you for slave labor. And they're putting love in it to make you want to do it, to make you agree. And did y'all know? So if there's any women here that was in the nursing field, you might know this, but it is so common for men to leave their wives when they get sick. If they end up with cancer or some kind of debilitating disease, most of the time the men leave and go get them a younger woman or whatever. They start cheating. And that is so common that nurses have to counsel women before they have their surgeries or whenever they're going to get their procedures or their chemotherapy or whatever it is that they're getting. It is common for nurses to counsel women and let them know, hey, just to give you a heads up, your husband might leave you. So let's figure out ways to cope in case that happens. That's how common it is. Did y'all know that? They marry y'all for slave labor. And once you are no longer useful, if you're laid up in the hospital with cancer or getting a breast removed or whatever, they no longer find you as useful. That's the reason why a lot of them leave. When you get old, when you can't have babies anymore, and when your beauty fades. They don't love you because that's not love. How can you love a woman and then leave her at times like that? They never loved you. They married you for slave labor. And when they see you struggling and they don't want to help you in public with the kids, or they see you just got home from work and you're tired and they still want you to cook and clean, they don't love you. Please understand they don't love you. No man who loves you will want to see you struggle like that. It's hard for me to fantasize about them. Yep, that's true sometimes. Accepting them cheating, not the woman. Yep. No, you can't cheat as a woman. You're ran through. You're a whore. If you cheat, you're a whore. But they're not a whore. No, they can do it because they're a man. I wouldn't. I would get caught. Okay, well. Charleston White said, love is how much you can take. These men are crazy. Yep, that's how they feel. They don't care about you for real. I hate that women don't realize that. It's all about convenience for men. That's what it's always been. That's why they can cheat on you easily. That's why they can look you in your eyeballs and lie to you. That's why they can gaslight you and make you think you're crazy. That's why they can pump you with kids and then leave you because you let yourself go. That's why it's so easy for them to do those things. It's easy to watch you struggle with the kids and struggle to clean up the kitchen and try to cook a meal and help with the homework and do all these 1,000,001 things. It's so easy for them to sit back and watch you do that because they don't love you. They don't give a shit about you. They care for how you are of service to them. That's it. Man, I remember finding tranny porn on a dude's phone while he was showing me something. He tried to play it off. I stopped talking to him. Good. Because that's scary. If he's into trannies, I'm just saying, that'd be putting your health at risk. I'm just putting that out there. I think I fall into the category of an agnostic theist. Okay. So you believe that there could be a God, but you're not sure? But you're not claiming to know for sure, but you believe that there could be. Or something like that. A lot of divorced men will agree with you. I know what you're talking about. Lots of married men have been obsessed with me. They really do act single, especially at work. Yep. They are even worse with the young women. They work hard for their attention and phone numbers. Yep. And I always think to myself, I feel sorry for their wives. I don't want to get married because I don't want to be one of those women that's like, oh, my husband is so great and so wonderful. And I used to think just like you. I used to be bitter too, but my husband is so great. Meanwhile, your husband is cheating on you at work. You think because he comes straight home from work that he's not cheating on you and he got a whole work wife. I keep saying this on my platform, so I'm going to keep saying it for years. He has a whole work wife. I know where I work at, most of those niggas cheat. I know from personal experience. I watch it every day. And their wives have come bring them lunch and all types of stuff. Y'all be up there looking so stupid to me. I'm sorry to say it like that, but like, they be doing the absolute most. Don't let them find out it's a couple cute girls that work there. They gonna come up there and bring their men lunch every day, and that shit ain't gonna make a difference because that man will turn right around, and that lunch that you bought them will give it to one of us if we wanted to. I don't want it, but I'm just saying. Y'all be doing all this stuff for these men, and these men do not care about y'all behind y'all back. They complain, they're like, oh, my wife don't understand me, and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't matter if they're telling the truth or not. They're still making you look bad, and they're making themselves look bad, whether they're lying or not. It's horrible. After my divorce, I gave love one more chance to do it, hit a whole family for over a year. I always think all men are hiding something. They're always hiding something. Even for people I love, I like to see them, but after a few hours, I wonder when they're leaving. Yes, I had to think about that for a second. I totally agree. I like being by myself. I love living by myself, and I like being by myself. Even when I'm out having fun and we've caught up, we've had our laughs, we've reminisced, I be looking for the exit. Like, I'm ready to go back home. I do kind of live in a bubble, and I live away from everybody. Not physically, like my house, I got a whole bunch of neighbors, but I mean, like, in my house, in my bubble, I just enjoy my own time. I don't know. I don't, when I get out and have fun, I know how to get out and have fun, but lately I just don't want to be bothered with people. Men in the church be the main ones that all sin and shame. Yep, they're the main ones. The higher they preach, the more they preach from this pedestal, the more low down and dirty they are in real life. What comment got blocked? I only blocked one person? The idea of marrying for love is a Hollywood thing invented to sell movie tickets. Yep. Marrying for love, especially in this day and age, is just not smart. You're going to get your feelings hurt. You're going to get your heart broken. Like, these men don't love y'all for real. What's the point? Female love is actual love. Male love is what I need her for most of the time. 100%. I totally agree. I think that's true for like 96, 97% of all men. I think that's true. I really do. What time is it where you are, Summer Woman? It's, wow, I didn't even realize. Oh my God. I'm sitting here looking at 5 hours. Yo, I'm finna go. And it didn't even register me that it's 12:38 where I'm at. I'm on Eastern time. Wow, I'm up. I usually will be in the bed like about 9 or 10 o'clock. But it is the weekend, so I ain't got to go to work tomorrow. So that's probably why I'm still up. But oh my God, I'm finna get off here in a minute. Men are gone the second a woman gets sick. Yep. I was just talking about B. Smith to my male coworker that I talk to every day. He and I talk all the time. I was just telling him about that. And then the update on that was the white lady that he was basically cheating on his wife with left him. And he was all bitter about it, saying, I don't know why she just up and left. And he had a whole attitude. And I just remember laughing, like, that's exactly what the fuck you get. That's all I can think about. That's what you get. Oh, he got exactly what he deserved. I don't know where he's at now. Probably somewhere withering away in a nursing home. Who knows? By himself with nobody. But that white woman took that money or whatever it was that she was able to get out of him, and she dipped just like he deserved. Because the nerve of you to move this lady in your wife's house. Tell me something. She would understand. She would want me to move on and be happy. What? Oh, that pissed me off so bad. Oh, that's sad. And it's so common that nurses say that. Yeah. And guess what? Women are typically always by their husband's side when they get sick. That's the sad part about it. Oh, wow. I didn't know about this. Ain't nobody finna listen. Ain't nobody finna respond to you. Most men don't see women as people. They only want us for what we can provide. And as soon as we don't agree to the indenture servitude, they're gone. If they stay, yep, it's also hell. You are very correct. I'm not understanding why more women don't see this. I think women just really think they're going to be the exception to the rule. There's going to be a few women that are exceptions to the rule, but the vast majority of women are. Y'all gonna learn the hard way, just like everybody else. Mm. Men just want. Okay, wait. Men just want easy and reliable access. That's so true. Most men seem unreliable. Many married women get nothing out of marriage except the gift of saying, "My husband, my husband," every 5 minutes. They don't even get pleased in bed. Bad deal. I totally agree with that. If they can't say "my husband," they don't have any purpose in life. And according to them, like that's all they care about. They'll put up with cheating. They'll put up with getting their asses whooped. They'll put up with a lot of things just to be able to say "my husband, my husband." West. Oh, she said. I know from your name that you're West African. West African men are notorious for beating and cheating on their wives, and you still preaching marriage again. Embarrassed for you. Listen, let her have her beliefs. Let her have her beliefs. Like she's the only person she's hurting is herself. If that's true for her, I don't know if that's true for her, but you're not. People like that only hurting themselves and their kids. They ain't hurting us. As long as ain't no man putting no hands on me, that's what she wants to do. That's me. I believe there could be a higher entity. I'm just not sure and have a hard time believing that they're as nosy as people like to make believe. Or yeah, I agree. The seven woman. What the worst that can happen if a man cheats? There's so much benefit. Getting AIDS. A lot of wives test positive for HIV because their husbands cheat on them. Did you not know that? Getting herpes, getting syphilis. Syphilis can't be cured, by the way. It can be treated. Once it travels to your brain, you're dead, basically. Syphilis, HPV, fucking what else? Genital warts, things you can. I'm naming all the things you can't get rid of. There's a lot of women sitting up right now with things they can't get rid of because their husbands cheated. That's what's wrong. And your God isn't going to protect you from that because a lot of these women that this happened to are Christian. Nobody protected them from that. Their husband was supposed to protect them. The husband didn't protect himself, so he didn't give a shit about his wife either. Sorry, and I don't mean to come across as rude, but like, let's be real. Married women have the shortest lifespan and lowest quality of life, whereas married men's lifespan and quality is the best. Yep. Because women take care of them and make sure that they're taking their pills and going to the doctor and, telling them to work out and eat right and all that stuff. Men wouldn't be doing all that without some woman telling them to do it. You need to start going to the gym, shit like that. And here's the thing about married men. They'll tell their wives they're too busy for whatever, but they'll find the time for their side woman. That's very true. They'll find the time for their side woman. A lot of times they tell the side woman all the wife's business, which is just horrible. The side chick will know more about your wife. I mean, about you as the wife than you don't know about the side chick because you don't know she exists a lot of times. But she know everything about you. Listen, these women be telling it all. Okay. I was working with this basketball player once who said he was going overseas soon to play, and I asked him if he had a girlfriend, and he said, yeah. Then 2 hours later, before I left, he asked for my number. Of course he did. And he was going to go overseas to cheat on his girlfriend, too. Oh, he couldn't wait to go overseas. That's another thing, too. I've been thinking about these trad wives and stuff. We were talking about this earlier, damn near 6 hours ago. Oh, my God. And one of the things about trad wives that is just crazy to me is that they don't even pay attention to the fact that a lot of these husbands get these jobs that's going to keep them away from home on purpose. Like they literally pick jobs and careers that's going to keep them away on purpose. Why? Because they don't really want to be at home. And so they can cheat in peace. That's why. So they'll be on TikTok or wherever and they'll be complaining like, I have to beg him to spend time with me, to spend time with the boys and the girls and to participate with the family activities. He doesn't do it because he doesn't want to. He married you because that's a social obligation that men have amongst each other to make themselves look good, and he doesn't really want to be there. It's proof. If a man really wanted to be at home, you would never have to beg that man to spend more time with the family. You just wouldn't. They go overseas, they take jobs that's going to have them gone for weeks and months at a time. They do that shit on purpose. Y'all heard about the guys after the pandemic when people went back to work. The guys could not fucking wait to go back to work because they didn't want to be at home. And y'all sitting up here talking and saying, my husband. And your husband don't even want to fucking be there. They want to get back to work so they can flirt with Stacy and HR. I hate to say that. She said, I love, love, love being alone. Same here. Facts. When I was in my early 20s, I met a guy who called and texted me consistently. Always asked me out. Always had time to meet me. Always. I looked his Facebook and he was married with a whole family. Because they don't be wanting to be at home. I'm trying to tell y'all. They do that shit for the social pressures and they don't want to do it for no other reason. The peace and quietness that comes from being single, ooh, the health. Don't gotta worry about catching anything. Facts. I wish more women could really tap into that. Like how much peace, just be by yourselves for a while and realize how peaceful that is. I'm not saying y'all gotta go home, but y'all gotta get the hell out of here. Exactly. My granddad taught me he used to whoop our ass in Africa. Damn. Within 24 hours in a day, married men will use some of those minutes to cheat. Yep. They're always going to find time to cheat. That's what they want to do. They want to cheat. I gotta go, but I love this live. I will be waiting for the next one. Hopefully you get some sovereignness to block out the trash. Oh, I will. I definitely will. You do trucking, right? I currently have my Class B for my... Yep. If you want to drive semi-trucks, you got to get a Class A. And do it. I'm not over the road, though. I'm local. I don't think I'm ever going over the road, so I couldn't even give you too much advice on over the road. But I like being local because I come home every day. I clock out at 2:30. I'm home every day by 2:45. If I don't stop and go shopping, because I do that a lot. But yeah, I come home every day. I don't like the idea of like being gone away from home and living in a truck and all that stuff. Wendy Williams, Kelly Clarkson, Adele, Sherry Shepherd, Married for Love, Mary J. Blige. It's a few more. Yeah, it didn't get them anywhere, but they have to pay child support or spousal support. Sovereign woman, did you grow up with a father? Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I need to call my daddy. I didn't call my daddy. Yeah, but what was the point of your question? Yes, I grew up with a daddy. What is the advantage for women to be married? She don't know. She gonna say some shit like stability for the kids and building a strong home and having a partner to help 50-50. The same thing they always say. I mean, really. And none of that really works for most people. I'm sorry to say that. Look up what? What are you talking about? Aren't all of them in new relationships except Wendy? I hope they learn their lessons. I hope they know not to. I hope they know not to get married again. And if they do, they better make that man sign a prenup. Otherwise, they're just dumb as a box of rocks. I wouldn't even get married again. But a lot of women are out here searching for love, searching for something from a man that he can't give you 9 times. That's why they keep cycling through all these men, because they're trying to find something that they're not going to get. Just my own personal opinion. That I don't think they're going to get. I don't have the authority to say that, but that they're most likely probably not going to until they just give up. It's going to be the same thing. I just hope they learn from their lessons. I really do. I'm romantically attracted to men, but not sexually. I just don't want a boyfriend for companionship. I mean, no, I just want a boyfriend for companionship, cuddles and kisses. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be hard. If you find you a man that's insecure about his peen size, and maybe his peen doesn't get hard anymore, you may be fine. Like, you can find, there's plenty of guys out there that don't have dicks that work. Sorry. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to find somebody that's dick don't work, and that's probably gonna be your best bet. I don't mean to laugh at you. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be mean, but these men who want sex and their peens work, even many of the ones who peens barely work, they still want sex. So you're gonna have to find somebody where that shit don't work, and he just wants hugs and kisses and cuddles as well. Cause man. She said everybody liked the live. Yeah, I've never asked anybody to like. Like the live, everybody. I sound like everybody else, don't I? Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. What does it have to do with the hits they took from marrying their exes? I don't know, man. He or she is just saying stupid shit. It's weird how one-sided it is, but I guess the men can only keep women that put them first. Yeah. God isn't up in the sky divvying out marriage licenses. That's funny. I agree. I don't know exactly what you mean, but I know what you mean, but I don't know what you're referring to, but that's funny. And I agree. I'm starting to see how people's lives can be long. Because, man, it don't even feel like I've been sitting here this long at all. It doesn't feel like it at all. Let me see, these just friends and roommates. Damn it. There's a difference between a lesbian relationship and 2 women being friends. Okay. I wish I saw what you were referring to. I must have missed it. When I was in a relationship, I absolutely hated having to deal with stinking socks and going in my refrigerator. Those things, the beard hairs in the sink, the toilet seat being either pissed on or left up all the time, constant dirty dishes in the sink. Like, can't you just use the same goddamn cup? Do you got to go in there and use a different cup every time? I have to deal with shit like that no more. That, when I tell you that is the most annoying thing to me, yeah, I don't got to deal with that no more. And one of the best benefits about being single is that if I don't want to have sex with nobody, I ain't got to. I don't got to feel obligated because you my man and you got to keep your man satisfied. I don't have to worry about that. Like, I just don't have to. If I don't feel like being bothered, I ain't got to. I love that about being single. That's the best part. There's no such thing as an undesirable woman. We have intrinsic value. If you lucked up and found a good dude, it's not because you are better, it's because you lucked up. I agree with that for sure. Very lucky. You got very lucky. Harriet Bolton, I don't believe you. Africans are the worst. I live next door to a family. That man put his hands, feet, and throw opposite. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I actually hear that a lot. That those men are very violent and stuff. You can't tell me that Magic Johnson's wife stayed because she loved him. It was for the money. Especially after some shit like that. Oh, you finna give me all the money. You finna give me everything. And you would never tell me no again, nigga. I don't care if I say I want 3 pools in my backyard. You paying for it. You can't tell me no. After some shit like that, please. If you gonna stay, you better make it worth your while. I met a woman whose husband gave her AIDS. I was shocked at the husband. Yep, I did too. Actually, I know a couple women like that. And I can't even tell y'all how many people I seen when I was in healthcare who husbands had stuff, and if the husband didn't disclose it, we couldn't because of HIPAA. Like, we had to just sit there and like not say anything. That was the hardest. That was some of the hardest shit I had to do ever in my life. You can't even say anything because of HIPAA. A lot of women find out that they're HIV positive when they go for their pregnancy checkup and they get their blood work done, and they think they're just going for an ultrasound or whatever, and they get that blood work and they find out they're HIV positive like that. So I'm just saying, you never know. It's horrible, and it's definitely happening with a lot of Black women and young Black women in their 20s and 30s. Every time I turn about men are coming out as either gay or bi, I'm convinced most men want each other. They do, because their sexual needs exceeds a woman's sexual needs, and they understand each other. So a lot of times they will have sex with each other and say, "I'm not gay. I've just had an experience," or they think they're not gay if they're the ones doing the bending. If they're the ones doing the bending, they think it's not gay, even though it's like you're having sex with a whole man. You're gay, sir. Just be real about it. My home ec class teacher told me a story about how her neighbor got AIDS from her husband. This was in the 80s. She didn't last a full year after her diagnosis, and all the kids. Yeah. It was very prevalent back in the 80s because that's when it was like really big. It was like an epidemic at the time or something like that. And they used to call it the gay disease because it was mostly gay men who were testing positive for AIDS. So a lot of times, if a woman tested positive for AIDS and she has a husband, a lot of times they found out it was because their husband were having sex with other men. Because it's kind of hard for a man to contract AIDS from a woman, but it's very easy the other way around. It can happen. It does happen, but it's more likely to happen because of the anatomy. You know, our anatomies are different. And the reason why it spreads so easily with gay men is because the anus is highly vascular, and that's where they have sex at. It's very easy to spread it that way. That's why they called it the gay disease. They were the main ones. Even with the whole monkeypox thing, what, a couple years ago? Was it 22 or whenever it was mostly, I think it was like 98% of the people that were testing positive for monkeypox were all gay men. It was like 97, or it was a high 90 percentile. I can't remember. It was 99, 98, something like that. I remember thinking like, God damn. I just said the same thing. Her marriage pretty much ended her life. I really think her finding out that that man cheated and that girl was having that baby. I think she probably knew he was cheating on her the whole time, but her having that baby and it being public out there like that, I really think that switched something in her brain, or like I think it really fucked her up really bad. I really do. Cause she fine before that, or it just seems that way. We don't know her personal life for real, but I'm just saying, like, it seemed like everything just went downhill after that, really quickly too. I feel bad for her. There were people telling us when she was getting her karma. I'm like, that's not how karma works. Like, I'm sorry, but karma don't work in the form of an illness. Anybody can get an illness, and she already had that illness before she got really sick like that, Graves' disease or whatever. She already had that. It just got worse because she was under so much stress. I felt bad for her. They're like, she spent her whole career telling people's tea. Okay, what's your point? Because we do it for free every day. She just got paid to do it. What, are you mad because she got paid to do it and we do it for free? Like, what are you talking about? I hate when people do that. Don't talk about what somebody's karma is, because you don't know what's going to happen to you tomorrow or next week. And somebody's going to say that's your karma. Is that going to be fair then? A lot of women say they don't like marriage, but are the biggest watchers of shows like Love is Blind. I don't watch those shows, but I did used to watch 90 Day Fiance. And the reason why I watched that show was because it was entertaining as fuck. Like, watching these people lie to get a green card was very, very entertaining. That's why we watch it. No other reason. It's entertaining. It's reality TV. Like, what do you want? The Siren Woman, where do you find these cheating married men? I only know God fearing men. Perhaps you ladies need to do it anywhere. Listen, you are the very type of woman that's going to get her ass beat and end up getting something that you can't get rid of with that mindset. I only know God fearing men. I know a lot of God fearing men too. God fearing men cheat more than anybody. What you gonna say? So they're not real God fearing men? Then maybe they're not. That's the point. They pretend to be God fearing men and they cheat more than anybody. Are you fucking serious? Women like you, I can't tell you how many times I've heard women like this say stuff like this. Y'all get y'all's asses beat the most. You get cheated on the most. You get gaslit the most. Men have the most babies on you. Women like you. That mindset is why so many of you, oof, listen, I'm done. You need to do inner work and get closer to God. I don't believe in God. What are you talking about? I'm an atheist. Did you not hear me when I said I'm an atheist? So you can attract, I don't want to attract no good dude. I don't want to attract dudes at all. I want men to leave me alone. I attract every type of man on the planet, and I want them all to leave me alone. And I said that I don't believe, you're saying get close to God. That's like telling me to get close to Santa Claus. I don't believe in Santa Claus. So what is getting close to Santa Claus going to do if I don't believe in him? Same with your God, Jesus Christ. Unpopular opinion: every child does not need to be raised in a two-parent home. If the two parents are toxic together, they don't need to be under the same. I totally agree. People do. People don't even stay for the kids. People stay because they really don't want to give up the title of marriage or husband, in my opinion. And they use the kids because they know people will understand that better. Well, I can understand you wanting to stay for the kids. They know that's a more acceptable reason to stay. That's why people use that. Really, you just ain't ready to leave. That's why you're saying. What do you say? So we can't just watch it for entertainment. That's what I'm saying. That's all. That's the only reason why any of us. That's why anybody on the planet watches it, because it's entertaining. Do you think people are really tuning in because we're inspired by marriage by a bunch of fraud people whose marriages will probably never happen? Number one, and then when they do, they're going to be divorced within a couple years. We're not watching for that reason. This is all for TV and for passports or green cards or whatever it's called. Green cards. That's it. Like nobody's watching this for inspiration. What? Are you crazy? I'm starting. You got to be trolling. I'm pretty sure. I grew up with my dad. My dad was a great provider financially, but he was a hoe. And he took me on some of his trips, and that's why I knew early men were trash bags. I knew by the time I was 7 that men were garbage. I was like, I knew by the age of 7, don't trust men. Doesn't mean that they all have to be bad, but I just knew that there was enough bad ones out there that it's best not to trust none of them, because many of them know how to front really well. So I know exactly what you're talking about. 10-piece honey hot wet. I'm still laughing at that name. I grew up with a dad too. He was amazing, but also aware of every man is not like my dad. This is why it took me so long to find out a lot of men aren't shit. Yeah. And that's another thing, because people used to tell me, you must not have a dad. And, I feel the way I do about men because I must not have a good relationship with my dad. First of all, my dad is the main one who told me niggas ain't shit. Number one. And number two, sometimes growing up with a loving, amazing dad and you don't get exposed to the real world, it just makes you naive to the game. I've seen that happen to a lot of women as well. They get out there and think most men are like their dad, and you're going to be played real quick thinking that. But yes, the number one person who told me that niggas ain't shit was my daddy and my mom, but definitely my daddy. And he will tell me that to this very day. My daddy never thought anybody was good enough for me either. No, nobody. He did like my last ex. He said he's cool. Yeah, I like him. But he definitely didn't like nobody else. I reuse the same cup too. I just rinse out and put on top. I don't know what y'all talking about. But y'all, I'm hold on, let me finish then. Don't give a damn about passing you a life-changing. Listen, I tell y'all, these men don't care. They don't even care about their own health. So they damn sure don't care about yours. So it's a fantasy about seeing couples, but you don't want to be a part of it yourself. I mean, I used to like watching pimple popper shows. I don't want to be in a situation where they're popping pimples on stuff like that on me. you can like to watch things. I like to watch people skydive. That don't mean I necessarily want to skydive. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Like, you didn't know that? Are you slow? I'm in college right now and I know a lot of DL men. Mm-hmm. That's scary. If I was married, I could see myself quickly turning into Freddy Krueger over the smallest things he does. Piss me off and fall asleep if you want to. See how that works? Absolutely. I'm the same way. I can't. Ooh, just thinking about it just makes me irritated. I'm not sure why some of the comments are blocked. I was basically saying, just, huh? I wanted a man for. I don't know who's. I didn't block anything. I haven't blocked anything since that one guy. So it's not me. Maybe it's StreamYard or something. I don't know. It's definitely not me. Whether they're pitching or catching, they're still playing baseball. You're gay, sir. I totally agree. It's so crazy. I see young women getting HIV/AIDS and jump online having a story time like they're talking about cooking rice. Yeah. I don't know what that's about, but imagine how many women are not doing that are in that situation. Of course they wouldn't. I don't know if I would. That's terrible. But there are some women out there that would do that. And I think that's good in some ways because it helps other people, but yeah. Um, I don't know. I guess if you're trying to help people, I guess that's a good thing. He said, I don't know what DL means, and it's because I have. Oh, I know what DL means, and it's because I have a lot of publicly gay friends, and they tell us who to stay away from. I guess men think they can get away with experimenting in college. I don't think men can experiment. I think once you do that, it's a wrap. That's just my own personal opinion. I don't want you. I better not ever find out anything like that because that's a wrap. Ugh. Wendy was fine before her husband started cheating on her. After she got rid of her husband, her health went down. I think he really hurt her. I agree. I feel bad for Wendy. Same. That's how I feel. All right, y'all. I'm finna get off of here because I'm getting sleepy. I need to go take me a shower. And we'll do this again next week. Um Wait, she said I watch Love is Blind just to reiterate why I'm not gonna fuck around and find out. Thank you. Harriet, I think so too. I thought that too. That's a dude. But I wasn't sure. But I thought it was a dude as well. But I'm like, if you come in here talking about your heavenly God and all this, I'm like, listen. But for real though, those be the worst women that get dogged out the most, if that's a woman. But if it's a man, it don't make it any less true. They still gonna get dogged. Uh, mm-hmm. Dang, every time I think I got to the bottom, it's like a whole bunch more. Y'all. Um, the marriages on these dating shows really ever last. They'd never last. Like what, one out of a million? My dad knew the Bible like the back of his hand, and he was a narcissistic, pathological liar who greatly traumatized my mother and I. So don't think, oops, don't think a man is amazing just because he got a church. Those are the worst men. I tell you right now, I can walk up in any church and flirt with any man, including the pastor, and they will not tell me no. I'm telling you that from personal experience. Many of them have already shot their shot. They're the worst types of people. Thank you, Jaquan wait, how do you say that? Not Quan. Jacon? Jacon? I butchered that and I'm sorry. He said everyone hit the like, subscribe, and share. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I'm finna get off of here because I'm sleepy. I'm finna ready to go to sleep because I need to go take me a shower and chill. Um, Desiring woman, well, you don't care to be in a relationship with men, so then being DL is irrelevant. Um, it's not irrelevant if you're possibly still wanting to have sex with them, with men, and they're on the down low. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm not um celibate or anything like that. I'm just abstinent at the moment, but I'm not celibate or anything. So it's still scary and it's not irrelevant, especially if it's hurting other women that trust men. That's not irrelevant at all. What are you talking about? I wish I could help you see the other side of life. No, I wish I could help you see the other side of life. Actually, you experience your God and you mind your own business. As far as I'm concerned, God does not exist. Show me Noah's Ark existed. Prove it to me. Pastor Jamal and Pastor Gray. Pastor Gray is the one of the most disgusting. Ugh, that man. Oh, everything about that man irks the shit out of me. STIs, most young men are not disciplined, but you can get. What? I don't even understand that. That was very incoherent. I believe Harriet is a woman, just male identified. It's hard to say. Either way, those typically be the women who get dogged the most. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. TD Jakes, have you ever been swallowed? Swallowed. That lives rent free in my head, by the way. TG fakes. That's what they call them. TD fakes. Somebody called him that, and I just died laughing. Have a great sleep, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think I missed any more. No, I didn't. I got everybody. Harriet trying to get swallowed. Facts. She's either trying to get swallowed or she's trying to do the swallowing. Which one y'all think it is? Oh my God. Which one is it, y'all? HW. That lives rent free in my head, y'all. Oh my God. When I first saw that, I was like, that was so uncomfortable. But then it was funny at the same time. I'm like, is he serious right now? Just subscribe. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Hit the subscribe button if y'all haven't subscribed. And so yeah, this was very interesting. I don't think my future lives are ever going to be this long again unless we are really talking about some deep stuff. My lives in the future will be more structured. I'm going to come with like a topic and we'll discuss some stuff. And I want to make my lives fun in the future. I'm working on some things with that too. So do come back. I'm probably going to schedule a live again for next week. And it's going to be times too when I just go live randomly. Whenever I just feel like talking about stuff. But you guys can always leave comments and let me know what you want me to talk about in the comment sections of any videos. I'm probably going to see it because they pop up in my notifications. But yeah, they're definitely going to be more structured for sure. But there's going to be times when we do this again where we just kind of sit around and joke. And y'all will get to know me more as time goes on. I'm actually very goofy. Once I learn how to share screens and all this other stuff, we just gonna be out here laughing at some stuff because I'm really goofy. I laugh a lot. Oh, girl, I said the same thing. Listen, this comment. No one wants fecal matter in their vagina. We wipe from front to back for a reason. So yes, we do need to care about facts. Do they not understand? They don't understand because they don't care. Because they personally stick their dicks in anything. So they don't give a damn. Literally, they don't care. That's what it is. Like, literally. That's funny as hell. She say it's hard to tell the Bucci Bat band is Oh, Bucci Cat. I'm gonna have to use that. A Bucci Cat. I love it. I love it here, girlie. I can't wait for the next live. Oh, thank you, HW. Yeah, leave some. Always feel free to leave comments where you guys can leave comments about anything, but also what y'all might want me to talk about. I still do have to learn how to like do the screen sharing and play videos live. And I'm still learning how to do all that stuff. So, but there's a lot of stuff that I definitely want to talk about. I have my own list of things that I want to bring up, and I was not expecting this live to be this long. In my mind, I'm like, I'm gonna do about an hour and a half tops. But I was having fun with y'all. Yeah. So I would definitely do this again, probably next week, same time, unless I have something going on. But I'll usually what I would try to do is schedule the lives a few days, a day or two or so ahead of time or more, but like a day or two at the least, because I want to give you guys like a heads up. But I'm definitely gonna try to go live more. No, I am gonna go live more, at least once a week. But I'm gonna try to do it at least maybe twice. Some people go live every day. I don't know how they do that, but we'll see. What changes as my audience grows, as my channel grows, right? At least 2 hours. Okay. Are you saying that's what it should be? At least 2 hours? Uh, honey wings. Wait, 10-piece honey hot wait. That is so funny to me. Is that what you're saying? Tatiana said this was dope. Thank you. Better days. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Where does that come from? Even though I love Tupac, where did that just come from? Who was talking about Tupac? La 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 la. Said thank you for having this live. You're welcome. Now, like I said, we're gonna get more serious a little bit. We're gonna have I want to have a mixture. I want to talk about serious things, and I want women to be able to come and share stories. I'm also gonna learn how to do call-in, because I want to do call-in shows, or either call-ins or bring people up on the panels. I know with StreamYard, I'm gonna have to learn how. I might have to upgrade it to like the next thing to be able to do that. But I do got a little soundboard thingy. It's a little cheap one. I only pay like $100 and some for it. But so I got that, and I got my microphone and all that stuff. But there's still a few things I'm learning how to do. And once I do that, I'm definitely gonna want to have call in so we can talk about some stuff or just talk. Because sometimes it's just easier to talk than to just be typing the whole time. And then when we have like important discussions, then I'll do like panels where people can come up. That's what I really want to do. The lives are cool, but I want to do lives with panels and call-ins. That's where the fun will be, in my opinion. So Adam said, this was fun. I was only planning on staying a few minutes, but it's been hours and I'm still here. Cool. I like that. A lot of y'all stuck around. I really do like that. I appreciate it. Well, AI can create a timeline and step-by-step guide on how to screen share. Yeah. Okay. Because I'd be looking at some YouTube videos, and some people's videos just be like, oh, I just click off and go to the next thing. Because they don't get straight to the point sometimes. But yeah, I'm going to try that. That'll be a good, that's a good thing. It's that, and it's like the soundboard stuff. And there's a few things. But yeah, that's a good suggestion. I can't talk. Suggestion. So thank you for that. Use AI. It's perfect for YouTube. I use it daily. Okay. I will. Oh no. Oh, okay. I'm like, what just happened? Okay, y'all. Oh, it's about to be really lit. 72 people and your likes are over 100. You are winning. Oh, really? I can't see right now. Okay, I see how many people are here. It got close to 100 earlier. It was at like 99 or something like that at one point. But yeah, it'll grow. It'll get bigger. But thank you for that. I got over 100 likes, really? No, that I can't see. I probably can't see that until I get off. Or maybe I just don't know where to look. But I'm learning. Okay, yo, I gotta get out of here because I'm finna go take a shower and wash my face and tie my hair up, even though I'm finna wash it tomorrow. I will be back when you go live. Okay, y'all. Thank y'all. I will see you guys probably next week. Take care, everybody.